Chapter 494, Token 1, Ling Tian, Don't worry. Big Sister Yu Yin and I will be waiting for you at the Divine Moon Palace. However, you have to promise Blue Moon one thing, and that is to be careful no matter what. Remember that we are still in the Divine Moon Palace, and we must return safely. Tang Qingwei was the same. She did not want to be a burden to Li Lingtian and could only support him silently from behind. When he spoke, his expression was serious, and there was no change in his expression. Yes, I understand. They'll come back every once in a while. Moreover, with the strength of my family, I can grasp all the information. I won't be easily involved. B0X? Come, besides, when I go out, they'll bring Mei and Meng Meng. When I come back, ITLL be your turn. This way, I can safely bring you out to play. That will depend on your own efforts. I will bring the person who cultivates the fastest out to gain experience. Li Lingtian smiled. His arrangement reassured Huangfu Yuyin and the others. After all, the Xianyuan family was powerful and had influence all over the divine martial continent. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not easily cause trouble or take risks. Moreover, he would bring Tang Ziming and Shun Meier out. This way, he could train them and they would become his helpers. That's great. Huangfu Yuyin, Tang Qingwei, Ji Yi, and Qing Ling were overjoyed. Although they wanted to go out and play, they had to ensure their safety. This way, Li Lingtian could bring the two of them around freely. Then you have to bring more guards. Big brother, you must take me out to play next time. Otherwise, Ji Yi will miss you after a long time. While Ji Yi was being mischievous, he did not forget to remind Li Lingtian to bring more guards with him so that he would be safer. Yeah, I know. They'll bring Ji Yi out to play. In the next 2 days, they'll bring the people from East River City to Sky River Sacred City. When the time comes, you'll have one more companion. With a smile on his face, Li Lingtian reached out and caressed Ji Yi's little face. He then thought of Xianyuan Yingying. This little girl had made him lose his composure the last time, and he was speechless now. Following that, Li Lingtian instructed Huangfu Yuyin and the rest to cultivate. He gave all the Tier 5 and 6 pills to Huangfu Yuyin and Tang Qingwei for safekeeping. They had a large pile of Tier 1 to 6 pills on them, which was almost half of what Li Lingtian had refined in the pocket dimension. Even if there were 50 to 60 people, they would not be able to use up all these pills before reaching the Martial Emperor realm, let alone 5 to 6 people. Li Lingtian gave the pills to Huangfu Yuyin and Tang Qingwei for safekeeping as a way to show their status. After arranging everything, Li Lingtian left the Divine Moon Hall and headed to the other side of the Heavenly River Temple before arriving at the secret chamber. Lingtian greets the 4 ancestors. Li Lingtian bowed respectfully when he saw the 4 of them meditating with their eyes closed. Yes, your progress is not bad. What's the matter? Xianyuan Yunhe opened his eyes with a satisfied expression. Lingtian's cultivation base has reached the Martial Emperor realm, and he has mastered many skills. However, he has to go out and train for a period of time. Li Lingtian told them about his intention to go out, but he was not sure about it. It was just a thought. This way, he could give the 4 Xianyuan sages some leeway and show them his respect. This way, the 4 sages could suggest Li Lingtian to go out for training. Although Li Lingtian had already decided on this, it was a different story when it came from the 4 saints. That's right. Your current cultivation is already not bad. It's good for you to go out and experience for a period of time. I won't say anything else. You've done very well. Have you considered the danger of bringing everyone out with you? Xianyuan Yunhe pondered for a moment before he looked at Li Lingtian. I've arranged for Lingtian to bring only 2 people with me this time. This way, I can train them. Even if I encounter any problems, ITLL be easier for me. As for the rest, just stay in Tianhe's sacred city. He'll be at ease then. Li Lingtian briefly explained his arrangements. He truly believed that the 4 sages of Xianyuan would be considerate of him. That's not bad. As long as the 4 of us are here in Tianhe's sacred city, no one will be able to threaten them. In the divine martial continent, the people who want to threaten our lives have yet to appear. Xianyuan Yunhe nodded in satisfaction. He had nothing to say about Li Lingshan's arrangement. The young man before him had thought of the same thing as he did. He was just giving Li Lingtian a casual reminder in case he did not think of anything. His words were meant to allow Li Lingtian to train outside in peace. After all, he had to worry about his family matters while training outside. There were indeed some things that he could not attend to. Thank you, ancestor. In this case, I can also train outside in peace. Li Lingshan's face cracked into a smile. It was a sincere smile, but it was not pretentious at all. Your wealth is already enough. We have nothing to give you. Go. Remember the courage of the Xianyuan family. Remember that your loved ones are worried. As long as there's life, there's hope. Saving your life is more important. Only by saving your life can you have a chance. Go. Xianyuan Yunhe waved his hand. He had nothing more to teach Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian took his leave and left the secret chamber. He then headed straight to Xianyuan Timing's residence. Now that Li Lingtian had the token, he could enter and exit any place in Tianhe's sacred city at will. Xianyuan Tianming had asked Xianyuan Yingying to pass the token to Li Lingtian a few days ago. The token was a piece of purple jade, a piece of natural purple jade. However, there were countless formations, restrictions, and carvings on it. These formations, restrictions, and carvings could only be seen by the important figures of the Xianyuan clan. At the front of the token, there was only the word Xianyuan. At the back, there was also the word Lingtian. Li Lingtian realized that his information was all in the token. Moreover, the token was of a high level. According to Xianyuan Yingying, this token could be used by anyone except the 4 Xianyuan sages. After arriving at Xianyuan Timing's residence, he sent a voice transmission and walked in. Grandpa. Li Lingtian did not put on an act as he bowed to Xianyuan Tianming, who was seated on the seat. Have a seat. Xianyuan Tianming had a faint smile on his face as he pointed at the chair beside him. Generally speaking, the people sitting next to him were on equal footing, because this place was not like the main hall or the conference hall. Grandfather, Ling Tian will be leaving Sky River Sacred City in a few days. Li Lingtian felt a sense of warmth in his heart. A true family was just family. There was no difference in status except in certain occasions. Since Xianyuan Tianming was so casual, he naturally regarded Li Lingtian as a family member. All right, that's a good thing. Your cultivation is already very good. You have to train outside. A true expert comes from blood and fire. I won't agree if you stay in Tianhe's sacred city and cultivate rigidly every day. Xianyuan Tianming was elated when he heard Li Lingshan's words. He knew Li Lingshan's entire life. He had walked through death. There was not a single time that he did not come into contact with the Grim Reaper. The danger that Li Lingtian faced was far beyond his own. It was because of this that Li Lingtian was able to become a martial emperor powerhouse at the age of 21. More importantly, Li Lingshan's strength and methods were honed through countless life and death experiences. As a martial emperor powerhouse, even he was not confident that he could defeat Li Lingtian. He could only look up to such heaven-defying methods. Grandfather is right. Lingtian is born with a tough life and is always going against the Grim Reaper. This time, Lingtian will leave you Yin and the others in Tianhe's sacred city. I'll also bring my parents over. This way, Lingtian won't have to worry about anything else. What does Grandpa think? Li Lingtian smiled. He did not treat Xianyuan Tianming as the family head at all. Instead, he treated Xianyuan Tianming as an elder and a relative. His words were casual and natural. As he said this, he sounded like he was asking for permission. This was also because he had become more and more tactful after his cultivation had increased. Although he understood it in the past, it was difficult to erase it. Now he understood that posturing was only for a moment. Being awesome was eternal. Being low-key and doing things in a high-profile manner. The divine martial continent was incomparably powerful, so he had to be careful when doing things. Very good. This way, you could do whatever you want with peace of mind. You don't have to be restrained. The old man of the Xianyuan family can't leave Tianhe's sacred city, but no one feels that Tianhe's sacred city is causing trouble. 11-inch, we really can't do anything about other places, but it's impossible to cause trouble in Tianhe's sacred city. You can handle these things yourself. Xinyuan Taiming's tone was the same as Xinyuan Yan's. Li Lingtian also understood that the Xian Yuan clan's powerhouses in Tina's sacred city could not leave the city. No matter what the reason was, as long as there were so many super experts here, Huangfu Yuyin and the others would be safe. All right, I'll bring my parents over after I cultivate for a while. I won't disturb grandfather then. Li Lingtian stood up and bowed before leaving. Xinyuan Tianming did not say anything. However, when Li Lingtian reached the door, he suddenly recalled something and called out to him. All right, when you go out, if Yingying wants to go with you, you can bring her out. This little girl definitely wants to go out with you. As elders, we won't say anything about these things. You guys can handle them yourselves. There's one more thing. The little girl has the bloodline of the Xian Yuan clan. If she doesn't leave Tina's sacred city before the age of 20, she'll never be able to leave Tina's sacred city. Therefore, the Xian Yuan members of Tianhe Holy City are all top-notch disciples. They either stay in Tianhe Holy City for their entire lives or work hard outside. If they want to return to Tianhe Holy City, they can only reach the 9th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm. Xinyuan Tianming closed his eyes to meditate after he finished speaking and ignored Li Lingtian. Ling Tian understands. Li Lingtian nodded and left. After returning to the Divine Moon Palace, he felt much more relaxed. Although he was going out, he had to wait for a while. During this time, he had to spend time with Huangfu Yuyin and Tang Qingwei. After all, he was not sure when he would be back after he went out. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 495. Leaving Tianhe's sacred city. Li Lingtian only left after cultivating in the Divine Moon Palace for a whole month. During this period of time, other than comprehending some skills and alchemy techniques, he had been accompanying Tang Qingwei and the others. Following that, he left Tianhe's sacred city with Shun Mei and Tang Ziming. As he left, Li Lingtian did not avoid Xinyuan Yingying. He had planned to wait until he had brought his parents back before agreeing to Xinyuan Yingying's request. However, Xinyuan Yingying was like a demon. He could not win against her at all. He could only bring her away from Tianhe's saint city. After leaving Tianhe Holy City, Li Lingtian conjured a spaceship. The four of them stood on the spaceship, their faces filled with joy. B0X? Come, the outside world is so nice. I'm finally free. Xinyuan Yingying was on the flying ship and was looking at it curiously. Her face was filled with excitement. Li Lingtian, Tang Zimeng, and Shun Mei were as happy as a bird that had been released from its cage. They were all extremely curious. Are you that happy? It seems like someone is restraining you from becoming a human, Li Lingtian said with a smile. Since he had already brought her out, there was no need for them to be so distant. He would definitely have to keep an eye on this girl when they were training in the future. This is my first time leaving Tianhe's sacred city. What do you think? Xinyuan Yingying said happily. Then, her eyes reddened and her voice choked. She didn't know what was going on. What's wrong? Shun Mei asked gently as she held Xinyuan Yingying's little hand. Her face was filled with concern. I've never seen my parents. Grandpa said that I was taken into Tianhe's sacred city when I was just 1 year old. Xinyuan Yingying said softly. She had come to Tianhe's saint city when she was 1 year old, so she naturally couldn't remember her parents. Although the Xian Yuan clan doted on her like a treasure and could do whatever they wanted, she could not leave Tianhe's sacred city or see her parents. It's fine. I'll bring you to them after I'm done with my business. Li Lingtian looked at Xinyuan Yingying's mischievous behavior, which gave him a headache. However, now that she was behaving like this, he felt a sense of love for her. He naturally understood that Xinyuan Yingying was just mischievous in front of him. However, when she was elsewhere, she felt lonely. She was a peerless beauty, yet she was lonely. The last time she met Li Lingtian, she had a good impression of him. After Li Lingtian saw her face, she was filled with admiration and became more curious about Li Lingtian. Unexpectedly, Li Lingtian had disappeared for a year. The more she wanted to see Li Ling Tian, the more she deliberately attracted Li Lingshan's attention after meeting him. However, the real Xianyuan Yingying was a quiet and peerless beauty. Her temperament was similar to Tang Qingyu's. However, Tang Qingyue was an ice-cold beauty, while Xianyuan Yingying was extremely quiet. As Li Ling Tian consoled Xianyuan Yingying, he put his arm around her shoulder with a gentle expression. Really, Big Brother Ling Tian is too good. It was Xianyuan Yingying's first time seeing Li Ling Tian show such a gentle expression to her. She had seen this kind of gentleness many times, but this gentleness was something that Li Ling Tian only showed to other girls. When it came to her, she could only shake her head speechlessly. Now that she saw Li Ling Tian like this, her heart was filled with sweetness. She did not expect to get everything she wanted, but she still yearned for Li Lingshan's gentleness. Now that she had received gentleness, she was naturally excited and happy. Even if it was just a little gentleness, she would be satisfied. It'll take you to enjoy the scenery. If you're tired, you can go in and rest. ITLL take more than 10 days to reach East River City. Li Ling Tian caressed Xianyuan Yingying's hair. He understood what was wrong with her. This little girl looked relaxed on the surface, but she was lonely on the inside. Moreover, if he did not bring her out this time, she would stay in Tianhe's sacred city for the rest of her life. Yes. Shunmei and the other two nodded obediently. Tang Zimeng moved a chair over and sat on the spaceship to enjoy the scenery of the sky. The sky was still the same as before, but it felt different now. Shunmei snuggled up to Li Ling Tian while Tang Zimeng gently massaged his body. Xianyuan Yingying chattered nonstop, and Li Ling Tian fell asleep without realizing it. The spaceship continued to fly forward. Although this spaceship wasn't the Wargod, it was still a pretty good one. As long as it adjusted its direction, it could continue flying in that direction. With Li Lingshan's current cultivation base, his divine consciousness could monitor everything within 100 miles, even when he was sleeping. Moreover, with 3 girls watching, there would naturally be no danger. 2 hours later, the spacecraft arrived at the edge of the ocean. Li Ling Tian slowed down the spacecraft and activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness. Longda appeared in front of Li Ling Tian with 2 guards who were also level 4 martial emperors. Young master. Longda stood respectfully at the side as he bowed to Li Ling Tian. To East River City. After Li Ling Tian said that, he led Shunmei and the other 2 into the spaceship's room. There were quite a few rooms in the spaceship. Li Ling Tian chose the innermost room and placed some restrictions on the few rooms. This way, he would be the first to know if there was any danger. Back in her room, Shunmei started to tidy up. There were rooms in the flying ship, but she had to tidy them up herself. These things were common for Shunmei and the others. Shunmei was overjoyed. When she was with Li Ling Tian, she always wanted to be close to him. However, she had other sisters back then. Now that they were alone together, they were naturally happy. Although Tang Zimeng was very close to Li Ling Tian, they were not close enough. Naturally, they were together when they slept at night. Husband rest. After Shunmei tidied up the room and laid the bed, she pulled Li Ling Tian and called out to him in a sweet voice. Her face was filled with charm and shyness. The 2 of them fell asleep quietly after their love. Every time Shunmei did this, she would be exhausted. This was because she had been sent to the clouds by Li Ling Tian countless times. Li Ling Tian had yet to release her, so he could only help her like this. After the 2 of them were satisfied, they went to bed. It was always like this in the past. However, she had been serving Li Ling Tian with Qing Ling and the other 2 during this period of time, so she was not that tired. Chapter 496. Exposed 1. Early the next morning, Li Ling Tian was still sleeping. On the spaceship, he didn't cultivate much, so he naturally didn't wake up early. Just as he was sleeping soundly, the restriction was activated. Li Ling Tian was shocked, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This restriction was meant for outsiders. It did not affect Tang Zimeng and Xianyuan Yingying at all. This was to make it easier for Li Ling Tian to protect them. From the fluctuation of the restriction, he naturally knew that someone had come in. The people who came in were naturally Tang Zimeng and Xinyuan Yingying. B0X? Kami was shocked that two girls had barged in while he was sleeping. Wasn't this just looking for embarrassment? Even though it was autumn, it was not cold at all for them in the spaceship. The two of them did not change their blankets. Naturally, Li Lingtian felt awkward when they were suddenly barged in. It was too late to cover herself with the blanket. Big brother Ling Tian, you guys haven't gotten up yet. Tang Ziming's voice rang out. When she finished speaking, she had already arrived in Shun Mayer's room. There were 3 rooms in this room. The one outside was usually the one for resting. The one in the middle was the bedroom, and the one behind was the cultivation place. Tang Zimeng went into the bedroom without any scruples. Her little face instantly turned red. You guys, Tang Zi dreamed that Li Lingtian and Shun Mei were still on the bed without any clothes or covers. Seeing everything, she cried out in surprise. Instead of shifting her eyes away, she was sizing up Shun Mei and Li Lingtian. Purple Dream, why did you barge in? Ming Ming, turn around. Hurry up. Shun Mei and Li Lingtian shouted at the same time. Li Lingtian was not bothered by it, as he was Tang Ziming's fiancé. The two of them were already intimate enough, but they had not reached this stage yet. However, Shun Mei cried out in surprise. Her face was flushed red as she quickly crossed her arms around her chest. Li Lingtian quickly covered the two of them with a blanket with a faint smile on his face. Big brother Ling Tian, you're embarrassed too. When you're with big sister and big sister Yu Yin, it doesn't seem awkward at all. Big sister Mayer, you too. We're all girls, and it's not like we've never met before, so why are you still blocking? You wouldn't be like this when you and Qing Ling serve big brother Ling Tian, right? Tang Zimeng calmed herself down. With a sly smile on her face, she did not turn around. Instead, she walked toward Li Lingtian and came to the bed. With one hand on the bed, she looked at Li Lingtian and Shun Mei. Aren't you ashamed? Hurry up and get out. What do you look like? I'm going to put on my clothes. Li Lingtian was speechless for a moment. Indeed, he was with Qing Ling and Mei at the same time as Huangfu Yuyin and Tang Qingwei. It was a little awkward at first, but it was more exciting. However, Tang Ziming was still a girl after all. When faced with such a situation, Tang Ziming was not embarrassed, but he was. Yes, Purple Dream. Hurry up and get out. Shun Mei calmed down a little. Although she was embarrassed, she let go of her feelings. They were sisters, so there was no need to be so embarrassed. She secretly smiled in her heart, and the smile on her small face became sly. I won't go out. If you two don't wake up today, they'll call Ying over. Tang Ziming giggled. Seeing the expressions of the two of them, she was extremely happy. Then she retreated. Both Li Lingtian and Tang Ziming thought that Tang Ziming was going to leave, and they heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he saw Tang Ziming's actions, he was speechless. Tang Ziming leisurely sat on the chair and looked at Li Lingtian and Shun Mei with admiration. This made Shun Mei and Li Lingtian speechless. Husband, let me help you put on your clothes. Shun Mei smiled as well. She lifted the blanket and exposed her perfect body to the air, ignoring Tang Ziming, who was still looking at her. Then, she took Li Lingtian's clothes and helped him put them on. Li Lingtian smiled as well. He acted as if Tang Ziming was not there, allowed Shun Mei to do whatever she wanted. Tang Ziming did not expect this. Even after her exclamation, her eyes were still fixed on the two of them as she kept sizing up Li Lingtian and Shun Mei's bodies. Li Lingtian's body was strong, and his strength and beauty were a perfect combination. It was an alluring sight that captivated even the girls. Shun Mei's figure was as perfect as Tang Ziming's. However, Shun Mei had been developed by Li Lingtian. She was definitely not something a naked girl could compare to, as she exuded a mature aura. Tang Ziming's mind short-circuited. By the time she reacted, Shun Mei had already put on Li Lingtian's shorts and shirt. Tang Ziming had also witnessed Li Lingtian's strength, but she was completely stunned. Shun Mei didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She slowly put on her clothes. You too. But big sister Mei's figure is really too good. No wonder Big Brother Ling Tian likes it so much. Tang Zi dreamed that the two of them were already dressed, and they were dressed in front of her. After saying that, he quickly ran out and returned to his room. Hee. Ha ha ha. Seeing Tang Ziming like this, the two of them immediately laughed. This girl was really bold. However, a girl was still a girl. Even though she was extremely close to Li Ling Tian and had already considered him her husband, she could not take it anymore. When Tang Ziming heard the laughter behind her, she became even more shy and quickly returned to her room. Initially, he wanted to laugh at Li Ling Tian and Shun Mei, but he did not expect to fail in the end. The scene just now kept flashing in his mind. Shun Mei's perfect body with a mature aura. It was an aura that girls would never be able to compare to. His elder sister Yu Yin, Shun Mei, and Qing Ling would all become more and more beautiful after being intimate with Big Brother Ling Tian. Could it be because of this? However, the more they thought about it, the more curious they became. Her small face was also red, and her entire body was weak. At the same time, she also felt that when she was being intimate with Big Brother Ling Tian, she was intoxicated. She had a sudden desire, but she wasn't sure what it was, but now she could feel that she just wanted Big Brother Ling Tian's. After a long time, Xinyuan Yingying came to Tang Ziming's room. Seeing Tang Ziming's red face and the lust on her face, they were extremely curious. Then, Tang Ziming recounted everything that she had seen today. Xinyuan Yingying was also extremely curious, and her face was even redder than Tang Ziming's. Li Ling Tian and Shun Mei left the room and arrived outside the spaceship. They looked at the dark sky with a worried expression. Young master, should we find a small island to land on? It seems that a storm is coming. If we fly, we will definitely encounter danger. Although Long didn't need to control the spaceship, he was meditating and cultivating outside the spaceship. This way, he could detect danger at the first moment. When he saw Li Ling Tian and the other man coming out, he greeted them respectfully with a pleading expression on his face. We have no choice but to fly. Perhaps we can pass through this area before the storm arrives. It's impossible to find a place to stay in this place. It's simply wishful thinking to look for a place to stay in such a sea area. Speed up. Li Ling Tian made his decision without hesitation. Although Long De was loyal, he was on a completely different level compared to Yifeng in many matters. As Yifeng had been wandering the world his entire life, the things he had encountered and experienced were incomparable. Long De had only followed Li Ling Tian and had not encountered much. Apart from his cultivation base and strength, he had nothing else. This subordinate understands. Long De was convinced that Li Ling Tian was right. He had too little experience. He then ordered the ship to speed up. This was a spaceship, not the Wargod. If it was the Wargod, he wouldn't have to worry about the storms in the sea. If a spaceship encountered a storm, it would definitely be destroyed. There were no flying ships above the sea region. Even a Martial Emperor powerhouse would not dare to cross the sea region easily. Rumble, walala. The sky was getting darker and darker, with occasional thunderclaps and lightning. When such a thing happened above the sea, the entire sea trembled, giving people a feeling of insignificance. The seawater surged into the sky, just like the previous encounter with the storm cloud beast. Li Ling Tian could not help but be more careful. Big Brother Ling Tian, what's going on? Did we encounter a storm? This is the first time I've seen a storm. Big Brother Ling Tian, do you think this storm is powerful? When Xinyuan Yingying and Tang Ziming arrived outside, they were initially shy and did not dare to look at Li Ling Tian. However, they were attracted by the scene outside and forgot about their shyness. As she spoke, her little hands were already wrapped around Li Lingshan's arm. Ever since she saw the gentleness in Li Lingshan's eyes yesterday, Xinyuan Yingying had become more natural. The three ladies leaned against Li Ling Tian and looked at the thunder and lightning in the sky. Their faces were filled with fear. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the sky, the wind gradually picked up and the speed of the spaceship slowed down, completely affecting the flight of the spaceship. Li Lingshan's expression turned grave when he saw this. He quickly scanned the area with his divine perception to see if the storm was caused by the storm cloud beast. Although he had killed a storm cloud beast last time, he could encounter anything in the sea realm. It was normal for second storm cloud beast to appear. However, after searching for a long time, he did not find any traces of the storm cloud beast. He did not even see any sea beasts. This storm was completely caused by nature. If he encountered a storm cloud beast, coupled with his current cultivation, he would naturally be able to fight it. However, they had to be careful when they encountered natural storms. Chapter 497. Wind Lightning God, Destroying / you, guys, go into the Divine Dragon Ring to avoid any danger. Li Lingtian looked at the storm between the sky and the sea and quickly said, if they were to encounter a situation where Kenny was unable to resist, he would be able to adapt to the situation by himself. All right, big brother Lingtian, be careful. The three ladies nodded. Although they were worried about Li Lingtian, they did not want to be a burden to him. They would be safe once they entered the Divine Dragon Ring. Immediately, Li Lingtian activated the Divine Dragon Ring with his divine consciousness and stored Tang Ziming and the other two into the Divine Dragon Ring. B0X? Calm after arranging everything, he felt much more at ease. He had nothing to be afraid of in the face of this storm. At most, the spaceship would be destroyed. Even so, it was safer for him to enter the sea. Crash, crackle, boom, boom. The thunder in the sky grew stronger and stronger. The lightning kept striking the ocean in a strange arc, and the spaceship began to shake. Li Lingtian called the two guards into the Divine Dragon Ring before he and Long piloted the spaceship. Be careful. Li Lingtian stood proudly on the spaceship as he stared at the lightning in the sky. The thunder and lightning in the sky became more and more intense, gradually forming endless storms. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw these storms. Usually, there would only be one storm in the sea area. Yet at this moment, the entire sea area was filled with endless whirlwinds. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the spaceship was hit by a storm and quickly turned into ashes. Li Lingtian and Long entered the center of the storm. It was impossible for them to fly, as there were countless storms in the sea area. True dragon body protection. The true dragon chi in his entire body circulated, and a light shield appeared on his body. It immediately blocked countless storms, but in an instant, the storm destroyed the light shield. The will of the Tao of water. Li Lingtian shouted softly. The five elemental Tao intent was no longer useful in this sea area. Only the water Tao intent could come into contact with the power of the sea area to strengthen himself. Longda also transformed into a giant dragon, and his powerful defense blocked the storm. While all of the water spirits slowly appeared in the sea area, Li Lingtian was surrounded by endless water spirit chi, and the storm was quickly blocked. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the water-type spirit chi was dispersed by the storm, and Li Lingtian's body swayed. The thunderbolts continued to rain down on Li Lingtian as the storm surged forward rapidly. Tens of thousands of storms and endless thunderbolts bombarded Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was shocked to see such a situation. This storm should have come naturally, but he did not expect it to be directed at him. If the storm was targeted at the strong, it should be directed at Longda. Now that all the storms were surging towards him, there was actually an empty space around Longda. Boom. 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 At that moment, Li Lingtian could clearly feel his back trembling. It was the god-destroying tempest on his back. He trembled in excitement. He also understood that this storm was originally only encountered occasionally. He did not expect that the wind, lightning, god-slaying slash on his body would trigger all the storms and increase the power of the storm. He also became the center of the storm's attack. Before he could react, the wind, thunder, god-destroying slash had already flown out from his back. The 4-foot-long domineering wind, lightning god, slaying slash automatically spun in the air. Endless lightning kept striking it. The wind, lightning, god-slaying slash was not destroyed. Instead, it kept absorbing the lightning and the storm in the air. I see. Li Lingtian retreated as the god-destroying tempest spun in front of him. With the tempest, thunder, and lightning targeted at the god-destroying tempest, he was naturally at ease. Rumble! Walala! The endless storm of lightning was continuously absorbed by the wind, lightning, god extermination slash, surging into it. Li Lingtian was stunned by what he saw. It was a false alarm. Fortunately, he had the wind, lightning, god-destroying slash. Otherwise, he would have to put in a lot of effort when he encountered such a powerful storm. He did not expect to be able to withstand the storm so easily. Rumble! As the last thunderbolt and lightning disappeared, the storm also disappeared, completely absorbed by the wind, thunder, god-slaying slash. Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and grabbed the god-destroying tempest. He had no way of refining this domineering weapon, so he could only grab it with his bare hands. Otherwise, he would have stored it into his body with his divine consciousness. Shoo! When Li Lingtian caught hold of the god-slaying tempest, he felt a terrifying electric arc coursing through the god-slaying tempest. Caught off guard, he was electrocuted. Fortunately, he had refined the thunderclap wings and had a strong resistance to this lightning. There was no problem at all. The moment his palm came into contact with the wind and thunder god-destroying slash, he felt the destructive power. Crash! Boom! Boom! With an impulse in his heart, he grabbed the wind thunder god slaying slash with one hand and swung it fiercely. Instantly, a huge light formed by lightning slashed down. This light was incomparable to the desolate 10 consecutive slashes. However, the light in this area was filled with thunder. The sea was instantly cut in half by this light. 100-mile-long light cut a huge gap in the sea. After a few seconds, the gap was submerged by the sea. Li Lingtian shuddered at the sight of this power. Even if he were to defend himself with all his might, he would not be able to withstand this attack. Even a 9th Heaven Martial Emperor or even a 1st Heaven Martial Saint might not be able to withstand this attack. Puff! Li Lingtian's heart trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect the god-destroying tempest slash to be so violent that he had used up all his true essence with a casual wave of his hand. Li Lingtian did not panic even though there was no true essence left in his body. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed the will of the water. Spirit chi surged from the boundless sea area and quickly transformed into true essence. Li Lingtian's true essence recovered a little. His body floated steadily in the air. With a flick of his divine sense, another flying ship appeared. Naturally, the destruction of the spaceship was not a big deal. In Li Lingtian's divine dragon ring, there was a storage bag that could not be searched. Martial Grandmasters, Martial Emperors, and Martial Supremes have flying treasures like spaceships in their storage bags. After taking out the flying ship, he steered it and landed on it. The storm disappeared, and the sky was quiet. There were no clouds in the sky. The storm just now seemed to be an illusion. Li Lingtian took a look at the god-destroying tempest before he carried it on his back. He handed the spaceship to Longda before summoning 2 Martial Emperor guards. After arranging everything, he entered the room of the flying ship and called out to the 3 girls. The storm is gone. Xin Yuan Yingying was shocked when she saw that the storm had disappeared. It was her first time seeing such a storm, so she was naturally very curious. Husband, why is there nothing in our room? Shunmeier looked at the empty room and was stunned. The storm destroyed the spaceship. This spaceship is new. You guys tidy it up. Li Lingtian said calmly before he began to meditate and rest. Although he was not injured earlier, his true essence had been drained by the god-destroying tempest slash in an instant. His mind was shaken, and he needed to recuperate. Yes, let me wipe it for you. There's still blood on the corner of your mouth. You must have been injured just now. Tang Ziming took out a silk handkerchief and wiped away the blood at the corner of Li Lingtian's mouth. Initially, Li Lingtian had wiped it away, but some of it still appeared after he spoke. After that, the 3 of them chose their own rooms. Although there was no need to tidy up their rooms after the storm just now, the 3 girls were used to it. They made their rooms look like the boudoir of a young girl from a small family. Big brother Ling Tian, let's stay together today. After Tang Ziming tidied up the room, she came to Li Lingshan's side and spoke softly. The two of them were already very close, but they didn't do that kind of thing. This was already very good. However, she did not expect to see Li Lingtian and Shun Mei on the bed this morning. Her mind wandered back to her room, and she was extremely curious about this. She did not want to wait any longer, nor did she want to suppress herself like before. Yes, then you cultivate first. Well, cultivate today. Li Lingtian left the room as soon as he finished speaking. He picked an empty room and began cultivating. After regulating his breathing for an hour, his mind stabilized. Then he cultivated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and the true dragon body barrier, and comprehended the 5 elements Tao intent. After a few hours, everything was back to normal. Li Lingtian picked up the god-slaying tempest beside him curiously and examined it carefully. Today, the god-slaying tempest had obtained the tempest and thunderbolt, which had shown some of its power. However, Li Lingtian was unable to tame or refine it. The wind thunder god extermination slash was still the same as before. There were no changes. There was a little more wind and lightning aura on it, but nothing else. Even if he used his consciousness and the spell he refined, he wouldn't be able to improve the wind thunder god extermination slash. He didn't know how long he would have to wait to refine this wind thunder god extermination slash. After a day, there was no progress at all. Li Lingtian also left the room and went to Tang Ziming's room. Tang Ziming was fine during the day as she cultivated. However, at night, her heart was thumping nonstop. Although her sisters used to have sex with Li Lingtian every night, and they were excited and curious, Li Lingtian had to be careful every time he was intimate with her. He would always stop at a certain time. It made her desire stronger and stronger. When she saw Shun Mei and Li Lingtian in bed this morning, her heart was in turmoil as she imagined herself being together with Li Lingtian. She had even told Li Lingtian today that she wanted to stay with him, and he did not reject her. Now, her heart was beating even faster, and her face was red. Creak! With a slight sound, the door of the room opened. Tang Ziming's heart raced, and she was at a loss. In the past, she was always relaxed and happy in front of Li Lingtian. She did not feel restrained at all, and she even looked forward to Li Lingtian playing with her. However, she was feeling very uneasy now. Chapter 498. Sick? Little girl, what's wrong? Li Lingtian walked into the room and was stunned when he saw Tang Ziming's flushed face. Martial artists should not be sick. Moreover, Tang Ziming was a martial arts grandmaster, so naturally she would not be sick. However, Tang Ziming looked like she had a cold and a fever. So he asked with concern. He reached out and touched Tang Ziming's forehead. It was normal. Big brother Ling Tian. B0X? Calm Tang Ziming's heart was filled with sweetness when she saw Li Lingshan's concerned and anxious expression. However, her face was still flushed. Are you sick? Li Lingtian was indeed worried. They were in the sea area, and he might really be sick. I'm fine. Tang Ziming's heart was filled with sweetness. She quickly shifted her body to let Li Lingtian sit down. Her heart gradually calmed down. Li Lingshan's question had made her forget about her shyness. After all, they were together every day. She was just too nervous just now, so it was only natural for her to be like this. It's good that you're fine. Although Li Lingtian was confused, it was a good thing as long as Tang Ziming was not sick. Naturally, he did not know that it was because of Tang Ziming's shyness. It was natural for the two of them to be together. After all, he was Tang Ziming's fiancé, and they had been together for a long time. He had never seen Tang Ziming blush in front of him before, so he thought that she was sick. Yes, Li Lingtian sat by the bed and habitually pulled Tang Ziming into his arms. Tang Ziming was used to it too. However, this time, her face was even redder, and she dared not look up at Li Lingtian. Ha ha! When Li Lingtian saw Tang Ziming's expression, he immediately understood what was going on. Tang Ziming was blushing because she was shy. Otherwise, she would not have made such a commotion. Big brother Ling Tian, you're bullying Ming Ming." When Tang Ziming heard Li Lingshan's smile, she became even more shy. She leaned weakly into Li Lingshan's arms and pressed her head against his chest, afraid to look at him. "How could I bear to bully Ming Ming?" Li Lingtian gently hooked Tang Ziming's chin as he looked at her with a serious and gentle gaze. Li Lingtian woke up early the next morning. After waking up, he looked at Tang Ziming's beautiful face and perfect figure. He was furious, but he had to endure it now. Yes. While Li Lingtian was admiring her perfect body, Tang Ziming moaned softly and her eyes opened slightly. She did not feel anything when she noticed Li Lingtian by her side. However, when she suddenly realized that she was not wearing any clothes, she immediately felt shy. In the past, when she was intimate with Li Lingtian, she would sleep in Li Lingshan's arms when she was tired. She had just woken up and thought that it was the same as before. She did not fully react, but when she did, her face was extremely red. However, when she saw the gentle smile on Li Lingshan's face, she felt a little calmer. However, when she thought about what had happened last night, she was still shy, but more than that, she felt happy and satisfied. She did not expect to be so blissful and comfortable with Li Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian. Tang Ziming relaxed a little and rested her head on Li Lingshan's chest. The plump and powerful twin peaks were pressed tightly against Li Lingtian. The smooth and soft feeling made Li Lingtian extremely excited. "Does it still hurt?" Li Lingtian asked gently as he hugged Tang Ziming. After all, it was Tang Ziming's first time, and she must still be in pain. As a man, he naturally had to care about his woman. Otherwise, he would be a beast. However, he did not know that this question made Tang Ziming even more shy. The book review started. The Supreme Wargod had 100,000 readers. 1 comment per person was enough. For every 100 comments, 1 comment would be added. Immediately comment. Immediately add more. Chapter 499. Do you really want to hear it? 1. The next day, the two of them dressed up and left the room. When they came out, they saw Shun Mei coming out as well. When Tang Ziming saw Shun Mei her face instantly turned red, as if someone had seen through her. "Ming Ming, you're still shy. How was last night? Do you know what a real woman is now?" When Shun Mei saw Li Lingtian and Tang Ziming coming out, she did not hold Li Lingshan's arm this time. Instead, she held Tang Ziming's arm and whispered into her ear. After saying that, he immediately giggled. "B0X?" Calm Tang Ziming's little face turned red immediately. Even if she was with Li Lingtian, she would be too embarrassed to say or face such a thing. Furthermore, she was embarrassed to be mentioned by her other sister. She was a girl who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time. How could she withstand Shun Mei's teasing? For a moment, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. "You, Ming Ming, it's your first time and you're still laughing at her like this. Be careful tonight." When Li Lingtian saw Tang Ziming's bashful expression, he turned to look at Shun Mei with an evil smile on his face. Tang Ziming naturally could not stand it when she heard such a thing in front of him. I'm not afraid. At most, they'll serve you with Ming Ming. How about that?" When Shun Mei was with Li Lingtian, she was less shy. Now that she was teasing Tang Ziming, she naturally pretended to be calm. Her heart was melting and her body was weak. She felt like she was floating in the clouds when she was with Li Lingtian. The feeling of comfort was indescribable. "Sister Mei, don't laugh at Ming Ming now. In the future, Ming Ming won't be afraid anymore." But big brother Lingtian was very gentle last night. Tang Ziming did not show any weakness. Since there were only 3 of them together now, even if she was shy, she was not afraid. As she spoke, her small face revealed a blissful expression because last night was indeed very comfortable. It was so comfortable that one could not help but moan, and their souls flew up into the 9 heavens. 2 girls saying such words in front of him. This was more tempting than anything else. He felt a sense of accomplishment and pride. The 3 of them came out of the spaceship and looked at the cloudless sky and the vast sea. They were all in a good mood. Shun Mei, and Tang Ziming each held one of Li Lingshan's arms as they snuggled up to him. Meng Meng, you look even more beautiful today than yesterday. You're so beautiful. I feel like your aura has changed. Do you have any secret? Tell me, hurry up. At this moment, Xianyuan Yingying walked over. She liked to play with Tang Ziming and Ji Yi the most, so she naturally came to Tang Ziming's place. However, when she saw Tang Ziming's temperament and some changes, she was extremely curious. She felt that Tang Ziming had changed. She had become more beautiful and radiant. She was obviously more elegant than yesterday. Do you really want to hear it? Tang Ziming had let go of him as well. Her little face was flushed red as she hugged Li Lingshan's arm with her little hands. She looked at Xianyuan Yingying with a sly smile. Of course. Are we still good sisters? Xianyuan Yingying was stunned. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what it was. She looked at Tang Ziming seriously, waiting for her to tell her. I was with big brother Ling Tian yesterday, so it's only natural that it's like this. Look at Mei, my big sister Qing Ling and big sister Yu Yan, they're all like this. Do you want to try? Tang Ziming let go of Li Lingshan's arm and pulled Xianyuan Yingying to the side. She spoke softly with a shy and blissful expression on her face. She even looked at Li Ling Tian as she spoke. What? Meng Meng, aren't you embarrassed about your relationship with big brother Ling Tian? How is it? How does it feel? Xianyuan Yingying exclaimed, but she quickly covered her mouth and said softly. Her face was already extremely red. However, she was even more curious. Shy and curiosity were fighting in her heart. The two of them had the best relationship and almost said everything. If that was the case, he naturally wanted to know. I was also shy at the start, but I'm already husband and wife with big brother Ling Tian. We've been intimate before, but we just didn't do that. When I think about how I'm big brother Ling Tian's woman, I won't be so shy anymore. Big brother Ling Tian was very gentle last night, and it made me so comfortable that I even moaned. This kind of feeling is something that I couldn't imagine in the past, and girls will never be able to experience. Tang Ziming spoke softly as she looked at Li Ling Tian from time to time. Her eyes were filled with happiness and gentleness. Xianyuan Yingying was stunned. Was it really that comfortable? However, the two of them were good sisters, so they naturally believed Tang Ziming's words. They were also curious. What was so comfortable about this? Moreover, he heard that the first time was very painful. You're so embarrassed. Don't say anymore. Are you still embarrassed? I'm not going to try it. If you want to feel comfortable, you can do it alone. However, if you have sex with big brother Ling Tian in the future, tell me how you did it. Xianyuan Yingying blushed and quickly stopped Tang Ziming from continuing. However, she asked Tang Ziming to tell her about love. The two of them spoke softly. After a long time, they walked over to Li Lingshan's side. Naturally, Li Ling Tian and Shun Mei knew what Tang Ziming and Xianyuan Yingying were talking about. The two of them did not point out. After all, it was Tang Ziming's first time, and Xianyuan Yingying was a girl. They could not say anything. The flying ship was also flying at high speed. After the last storm, they did not encounter any danger. After 10 days, the spaceship finally arrived at the shore. After coming to the shore and leaving the spaceship, it felt really good to be on solid ground. They rested for a while and flew quickly toward East River City. In the past few days, Li Ling Tian had been accompanying Tang Ziming. Tang Ziming had gotten used to it and was no longer in pain. She had also gradually learned to enjoy the pleasure of being a woman and was slowly serving Li Ling Tian. Li Ling Tian enjoyed himself while Tang Ziming served him. Even if she was inexperienced, she still gave him a feeling that his soul was soaring. Soon, both of them would reach the clouds at the same time. This is the second update. Where are the reviews? What about monthly votes? Chapter 500. Li Lingshan's identity after leaving the ocean. Li Ling Tian led the three girls and flew toward East River City at a moderate pace. In the Tianhe zone, he was naturally not afraid of anything. If he was afraid of anything in his own territory, it would be a joke. He was now a member of the Xianyuan clan, and the entire Tianhe region belonged to the Xianyuan clan. In a day, they arrived at East River City. After returning to East River City, the first thing they did was to go to the small world. This place was the most heartwarming place. After resting in the pocket dimension for 2 days, Li Lingtian brought Xianyuan Yingying and the others to East River City. B0X? Calm, however, Li Lingtian asked East River Qingyun and the other two to come out after they entered the East River Plaza. After all, they were in his territory, so it was only natural for him to return their freedom. Your Excellency, Pill Saint. The three of them bowed to Li Lingtian as soon as they came out. They did not realize that they were already in East River City. When we arrive at East River City, let's go to the main hall first and announce the rankings of East River City this time. Li Lingtian nodded and headed deep into the Eastern River City's plaza. Finally, he passed through the passageway and the teleportation portal to the front of the hall. However, East River Qingyun and the other two were puzzled. The announcement of the rankings was usually made by people from Tianhe Holy City. Could it be that Li Lingtian was allowed to make the announcement at the same time? None of the three of them voiced their doubts as they followed Li Lingtian to the main hall. On his way back, Li Lingtian had already informed the 10 Great Elders and the 2 Castellans. They were all waiting in the main hall. Greetings, Elders and City Lord. Li Lingtian came to the center of the hall and greeted the 10 Great Elders and the 2 Castellans. However, he did not bow this time. The 10 Great Elders, the 2 City Lords, and East River Qingyun were stunned by the situation. They did not know what Li Lingtian was up to. Please take a seat, Alchemy Saint. Although Dong Hiyu was confused and somewhat angry, Li Lingtian was a sacred alchemist after all, and he dared not offend him. Moreover, he felt that something was wrong. He could not tell what was wrong. I hereby announce the rankings of the Tianhe Zone competition. Li Lingtian did not take a seat. Instead, he looked at Dong Hiyu with a faint smile on his face. What? Your Excellency, Alchemy Saint, is announcing the rankings for this competition? Only the people in Tianhe Sacred City can announce this. Your Excellency, what is this? The 10 Elders and the 2 City Lords exclaimed. Although there were only 4 cities and 4 families in the Tianhe region, they were all under the jurisdiction of Tianhe Sacred City. Furthermore, the Tianhe region was extremely powerful. Even the Azure Continent, the Green Continent, and the Serenity Continent could not compare to it. This was also the reason why the 4 cities of Tianhe region respected Tianhe Sacred City. Tianhe Sacred City was like the Supreme Emperor's throne, and no one dared to disobey it. Now that Li Lingtian was going to announce the ranking of the competition, some people were in disbelief. City Lord East River, please take a look. Li Lingtian waved his hand, and a token flew toward Dong Hiyu. Although only the core members of the Xianyuan clan could recognize his token, the city lords of the 4 major cities and the 10 Great Elders in the Tianhe Zone could recognize it. Everyone was extremely curious and stared at the token in Dong Hiyu's hand. It was a dark green jade token. Dong Hiyu was puzzled as well. He looked curiously at the jade token that Li Lingtian tossed over and studied it carefully. Suddenly, Dong Hiyu's expression changed and his body trembled as if he had seen a ghost. The hand holding the jade plate also trembled as if he was holding a hot potato. The 10 elders were shocked when they saw Dong Hiyu's expression. They did not know what could make the 8th Heaven Martial Emperor City lords so afraid. Their eyes were also looking at Li Lingtian, but Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face, and they could not tell what was going on. Subordinate Dong Hiyu greets young master. Dong Hiyu's body trembled as he quickly got down from the throne. He knelt down on one knee and bowed, but he didn't dare to stand up. He stuttered. His body was still trembling, and his face was extremely pale. This was because he saw the engraving on the token. The token was equivalent to the Xianyuan clan patriarch, and Li Lingtian's name was on it. Although his surname wasn't Li, he had the name Xianyuan, and the last 2 words were also Lingtian. Wasn't this Xianyuan Lingtian? The young master of the Xianyuan family was also a supreme existence in the Tianhe district. As the city lord of East River City, he was appointed by the Xianyuan family. Naturally, he knew some things about the Xianyuan family. He did not expect to see the young master of the Xianyuan family here. He also didn't expect the genius alchemy saint to be a member of the Xianyuan family. No wonder he was so powerful. Get up. Only you know my identity. Although Li Lingshan's voice was plain, Dong Haiyu could feel the supreme pressure emanating from him. This was a supreme existence. Thank you, young master. Dong Haiyu returned the jade token to Li Lingtian with a respectful expression. Fortunately, they did not offend Li Lingtian in East River City. Otherwise, they would be doomed. At this moment, the 10 great elders, the vice city lord, and East River Qingyun were all stunned. All of this had completely exceeded their imaginations. They would not think that Dong Haiyu had gone mad if even the powerful city lord had to bow to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian shook the token and kept it. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. Although it was just a flash, everyone present was a supreme martial emperor powerhouse. Their divine senses were incomparably powerful. Naturally, they could clearly see everything on the token. At this point, they were already numb, but they did not show any disrespect as they quickly saluted Li Lingtian. No need for formalities. Today, I announce that East River City will be the champion of this competition. The other cities will be pushed back. Li Lingtian replied calmly as he glared at the 10 great elders and the 2 city lords. His words were undoubtedly an imperial edict because he represented the Xianyuan family. He was a member of the Xianyuan family and the young master of the Xianyuan family. His words were an imperial edict. However, Li Lingtian was surprised as well. He did not expect the token to be so magical, and he did not expect himself to be the young master of the Xianyuan family. With such an identity, it was naturally very easy to do things. He was surprised, but he quickly calmed down. The higher the status, the heavier the burden. This is my sister, Xianyuan Yingying. This is my wife, Shunmei and Tang Ziming. As Li Lingtian stood there, the others did not dare to sit down. They were all extremely nervous, but Li Lingtian took his previous seat. Dong Haiyu had ordered 2 extra seats for Xianyuan Yingying and Shunmei. After taking their seats, he introduced Xianyuan Yingying and Shunmei. Princess Yingying? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and their faces were obviously filled with surprise. They all knew that the Xianyuan family had a princess who was doted on like a treasure, but no one had seen this princess before. They didn't expect that she would actually come here. Greetings, Princess Yingying. Everyone bowed again, their faces full of amazement. At first, they were so confused by Li Lingshan's incident that they did not notice Xianyuan Yingying. However, now that they had noticed her, they were instantly stunned. Such a beauty was hard to find even in the divine martial continent. The princess of a Xianyuan family was indeed peerless. With this identity, who else could be worthy of her? Only this alchemy saint could be worthy of her. In the big families, although they all had the same surname, they were separated by countless generations and no longer had any blood relations. Although Xianyuan Yingying was mischievous in front of Li Lingtian, she was like a princess who stood high above others in the face of such a situation. Her expression was calm, and she merely nodded in response to the salutations. In this way, not only did others not think that Xianyuan Yingying was arrogant, but they also felt that Xianyuan Yingying was extremely noble. Greetings, young madam. Since she was Li Lingshan's wife, she naturally had a high status. Furthermore, Li Lingshan's 2 wives were peerless beauties who were not inferior to Xianyuan Yingying. They were all stunning, but no one dared to have any bad thoughts. If they had any bad thoughts, they would be courting death. Naturally, Shunmei and Tang Ziming were elated. There is nothing happier than Li Lingtian declaring them his wives in front of others. After I return this time, there won't be many chances for me to come back in the future. At least I've lived here for a while. If you need anything, go to Tianhe Saint City to find me. Li Lingtian saw that these powerhouses were restless, and he did not want to stay here any longer lest they feel uneasy. Then, he stood up and walked out with Xianyuan Yingying and the other 2. Young master, East River Qingyun shouted as he watched Li Lingtian leave. He was completely stunned by what had just happened. He did not expect Li Lingtian to be the young master of the Xinyuan family. If he were to follow Li Lingtian, his future would be bright. Even if he had to die as a guard, it would be worth it. Ying Xiao and Duanmu Yu wanted to follow him, but they did not receive a reply from Li Lingtian. I'm still staying in the small world for a few days. If I've decided, it'll look for long, duh. I don't want to care about these things. Li Lingtian spoke as he walked, but he did not turn his head. He looked extremely carefree. Surrounded by 3 peerless beauties, it made people envious. Soon, the 3 of them disappeared from everyone's sight and had already left the hall. After Li Lingtian left the main hall, he was not in a hurry to return to the pocket dimension. Instead, he found Yifeng. This subordinate greets young master. Yifeng came before Li Lingtian and bowed respectfully. Following that, he bowed to Xinyuan Yingying and the other 2 ladies. Although he did not know Xinyuan Yingying's identity, he knew that those who followed Li Lingtian must be of extraordinary status. Send the people I brought into the small world. Also, prepare the Wargod. We are going to Tianna Holy City. Li Lingtian said calmly with a calm expression. This subordinate will go and prepare. Yifeng was extremely excited. The legendary Tianna region was a supreme holy land. He did not expect to go to Tianna region this time. Don't expose yourself. Send them into the small world as soon as possible. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he headed toward a courtyard not far away. P.S. This is the 3rd chapter. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 501. Family reunion. The courtyard was quiet, but Li Lingtian was excited. He had not seen his parents for nearly 2 years. Although they lived in the same place, they could not see each other. Now, his parents could finally reunite. The family members he brought with him previously were scattered around East River City. Li Lingtian knew where his parents lived, and there were countless powerhouses protecting them in secret. However, he did not dare to come here for fear of threatening his parents. Shun Mei Xinyuan Yingying, and Tang Ziming were also extremely excited. Xinyuan Yingying wanted to see Li Lingshan's parents, while Tang Ziming and Shun Mei wanted to meet their mother-in-law. Even though they had met before, they missed her dearly after 2 years. Mother, father, B0X? Calm when Li Lingtian arrived at the courtyard, he saw Li Suifeng and his wife, as well as Tang Zicheng and his wife chatting in the courtyard. He immediately shouted out happily, Tian Li Suifeng and his wife were overjoyed when they saw Li Lingshan's group of 4. Even though Li Lingtian was already 22 years old, Qin Susu still regarded him as her son no matter how old he was. She hugged Li Lingtian in her arms. However, they soon parted ways because Li Lingtian wanted to greet Tang Zicheng and his wife. Father, mother. Li Lingtian bowed to Tang Zicheng and his wife. Although Tang Ziming and Tang Qingwei did not hold a wedding ceremony with Li Lingtian, they knew about their relationship and had changed their tune a long time ago. Tian'er is back, not bad. Tang Zicheng and Lan Ping were overjoyed. They were both satisfied with Li Lingshan's performance as a son-in-law and half a son. Since both of his daughters were married to Li Lingtian, he was naturally satisfied with Li Lingtian. He would be the one to rely on in the future. More importantly, both of his daughters liked Li Lingtian. Mother, father, all of you only cared about big brother Lingtian and forgot about your daughter. Tang Ziming leaned against Qin Susu and pouted. She looked cute and mischievous, which made them laugh. You wild girl, you still know that we are your parents? Tang Zicheng smiled with a kind expression. He couldn't do anything about his precious daughter. Mother, father, uncle, auntie, Xinyuan Yingying, big brother Lingtian's younger sister. Xinyuan Yingying also bowed to Li Suifeng and his wife obediently, and then to Tang Zicheng and his wife. She had a smile on her little face, and the few people who looked at her liked her very much. They were all surprised. They did not expect such a beautiful and cute girl. She was no different from Tang Ziming, and she had a mysterious aura that Tang Ziming did not have. Father, mother. Shun Mei also bowed obediently. For a moment, the entire courtyard was filled with laughter. Li Lingtian, on the other hand, was left alone. The 3 girls chattered nonstop, causing Li Suifeng and his wife and Tang Zicheng and his wife to laugh nonstop. They were all extremely happy. "Brat, are you going to stand aside?" Li Suifeng snapped when he saw Li Lingtian standing aside. "Father, mother, this is Xianyuan Yingying, the princess of the Xianyuan family in Tianhe Sacred City. I also joined the Xianyuan clan and became a member of the Xianyuan clan." Li Lingtian introduced Xianyuan Yingying to Li Suifeng and his wife, as well as Tang Zicheng and his wife. He also told them about his own affairs. He didn't expect Li Suifeng and his wife to be so meaningless. His son knew what he was doing. Besides, the Xianyuan family was the master of the surnames in the world. All the surnames in the world came from the Xianyuan family. Xianyuan was like the ancestor of the human race. "Mother, big brother Ling Tian likes to bully Yingying." Xianyuan Yingying approached Qin Susu and pointed at Li Lingtian as she pouted. Yingying, don't be afraid. If he bullies you again, they'll spank him. Only I can control this kid." Qin Susu looked at Xianyuan Yingying's expression, and she could not help but like her. Naturally, she could tell that Xianyuan Yingying liked Li Lingtian, and she wanted to see her son marrying such a beautiful girl into his family. When he spoke, he was also biased towards Xianyuan Yingying and encouraged her. "Mother, I'm already so old, yet you still want to hit me. Besides, when did I dare to bully this little girl?" Li Lingtian looked wronged, but his heart was filled with warmth. It felt good to have a mother's love. No matter what difficulties or dangers they encountered outside, they would always have a home to rely on. "You are bullying me," Xianyuan Yingying pouted. She was not willing to admit defeat and insisted that Li Lingtian bullied her. "All right then, they'll bully you then. Let's see what you can do." Li Lingtian smiled and did not argue with Xianyuan Yingying anymore. However, it felt good to bicker like this. "Big brother Ling Tian, I was just joking. I know that big brother Ling Tian likes me the most, so I want bully me, right?" Xianyuan Yingying was stunned when she heard Li Lingshan's words. She quickly let go of Qin Susu's hand and ran to Li Lingshan's side. She hugged Li Lingshan's arm with her little hand and said coquettishly. It was a completely different story from before. At first, she had accused Li Lingtian of bullying her, but now she was trying to curry favor with Li Lingtian. This made everyone laugh. They all liked Xianyuan Yingying. "All right, father, mother, pack up first. We'll stay in the small world for 2 days before returning to Tianhe Sacred City." L1 Lingtian waited for a while before he told Li Suifeng and his wife to pack up and head to the pocket dimension. Although he wasn't afraid of anything outside, it wouldn't be good if he encountered danger with his parents here. He had to return to the small world as soon as possible so that he could be a little safer. Then they quickly packed their things. They were about to leave this place. They knew what Li Lingtian was worried about, so they did not linger. Soon, Li Lingtian led the group back to the pocket dimension. Not long after they returned to the pocket dimension, the rest of the group had arrived. Nangong Mingyue and her daughter were also going to the small world. Every time Nangong Mingyue saw Li Lingtian, she would give him a strange look. The girls around Li Lingtian were all peerless beauties. This time, Xianyuan Yingying was even more stunning than her. She was surprised that there were other beautiful girls in this world besides Ji, Yi, and Tang Ziming. "You guys can stay here for 2 days. They'll settle some things before taking you to Tianhe Saint City. You'll be safe there." After that, everyone settled down temporarily in the small world. They were all martial artists. Although their cultivation was not high, they were still martial artists. They were naturally used to living in the wild. Moreover, the small world was extremely safe. There are also some pavilions. It was good to stay for a few days. They were overjoyed by this arrangement and were grateful to Li Lingtian. They knew that it was all because of Tang Ziming and Tang Qingyue. However, the Qin and Li families were satisfied. Naturally, they were proud to have a junior like Li Lingtian. "Tianer, do you have something to do?" At night, after everyone had settled down, Li Lingtian brought Shun Mei and the other two to Li Suifeng and his wife's house. Li Suifeng did not say anything during the day, but he knew that Li Lingtian must have other plans. Now that there were no outsiders around, he naturally had to ask. At the same time, Tang Zicheng and his wife were also there. After all, they were Tang Ziming and Tang Qingyu's parents. Li Lingtian was as important to them as their own son. Father, it's actually nothing much. After all, it's too dangerous in East River City. If we go to Tianhe's sacred city, Tian will be at ease. In Tianhe's sacred city, no one dares to cause trouble. You can cultivate in peace there. Tian indeed has a lot of things to deal with. In the divine martial continent, one will never be able to control one's own destiny unless one becomes an omnipotent expert. Therefore, after Tian settled you all down, he went to the Black Continent and the Serenity Continent to deal with some things. Li Lingtian knew that he could not hide it from his parents, but he had no intention of hiding anything. Warriors in the divine martial continent were driven by their own will, and they were always pursuing power. Only by becoming a true expert could he protect his loved ones. Although I can't give you anything, I will silently support you. A man has ambitions. As long as you remember that you have a wife and parents, you have to know one thing. As long as there's life, there's hope. As long as you protect yourself, you can achieve anything and protect your loved ones. I'm proud to have you as my son. Li Sufing's face was filled with satisfaction. Although Li Lingxian's cultivation had reached a level beyond his imagination, it did not stop him from taking the risk. With Li Lingxian's cultivation base, he could easily become the overlord of a region and live a peaceful life if he wanted to. However, Li Lingtian had the heart of a powerhouse, and no one could stop him from advancing. A person was not proud of how strong they were, but of how strong their juniors were. Seeing that their juniors could surpass them and become superior to others was the wish of a parent, and also the pride of a parent. That's right, Sui Feng is right. A man should have ambition. Tian Air's achievements today have exceeded our expectations. We also encourage you to become a person above others and control your own destiny. We don't have much future in this life, but with Tian around, we're happy and satisfied to see Tian grow up. What Sui Feng said is also what we have to say. No matter what, we have to protect ourselves. Tang Zicheng answered seriously. He had watched Li Lingtian grow up with his own eyes. He had also fulfilled his wish. He had always thought that he had let his daughter down by allowing her to marry into the distant Song continent. However, he did not expect Li Lingtian to save Tang Qinghua. They were gratified that both of their daughters liked Li Lingtian. Naturally, the happiness of his two daughters rested on Li Lingtian. As an elder, he had to consider his children's happiness and their future. They were well aware of Li Lingxian's talent. No one in this world could stop him. At a 4th chapter, you need a review. At 100 reviews in one more chapter. Flower Drop thanks all the readers for their support. I'm giving out red packets during the new year. Starting from February 10th, 2015, they'll give out red packets ranging from 500 yuan every night at 8 p.m. Group ID 315772906422751359. You have to join the group to get a red packet. Chapter 502, Li Lingxian's Plan 1. If Tian knows about this, he won't be as superficial as before. He will think twice before acting and plan before deciding. Li Lingtian nodded. Only his family would be so concerned about his comfort. She felt warm in her heart and had a smile on her face. This was the feeling of home. By the way, if you go out, will you bring Meng Meng and the others? Li Suifeng looked at Li Lingtian before shifting his gaze to Tang Ziming and the rest. It would be inappropriate if he did not bring them along, but it would be inconvenient if he did. Updated on B0X0VL. Every time I go out, I only bring 2 or 3 people and some guards. It won't take long for me to go out. I can bring Meng Meng and the others with me so that they can grow stronger. Then, they can protect themselves. Li Lingtian voiced out his thoughts. If it was anyone else, he would not have said this. However, his parents were concerned about him, and he had to say it so that they would not worry. You're doing well. You have your own plans and arrangements. We won't say anything. Li Suifeng nodded in agreement with Li Lingxian's arrangement. Following that, Li Lingtian gave a brief account of what happened in Tianhe Holy City. As long as they did not leave Tiana Holy City, they would not be a threat. He also had to pay attention to some of the Xianyuan family's rules. It was necessary to know these. The few of them chatted for a long time before Li Lingtian brought Tang Zimeng and the others back to their place of residence. Although there were pavilions, they preferred to live in caves. This was because there was a different world in the cave. Moreover, there was fire-type spiritual qi inside, which was just right for resting. After the three of them returned to the cave, Xianyuan Yingying pestered Tang Zimeng, which made her extremely bored. She wanted to sleep with Li Lingtian, but Xianyuan Yingying pestered her on purpose. Yingying, go back to sleep. We need to rest. Li Lingtian did not have any qualms. After all, he had already experienced what happened with Tang Zimeng. Naturally, he was not afraid of Xianyuan Yingying laughing at him. Xianyuan Yingying wanted to make fun of Tang Zimeng. Now that he said that, her little trick was useless. Big brother Lingtian, you're really bored. Must big sister Mengmeng sleep with you? Xianyuan Yingying looked at Tang Zimeng as she spoke. She wanted to see Tang Zimeng's shy face. Tang Zimeng blushed when she heard the conversation between the two of them. However, she was excited and filled with anticipation. Having tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, she could not get enough of it. She wanted to be by Li Lingxian's side all the time. What's wrong? Do you want to follow me too? Go to sleep. Li Lingtian was in a bad mood. He reached out and pinched Xianyuan Yingying's little face with an evil smile on his face. Big brother Lingtian, you only know how to bully Yingying. Xianyuan Yingying's face turned red as she fled back to her room. Li Lingtian, on the other hand, went to a water source in the cave shyly. The water source was warm like a hot spring. Li Lingtian and the others had already discovered this place, and they had all washed up here. In the end, Li Lingtian constructed a pool that was 20 square meters in size. The edge of the pool was only 2 feet deep, and the deepest part was only 1 person deep. It was a pleasure to bathe inside. In the past, Li Lingtian, Tang Qingwei, and the rest would come to bathe together. Tang Zimeng came along with Ji, but she only came when Li Lingtian was cultivating to avoid being seen. Even though they were not afraid of Li Lingtian seeing them, they were not used to being seen by others since they had not become real women. Li Lingtian held Tang Zimeng's little hand with a gentle expression on his face. Big brother Lingtian. Naturally, Tang Zimeng knew where Li Lingtian was taking her. She used to know that Li Lingtian would shower here with her sister, but now that she was here, she felt shy and excited. It's okay. You'll get used to it. You'll like it when the time comes. Li Lingtian had a smile on his face. Following the person he liked was a form of love in the room, but it was even more romantic outside. Besides, there were no outsiders in this place. Not even Shun Mei, and Xianyuan Yingying. This place was no different from a room. Tang Zimeng helped Li Lingtian clear his mind. Li Lingtian carried Tang Zimeng and quickly returned to the room. After Tang Zimeng fell asleep, Li Lingtian returned to Shun Meier's room. The two of them had a good time before they went to sleep. Li Lingxian's family lived in the pocket dimension, so it was safer there. However, this safety was also compared to other places in East River City. There were countless array formations protecting the small world. In terms of safety, it was not safe in the pocket dimension. Therefore, Li Lingtian wanted to bring them away from here to the Tianhe region's Tianhe Holy City. It would only be safe there. 3 days later, Li Lingtian left the pocket dimension alone. After putting on some makeup, he left East River City. After leaving East River City, he flew quickly until he arrived at the edge of the sea. He used his divine sense and summoned a relatively large flying ship. The flying ship floated in the air. With a flick of his divine perception, the others appeared before Li Lingtian. Once Li Suifeng, his wife, and the rest came out, they quickly boarded the spaceship so that they could leave East River City as soon as possible. More than 100 people entered a spaceship, and it seemed very spacious. Moreover, this spaceship had 200 rooms, so it was naturally enough for them to live in. After the arrangements were made, Li Lingtian led Tang Zimeng and the other two on board. A few guards guarded the spaceship while Long Da stood guard outside. With a few martial emperor powerhouses and Long Da's strength, Li Lingtian was naturally at ease. Unless they encountered a rank 8 or 9 martial monarch realm expert, no one could threaten them. The spaceship flew quickly into the ocean. Li Lingtian cultivated in peace during the day and accompanied Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei at night. When the spaceship left East River City, in a mountain range outside East River City, Lord Mahakasayapa, Li Lingtian has already entered the sea. It seems like he's heading back to Tianhe's sacred city. A middle-aged expert dressed in black said respectfully. After he finished speaking, he bowed to the side with a respectful expression on his face. I know that. You don't have to tell me. Go and inform Yuli that I'm already following them. Tell them to catch up quickly and kill them in the sea. Don't let them enter Tianhe's sacred city. Otherwise, the demon lord will be angry and bear the consequences. Maha's face was cold, and his entire body was emitting a mysterious aura. His cold eyes swept across the subordinate in front of him. This subordinate will inform Lord Yuli immediately. The black-robed middle-aged man said respectfully, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. After you've informed them, hurry back to Yuzhou province. Don't expose yourself. Maha looked in the direction of the sea area with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. When his voice fell, his figure had long disappeared. He saw a black object moving quickly in the sea area at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Maha leave, the black-robed middle-aged man revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. Then, without any hesitation, his body flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the spaceship, Li Lingshan's expression was calm as he sat on a recliner and enjoyed the scenery. Beside him was a pile of spirit fruits. Tang Zimeng's little hands were gently massaging Li Lingshan's shoulders. On the other side, Shun Mei was also massaging Li Lingshan's legs. From time to time, her little hands would touch Li Lingshan's body, causing him to tremble. Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei laughed when they saw Li Lingshan's expression. Sister Mingming, Sister Mei, what are you guys laughing about? Tell Ying what's fun and we'll share it. Xinyuan Ying was standing at the side, so she naturally couldn't see Shun Mei's small movements. She also didn't know what Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng were laughing about. As he spoke, he ate the spiritual fruit in his hand. He was completely a foodie. Ying, are you sure you want to share? Shun Mei turned to Xinyuan Ying and asked with a sly smile on her face. Yes. No, there's something wrong with your smile. You must be trying to trick me. I know. You're as bad as Ming Ming. You want to lie to me. When Xinyuan Ying heard Shun Mei's words, she nodded without thinking. However, she noticed that Shun Mei's smile was a little strange. She felt that these words were so familiar. Then, she thought of what Tang Zimeng had told her last time. It was the feeling of Tang Zimeng and Li Lingtian having sex that made her curious and uncomfortable. Now that Shun Mei had the same expression, she must be lying to her. Although she was curious, she did not want to hear it. You're smart. It's not suitable for children. Go play somewhere else. When Shun Mei saw Xinyuan Ying's expression, she giggled sweetly before she continued massaging Li Lingtian without paying any attention to Xinyuan Ying. However, she did not expect Xinyuan Ying to stand up with a spirit fruit in her hand. She came to Tang Zimeng's side and watched her massage Li Lingtian. As such, Shun Mei could only obediently massage Lingtian. P.S. Added Chapter 5 needs reviews and recommendations. Monthly votes, please. Chapter 503 Demon Race Expert. Huh? Li Lingtian exclaimed in surprise as a look of confusion appeared on his face. Big brother Lingtian, what's wrong? Tang Zimeng asked seriously when she saw Li Lingshan's face. Her little hand stopped moving. Something's wrong. It's too quiet. Updated on B0X0VL. Calmly Lingtian looked at the boundless sea. The clouds in the sky remained unchanged, but there was no movement at all. There were no waves on the sea. Even if there was no wind, it would not be so quiet. Could it be that we've been schemed against? Shun Mei was a smart girl. She naturally thought of the possibility of being targeted by a powerful enemy. You guys be careful. We'll take a look. Li Lingtian did not answer if they were being targeted, but he did remind them to be careful. He did not dare to let his guard down because the spaceship was filled with his family. If they were to encounter any danger, it would be too late for him to regret it. He was wondering if he should let Tang Ziming and the others enter the Divine Dragon Ring. However, at this moment, a destructive blood-red light slashed towards the spaceship. His speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of the flying ship in an instant. Li Lingtian was not prepared for such a sudden change in speed. His eyes were filled with horror. If he was hit by the blood-red light, the spaceship would vanish in a thin air and everyone would perish. Earth Dao intent, heaven flipping seal. Li Lingtian did not have the time to unleash any other attacks. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he activated his entire Bodis defense and casually struck out with his palm to meet the blood-red radiance. At the same time, the True Dragon Body Barrier was also used. He moved forward to meet the attack. The flying ship took advantage of its flying speed to fly far away. As long as he blocked this attack slightly, he would be able to get the flying ship out of the attack range. Boom! The blood-red light stopped in front of Li Lingtian's Earth Dao intense sky-turning palm. The air trembled and the spaceship swayed as the space trembled. Fortunately, Li Lingtian managed to block it and escape the attack of the blood-red light. Crash! The sky-turning palm disappeared from the space. Li Lingtian's body flashed strangely as the blood-red radiance struck the surface of the sea. Instantly, a shocking water column burst out from the sea. With one strike, the sea seemed to be cut into two halves. From the moment Li Lingtian noticed the attack, to the moment the attack was blocked, to the moment the blood-red light struck the sea, the entire process took only a split second. Londa had arrived beside Li Lingtian at the same time, but he was still a step too late. After all, Londa was no match for Li Lingtian in terms of speed. In a moment of desperation, Li Lingtian shot forward, and Londa was naturally a step too late. Guard the ship. Li Lingtian dodged the attack of the blood-red light and came to the other side. Without any hesitation, he activated his divine consciousness and summoned the 100 Martial Emperor guards. The 80 Martial Emperor powerhouses surrounded the flying ship and protected it in layers. The other 20 came to Li Lingtian's side and looked into the distance. When Li Lingtian was done, a red, demonic man was suspended in the air. The man's body was filled with a terrifying, destructive aura. The man was dressed in red and had a bloodthirsty smile on his face. In a flash, he appeared 10 miles away from Li Lingtian and stood firmly in the air, completely ignoring the guard around Li Lingtian. Demons, Li Lingtian said coldly. Although the man did not reveal any demonic chi, he was able to easily identify the man in red with the holy demon ring and the holy demon's quintessence. You're quite knowledgeable. However, you'll have to stay here today. Remember, my name is Maha. When you go to hell, don't forget that I was the one who killed you. Maha was stunned. He did not expect that his sneak attack would be so easily blocked by this young man. He even saw through his identity. However, as a 9th-level Martial Emperor, he did not take a small fry seriously at all. What happened? On the spaceship, everyone felt the spaceship shake and came out. However, when they saw the super experts on both sides of the spaceship, they were puzzled and revealed a terrified expression. Enemies, Tang Ziming said softly as she looked at Li Lingtian in the distance. She was not worried at all because she believed that nothing could stump Li Lingtian. Li Suifeng and his wife, as well as the others, were all looking at the middle-aged man in red above the sea with worry. Ignorant, Li Lingtian said coldly. Countless people had acted arrogantly in front of him, but none of them survived. The red-robed man in front of him had a demonic aura and a terrifying cultivation, but he was not afraid. He circulated all the vital essence in his body and looked at Maha carefully. He was at a disadvantage now because the other party was a super expert who could attack casually. However, the people on his side were all low-level martial artists. Any casual fluctuation of force would kill them. Die. Maha did not expect a first Heaven Martial Emperor to to be so arrogant in front of him. He was instantly furious. He unleashed all the demonic chi in his body and did not hide it at all. Maha, who did not hide his cultivation base, surged with vigor. The calm sea became even calmer. This was the first time Li Ling Tian had encountered something like this. The stronger the cultivation of other experts, the greater the commotion. He did not expect that when this demon displayed his cultivation, it was so calm that it made people feel uneasy. So, it's a purgatory demon. Li Lingshan's mind kept flashing as he tried to recall some of the knowledge he had about the demons. He immediately thought of a powerful demon called the purgatory demon. The cultivation technique they cultivated was also extremely vicious. It could cause space to become confined. When a battle broke out, they could confine the other party without any resistance. With that thought in mind, Li Lingtian unleashed all the metal Dao intent in his body. With a wave of his hand, the cosmic sword appeared in his hand. The sky was filled with sword intent, and Li Lingtian was surrounded by destructive sword intent. He stood proudly in the air like a sharp sword. The sky sword was a peerless saint weapon. No one in the Azure Continent or the Serenity Plains had ever used such a powerful saint weapon. Even if someone used a saint weapon, it would be a martial emperor expert. Moreover, the level of the saint weapon was not high and its power was not strong. Compared to Li Lingshan's cosmic sword, it was on a completely different level, let alone on the same level. Boom! A blood-red beam of light shot toward Li Lingtian. Time and the space slowed down. Li Lingtian could feel the change in space. While his opponent's attack speed was unusually fast, the cosmic sword that he had unleashed had become very slow. The gap between the two immediately appeared. If this continued, he would be killed by the other party. Sword howl, heaven and earth. With a light shout, he swung the long sword in his hand, and a sword light with sword momentum met the blood-red pillar of light. In the air, a subtle sword light and a destructive blood-red pillar of light formed a strange contrast, making people feel uncomfortable. However, amidst this uncomfortable feeling, the two disproportionate attacks collided together. Countless blood-red rays of sword light were directed at Li Lingtian. The sword light also floated towards the other party. The two attacks were extremely fast. Spatial imprisonment. Let's go. Li Lingtian shouted softly. As the blood-red pillar of light approached, a banner appeared in front of him. The banner exuded a mysterious aura. Li Lingtian grabbed the banner and waved it, causing a strange change to appear in the space. At the same time, Li Lingshan's body vanished. The moment his figure vanished, the dull space was restored and the blood-red beam of light missed its target. However, the sword aura carried with it a sword force that exceeded Maha's expectations. It did not seem to be higher than this seemingly inconspicuous sword aura. It actually ignored the blood-red pillar of light and went straight for him. Demon shield. A red shield went up to meet it. Even if he was a demon with a strong physique, he did not dare to underestimate this sword light. He wanted to use the demonic shield to block the sword light and at the same time unleash the powerful demonic chi again. He completely ignored the demonic shield and did not doubt its power at all. Kacha! A discordant sound rang out, and the space was completely restored. The sword ray strangely cut through the demonic shield, and the demonic shield was directly split into two by the sword ray. The sword ray fell on Maha's body with an indomitable force. Silk! A soft sound appeared again, but this time the sword light only appeared when it came into contact with Maha's body. Damn it! Damn it! When Maha heard the sound in the air, he was shocked. He never thought that his most powerful demon shield would be completely vulnerable in front of this sword light. The destructive sword light struck his body, and his body trembled. At least he was not injured. Fortunately, he had been arrogant just now. Otherwise, he would not have used an attack. The attack he used just happened to block the sword light and save his life. The powerful Maha had never thought that such a small sword ray would actually carry the power of destruction. Naturally, he was unaware of the power of Li Lingshan's sword howl of heaven and earth with sword force. Moreover, the current sword howl of heaven and earth was no longer as simple as it used to be. This was because the sword howl of heaven and earth now contained the will of the Tao of metal. In Li Lingshan's mind, he believed that he could easily kill his opponent if he was not careful. You're not the first or the last person to be arrogant in front of me. However, none of them survived. 9th level Martial Emperor Realm. You're a piece of F** eking trash. You're just a piece off * eking trash. Do you think that a 9th Heaven Martial Emperor is powerful? Ignorant. I really don't think highly of you. Do you think that a 9th Heaven Martial Emperor can overturn the heavens? F** CK off. Trash, trash. I don't think highly of you. Li Lingshan's body flashed with a faint smile on his face as he stared at Maha with a wry smile in his heart. His every move was locked down by the other party. If he was not careful, he would be killed. It was impossible for him to retrieve Tang Zimeng and the others into the Divine Dragon Ring now. The other party was from the demon race. If he angered the other party, he might be able to take advantage of the situation. As expected, a 9th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert was not that simple. He had used the will of the way of gold and sword force in his attack just now. In addition to the Supreme Saint weapon and the Heaven-tier divine power, the combination of the 4 heaven-defying existences had not killed the other party. He was really afraid of Maha. The book review only takes a few seconds. The more reviews he received, the more he added. Chapter 504. The Tyranny of the Empyrean Demon Flame. 1. Good. Very good. Today, it'll let you witness the power of the Purgatory Demon. Maha's face was filled with anger. The demonic chi in his body soared into the sky, and the sea area instantly turned into a sea of blood. The warriors on the spaceship were shocked by the sight. However, they were no longer so afraid when they thought of the hundreds of guards around Li Lingtian. If Li Lingtian was truly defeated, the guards would have stepped forward to attack him. Updated on B0X0VL. Calm naturally, they were unaware of Li Lingshan's predicament. Li Lingtian was worried that Maha would attack them, so he did not let the guards do it. A shocking demonic aura pressure immediately revealed the might of a 9th Heaven Martial Emperor. Maha's face revealed a violent expression. Demon fury. With a loud roar, a blood-red ball of light with a powerful life force blasted toward Li Lingtian. The space began to tremble as if it could not withstand the force and was about to tear apart. Fire will, 9 suns sacred flame. Li Lingshan's body flashed as his clothes fluttered. With a wave of his hand, a destructive flame appeared in front of him. The flame formed a shield of light that was completely made of fire. The shield spun continuously. The temperature of the entire space rose sharply, and the entire sea area seemed to be boiling. All the guards deployed their defenses to block the aura of this flame. Otherwise, the temperature of this flame alone could turn all the warriors into air. Li Lingtian hovered in the air like a flaming Wargod. He faced Maha fearlessly. The 9 suns sacred flame was the 9 suns Saint Lord's trump card. Li Lingtian was the reincarnation of the 9 suns Saint Lord, and with the fire will, the 9 sun sacred flame had unleashed a lot of its power. The flaming shield charged forward. CC Russell, Chi. 2 destructive attacks collided in the air. The blood-red, demonic rage formed by demonic chi carried a strange power of life as it collided with the flame shield. However, there was no clear winner for a moment. The will of the Tao of water, ice for 10,000 miles. Li Lingtian had no intention of stopping. He did not take the lower quintessential essence seriously as he used it. The quintessential essence in his entire body underwent a strange transformation and formed an endless amount of water-type quintessential essence. Instantly, the sea area began to churn. Endless water spirit chi surged toward Li Lingtian as he unleashed his water will of the way to the extreme. With a flip of his hand, the sea seemed to flip over and surged toward the 9 suns sacred flame. Everyone was stunned, including Maha. Although he did not cultivate a human martial soul, He understood that water and fire were mutually exclusive. Could it be that Li Lingtian was so foolish as to extinguish the 9 suns' sacred flame he had unleashed? However, what happened next made many people understand. The destructive 9 suns' sacred flame suddenly changed the moment it met the will of the great path of water. Rumble. When the two extreme attributes came together, the will of the great path of water and the will of the great path of fire, the extreme of the two extremes met, and a shocking change immediately occurred. The 9 suns' sacred flame became even more violent in the two extreme attacks. The demon's anger was immediately suppressed. That was not all. The water will had already sealed the entire space. The sea was a world of glaciers. In the glacier, Emo knew lost contact with Maha. Without the support of Maha's demonic chi, the 9 Yang's sacred fire erupted and swallowed Emo knew completely. While at this time, when the demon's anger disappeared, the glacier was finally broken by Maha. By the time he came out, the demonic rage had already disappeared, but the 9 suns' sacred flame surged towards him with the power to burn everything. True devil flames. The 9th Heaven Martial Emperor's cultivation reaction was indeed powerful. Although he was shocked to see his attack being nullified by his opponent, he did not panic in the face of Li Lingtian's 9 suns' sacred flame. Instead, he unleashed a demonic flame. The true demon fire drew a strange trail in the air. The space trembled as it shot toward Li Lingtian's 9 suns' sacred flame like a shooting star. You're courting death. Empyrean demon flame. Li Lingtian looked at the other party, using blazing flame in front of him with a look of disdain. He didn't underestimate his opponent, but using flames and ice in front of him was really courting death. This was also provoking him. With a thought of his divine sense, his entire body flashed, and he quickly flew toward the other side, getting closer to the other party. Floating in the air, Li Lingtian reached out with one hand, and the air changed strangely. A strange demonic flame appeared in his hand. The evil aura in the demonic flames kept jumping, as if it was excited. Demonic sacred flame. Why do you have the Empyrean demon flame? Maha was shocked when he saw the supreme demonic sacred flame in Li Lingtian's hand. His expression was extremely ugly, as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't believe that the most powerful and mysterious demonic flame would appear on a human warrior. However, it was already too late. Li Lingtian's Empyrean demon flame pressed down on the sky, and the 9 suns' sacred flame circled around to avoid the erosion of the true demon flame, leaving the space to the Empyrean demon flame. Boom! There was an explosion as the true demon flame and the Empyrean demon flame collided. There was no resistance or suspense. The true demon flame was ignored and devoured. The Empyrean demon flame enveloped Maha within. The Empyrean demon flame was the most mysterious and powerful flame of the demons, and it was also the existence they feared the most. If a powerful demon made a mistake, the Asmodean Lord would use the Empyrean demon flame to punish the other demons. The Empyrean demon flame was a form of destructive punishment. Maha let out a series of miserable cries as he tumbled in the air. Nothing is impossible in this world. You're just too arrogant and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Remember, realm isn't everything. The one who laughs in the end is the winner. Li Lingtian said calmly. With a single grab, the 9 suns' sacred flame returned to his hand and disappeared in an instant. Looking coldly at Maha in the distance, he used his divine sense and unleashed the heavenly extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber. As long as Maha could break the Empyrean demon's sacred flame, he would suffer the destructive attack of the Tyrant Saber art. Maha screamed in the air. He never expected to be defeated by a first Heaven Martial Emperor in such a short time. He did not expect Li Lingtian to use his fire and water Dao wills to dispel his demon fury. He had lost the initiative in an instant. What was even more unexpected was that Li Lingtian, a human, had mastered the infernal tribe's demonic sacred flame. The demons were nothing in front of the strongest flames of the demons. If Li Lingtian were to use other flames, Even the Nine Suns' sacred flame and the ice flame, which were more powerful than the heavenly demonic sacred flame, would not pose a threat to Maha. Brine water point tofu, one thing to one thing. Silk Maha was turned into a flame by the Empyrean demon flame and disappeared after being refined by the Empyrean demon flame. Maha, a ninth-level martial emperor, had fallen. Yes. Li Ling Tian reached out with one hand, and the Empyrean demon flame returned to his hand. It then disappeared into his palm and returned to his body. Although he had cultivated the ice fire, 9 heavens and fused ice and fire, he could still use them separately. Young Lord is mighty. Everyone was shocked when they saw Li Ling Tian kill a 9th heaven martial emperor from the Asmodeans in a few moves. The martial monarch realm guards were filled with admiration. They did not expect Li Ling Tian to be so domineering as to kill a 9th heaven martial monarch realm demon with just a few simple moves. Naturally, they knew that although it seemed simple, Li Ling Tian was the only one who knew about the dangers involved. Every step he took required precise calculations. He had to calculate what kind of attack his opponent would use and whether the power of his attack could match his opponent's attack. The slightest mistake would result in a great recovery. In a great battle at the martial supreme realm, not only did one's cultivation base and strength depend on, but one also had to rely on one's wisdom. Let's go. Li Ling Tian returned to the spaceship, followed by all the guards. Now that they had encountered demons, they might encounter more. All the guards on the spaceship could also protect them. Husband, are you all right? Shunmei and the other two came to Li Lingshan's side and asked with concern. Even if Li Ling Tian was not injured, they would still show their concern out of habit. I'm fine, Li Ling Tian said with a smile as he pinched Shun Mei's beautiful and tender cheeks. At his level of cultivation, it was all about scheming. It was extremely dangerous between them. It was either you die or I die. Xin Yuan Yingying and Tang Zimeng were only relieved after checking Li Ling Tian up and down to make sure that he was fine. They then started chattering away with Li Ling Tian again. Qin Su Su and the others who were standing in the distance were about to step forward to show their concern. However, they were relieved when they saw that Li Ling Tian had 3 girls showing concern for him. Their faces lit up with joy. She no longer needed to worry about her son. Someone had already replaced her. Nangong Minghue frowned when she saw Li Lingshan's group of 4. She then returned to her residence. Although a 9th heaven martial emperor from the infernal tribe was powerful, he was not worried when he saw Li Lingshan's strength. He merely treated it as a small interlude. Everyone returned to their own rooms. All the guards were on the spaceship and did not return to the Divine Dragon Ring. The flying ship sped up and shuttled through the sea. What a terrifying Empyrean demon flame. Not far from Maha's death, an old man appeared in the space. The old man's body emitted dense demonic chi. They were shocked when they saw Li Ling Tian and the rest spaceship leaving. He looked at the air. An expert of the same level had fallen in front of him so easily. When he thought of the death of the Empyrean demon flame and Maha, he looked lucky. We have to report this matter to Lord Demon Venerable. The old man pondered for a moment before his body disappeared into the air like a phantom. The sky and sea quieted down. The hurricane in the sea area quickly dispersed the aura here. No one would have thought that a powerful 9th-level martial emperor from the Devil Tribe had fallen here. They also did not know that this 9th-level martial emperor was killed by a 1st-level martial emperor. He was killed so easily. P.S. I've added the 7th update. Please review it. The more reviews there are, the more I'll add. This is something I've finally begged Boss to let me add. Everyone do your best. Chapter 505. So be it. 1. In the next few days, they did not encounter any danger and returned to Tianna's sacred city safely. Seeing the rich spiritual energy and scenery of Tianna's sacred city, everyone was extremely happy. They would cultivate here in the future. Although this place was very large, an island that was nearly 10 million miles in size, this place only belonged to Tianna's sacred city. The powerful island was a paradise for cultivation. No one dared to fight on it. Even if it was other forces, they would have to pass through the endless sea area if they wanted to come here. Moreover, if the cultivators of the heavenly river sacred city in the sea area came, they would have long killed them in the sea area. Updated on B0X0VL, calm and back. Xianyuan Yingying landed and shouted happily. Although she had only left Tiana's sacred city for a month, she missed this place very much. After all, this was the hometown where she had lived for nearly 20 years. The other warriors landed and looked around excitedly. Although a warrior wanted to go out and wander, he still wanted a safe place to cultivate when faced with danger. Green Island was gone, and he was being hunted by the demon race. Now that he had a safe place to cultivate, he was naturally extremely happy. Li Lingshan's face lit up when he saw Xianyuan Yingying's expression. This girl missed this place so much. He hoped that Xianyuan Yingying would not follow him the next time he left. Big brother Ling Tian, I know what you're thinking. Do you think I won't go with you the next time you leave because I'm so happy? Don't worry, next time you come out, I'll go with you, he. When Xianyuan Yingying saw Li Lingshan's expression, she quickly walked over and hugged his arm. A sly smile appeared on her face as she spoke in a sweet voice. Li Lingtian was indeed delighted when he heard the first half of the sentence. He thought that Xianyuan Yingying would make him feel less worried. However, he did not expect her to be toying with him at the end. He was immediately speechless. All right, stop fooling around. Let's go back first. Seeing that everyone was waiting, Li Lingtian led everyone into the city. However, these guards were kept in the Divine Dragon Ring. Under normal circumstances, his guards would not be discovered. This was a trump card. With the token, Li Lingtian successfully entered the city. After passing through the endless paths, pavilions, and palaces, they finally returned to the front of the palace in Tiana's sacred city. Li Lingtian also asked Yifeng and the others to settle them down in Tiana's sacred city. It was safe here, and they would have their own lives in the future. Naturally, he would not plan for them all the time. Only Tang Zicheng and his wife, Li Suifeng and his wife followed Li Lingtian and the others into the Divine Moon Hall behind the Heavenly River Temple. Tang Qingwei and the others were overjoyed when they returned to the Divine Moon Palace. Father, mother. Tang Qingwei happily came to Tang Zicheng and his wife and bowed to them. Li Suifeng and his wife were naturally her parents. Huang Fuyin also greeted Qin Susu respectfully. For a moment, the Divine Moon Palace was filled with laughter and laughter. Initially, Li Lingtian wanted Tang Zicheng and Li Suifeng to stay in the Divine Moon Palace, but the four of them did not agree. The Divine Moon Hall was one of the holiest places in the Heavenly River Temple. It was already good enough for Li Lingtian and the others to stay here. Naturally, they would not stay here so as not to disturb the world of the young. Li Lingtian did not say much. They wanted to live outside so that they could spend more time with other acquaintances. That way, they would not be lonely. Even so, Li Lingtian had bought a huge mansion not far from Tiana Square. Such a mansion could only be owned by people with a certain level of influence in Tiana's sacred city. However, to Li Lingtian, these were trivial matters. After making the necessary arrangements, Li Lingtian began cultivating in the Divine Moon Hall. Although he was cultivating, he spent most of his time with Tang Qingwei, Huang Fuyin, and the rest because he would be leaving Tianha's sacred city soon. During this period of time, Li Lingtian brought a few beautiful girls to play in Tianha's sacred city. They left their footprints in all the fun places. After a month, Li Lingtian had to leave. This time, he brought Tang Ziming and Shun Mayer with him. Most of the 100 guards stayed in Tianha's sacred city to protect Li Suifeng and the others. He had only taken 25th level martial emperors and 10 6th level martial emperors with him. Naturally, Xianyuan Tianming would not say anything if Li Lingtian wanted him. After all, Li Lingtian was going out to train. However, he wanted Li Lingtian to bring along 3 Xianyuan family guards, 3 9th level martial emperor powerhouses. Li Lingtian did not say anything. If he were to encounter a super powerhouse, he could ask 3 9th level martial emperors to protect Tang Ziming and Shun Mei. Naturally, he would not reject such a request. Once everything was ready, Li Lingtian left Tianha's sacred city with Tang Zemin and the other two. He did not try to avoid her, but Xian Yuan Yingying still insisted on going out to play. Li Ling Tian could not be bothered to scold her. It did not matter if she went out with him or not. Li Ling Tian had a faint smile on his face as he left Tianhe Holy City. The spaceship quickly flew toward the ocean. If he wanted to leave Tianhe's sacred city, he would have to cross this endless sea. Big brother Ling Tian, where are we going? Tang Zemin exclaimed excitedly on the spaceship as she looked up at Li Ling Tian. Yeah, big brother Ling Tian. Where are you taking Yingying? Xian Yuan Yingying was also looking at Li Ling Tian curiously. Her words left him speechless. What did she mean by taking her somewhere? She was the one who wanted to follow him out. However, with a peerless little beauty accompanying him, he was not lonely anymore. Moreover, this girl was very mischievous and cute, similar to Tang Zeiming's personality. Let's go to Yuzhou first. They won't let me go. Is it because they want to get the blueprint of the demon sealing god array? It'll destroy the demon sealing god array blueprint in front of them. Let's see what they can do to me. Li Lingxin's face cracked into a smile as he took out half of the blueprints. His eyes shone brightly. Following that, he took out another identical blueprint. The two blueprints were identical. In this way, they would not know that Li Lingtian had faked it even if they destroyed the fake blueprint. Moreover, Li Lingtian was in control of the divine array diagram. He was definitely a grandmaster in the field of arrays. If he were to falsify the diagram, who would be able to tell? I see. Shun Mayer said happily. Although she did not know why Li Lingtian wanted to keep a real blueprint, he always had his own plans and plans. This God-sealing demon array blueprint is similar to the God-sealing passage of our Xianyuan family. They'll leave it behind. Perhaps it could be used when the time comes. Even if we encounter any threats, we can take out this God-sealing demon array blueprint and use it to threaten the demons. Li Lingtian did not hide anything. Among the three people beside him, two were his wives while the other was the Xianyuan family's princess. She could be considered his younger sister, and they had a good relationship. Naturally, he wouldn't worry about them. He felt lucky and happy because none of the girls around him betrayed him. Even his relatives did not give him any problems. Ho ho, it seems that we're going to have fun this time. We're going to Yuzhou province. It's not demons' territory. If we were to have a brainstorm in their territory, they would definitely be driven mad. Xianyuan Yingying was happy when she heard that it was fun. In the past 19 years, she was alone and didn't have many friends. Ever since she met Li Lingtian, she had been extremely happy. She did not have the slightest scruples in front of Li Lingtian because he did not treat her as a beauty in front of him. He did not harbor any ill intentions toward her like the others and did not restrain himself at all. As a result, the two of them became friends. Now, they were even more like siblings. Although they were not blood-related, they were still very fond of Li Lingtian. Otherwise, a girl would not be so open in front of Li Lingtian. You only know how to play. This time, you have to raise your cultivation. Li Lingtian tapped Xianyuan Yingying's forehead with his finger as he snapped. There was nothing he could do about this little girl. He was curious as to why Xianyuan Yingying could not see her cultivation level clearly. She did not have a trace of true qi on her body, but she could fly. However, Xianyuan Yingying was not a martial arts grandmaster. He couldn't tell if she was a martial arts grandmaster or a martial artist. Besides, he had never seen Xianyuan Yingying fight before. She looked like an ordinary person. All right, I know. Yesterday, I updated 10 chapters to seek book reviews, but there was still no movement. A portion of my brothers have given me monthly votes and recommendation votes. The same goes for the book reviews. I hope that every brother will comment one every day. In this way, I will add more updates based on the number of book reviews and monthly votes. Today's data will determine tomorrow's updates. Xianyuan Yingying pouted her little mouth and said coquettishly. However, she quickly wrapped her arms around Li Lingxin's arms. Li Lingtian was shocked. A girl usually did not have many clothes and only had 2 light shirts. Now that she was hugging his arm, Xianyuan Yingying's proud chest was about to land on his arm. Most women only wore 2 pieces of clothing. Their snow-white legs were faintly discernible, and their snow-white feet were wearing a pair of exquisite brocade shoes. It was a graceful sight. However, you have to be careful when you go to Yuzhou. Although the powerful demons rarely come out, they will flock to the place where we appear. If any of them appear, you should hurry into the divine dragon ring. Li Lingtian shifted his attention away from the sensation on Xianyuan Yingying's chest. This little girl was really torturing. However, when she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Xianyuan Yingying. Her snow-white breasts were slightly exposed. So be it. Why are you pretending? It's not like you haven't seen Sister Mei and Sister Meng Meng before. What's there to see? They're all the same. Oh right, between Sister Meng Meng and Sister Mei who is older. Naturally, Xianyuan Ying noticed Li Lingxian's gaze, and her face turned red. She could not do anything about it, since her clothes were like that. However, she puffed out her chest and left Li Lingtian speechless. She even said something that made Li Lingtian, Tang Zimeng, and Shun Mei feel awkward. The three of them were stunned for a moment. They were truly at a disadvantage against this little girl. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 506. Entering Yuzhou Province 1, really? Then I'll take another look. Li Lingtian smiled when he saw Xianyuan Yingying's triumphant expression. There was a hint of evilness in his smile, which startled Xianyuan Yingying. She quickly covered her chest with her hands. Although she was chattering away with Li Lingtian without any defense, a girl would be afraid of being seen no matter how open she was. Even if she was Li Lingxian's wife, she would not allow herself to be so open before they got together. Naturally, a man should not be allowed to see a girl's forbidden area. Updated on B0x0VL, Big Brother Ling Tian. You're bullying Yingying. Sister Meng Meng, Sister Mei are you going to ignore your husband? He's bullying me. Aren't you guys jealous? Xianyuan Yingying clutched her chest. She saw the sly smiles on Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng's faces and immediately became angry. She shouted in a delicate voice. If he wanted the two girls to teach Li Lingtian a lesson, he would at least have to restrain himself. Otherwise, he would be bullied for nothing. It was hard to imagine. Yingying, our husband didn't bully you. You were the one who let husband see it. Besides, if husband could have such a good wife like you, we wouldn't care about having another sister. On the contrary, we're happy for husband because this shows that our husband's ability is not bad. Shun Mei smiled sweetly, not giving Xianyuan Yingying a chance to speak. Xianyuan Yingying felt embarrassed and wished she could find a hole to hide in. She also knew that there was something wrong with her words. She was the one who told Big Brother Ling Tian to look at her whenever he wanted to, but she wasn't shy when others looked at her. Sister Mei is right. You were the one who let Big Brother Ling Tian see it. If you were with Big Brother Ling Tian, we definitely wouldn't be jealous. We're good sisters, so why would we be jealous? Tang Zimeng giggled as well. It was not easy for her to see Xianyuan Yingying's shy look. Naturally, she could not let it go. With that, she hugged Li Lingxian's arm and rubbed her proud chest against his arm. Xianyuan Yingying was stunned and her face turned red. You're all bullying me. I'm not playing anymore. Xianyuan Yingying had no choice but to let go of Li Lingxian's arm and sat on a chair at the side. She ignored Li Lingtian and the others. When she thought about the situation she was in earlier, she was really embarrassed. Big Brother Ling Tian had only secretly looked at her, and she didn't even know how to let Big Brother Ling Tian see her. This was his sacred ground, and he could not let any man see it. However, Big Brother Ling Tian could look at it, but he would have to wait until she married Big Brother Ling Tian. Xianyuan Yingying's thoughts ran wild, and her face turned even redder. Li Lingtian and the other two watched the scenery between the sky and the sea without paying any attention to Xianyuan Yingying. It was rare for this little girl to behave herself. Naturally, he would not provoke her or he would be looking for trouble. The group of four flew at high speed. Longda and the 3 level 5 guards were piloting the spaceship at the front, while Li Lingtian and the rest were resting at the back. Lying on the chair, he looked extremely carefree. The spaceship didn't encounter any danger along the way and safely entered the territory of East River City. However, they didn't enter East River City and went around the other side. When they passed by Nanha City, they rested for a day in Nanha City. After asking around for some information, they quickly left Nanha City. The Milky Way region was vast and boundless. It was the center of the Serenity Plains, the Mystic Plains, and the Azure Plains. If they wanted to go to the Black Continent, they had to pass through the Tianhe region. After flying on a spaceship for a month, they finally left the Tianhe region and entered the Serenity Plains. The power of the Serenity Plains was tens of thousands of times stronger than that of the Azure Continent. Even mysterious Black Continent couldn't compare to it. Moreover, most of the people in Yuzhou were demons or demonic cultivators. However, although Yuzhou was the world of the fiendish cultivators and fiends, there were still countless martial artists here. Some warriors cultivated here, while others hunted here. Li Lingtian and the others did not cause much commotion when they entered Serenity Plains. However, Xinyuan Yingying and the other 2 ladies were too beautiful and attracted the greed of countless powerhouses. Li Lingtian did not mind at all. Everyone loved beauty, and the girls around him were all peerless beauties. It would be strange if no one was looking at them. There was nothing wrong with looking at them, but they couldn't be obscene. If they dared to look at them with obscene eyes, they would be courting death. Li Lingxian's aura did not change. After all, his arrival should have been known by others. If he were to unleash his demonic energy, it would definitely attract the attention of the internals. After all, he was a true human warrior. He didn't want to use his demonic chi either. This demonic chi was a trump card against the demons. It could only be used when he had no other choice. 3 days after he entered Serenity Plains, Li Lingtian sensed someone following him. Moreover, it was a super powerhouse. The real powerhouse should be a martial supreme at the 8th or 9th heaven. There was more than one of them. Let's find a place to rest first. Li Lingtian instructed Longda, who was aware that someone was following them. Although his cultivation was not enough to discover those super experts, he was a true dragon and had a unique advantage in sensing the world. Longda knew that Li Lingtian was about to make a move. With a flash, he disappeared and quickly found a place to rest. When he first arrived at Yuzhou, it was desolate everywhere, but the spiritual energy was very dense. In places with rich spiritual qi, very few demons would appear. Otherwise, it would not be spiritual qi, but dense and terrifying demonic qi. Soon, Longda found a hidden canyon. The canyon wasn't big, but they could rest there. As long as the entrance of the canyon was guarded, no one could enter. Once he entered the canyon, Li Lingtian cast a few restriction spells. With the restriction spell's protection, the Asmodeans outside would not know or see what he was doing inside. There are a total of 3 9th firmament martial emperor powerhouses. Longda brings some men to pin down this 9th firmament devil race. Xinyuan Qing will pin down 1 9th firmament while he'll deal with the other. Li Lingtian called out a 9th level martial emperor, Xinyuan family guard, and 7 other martial emperor guards from the canyon. In this way, the 10 martial emperor's guards could use the combined attack formation and Longda to tie down a 9th heaven expert. Xinyuan Qing was in charge of restraining one of them, and he would deal with the other one. This subordinate understands. Longda and Xinyuan Qing agreed respectfully. Although Xinyuan Qing was a member of the Xinyuan family, he was the Xinyuan family's guard. Li Lingtian was the young master of the Xinyuan family. Naturally, their statuses were different. After saying that, the few of them began to separate and make their own arrangements. Li Lingtian recalled Xinyuan Yingying and the other 2 back into the Divine Dragon Ring. He could not afford to be distracted during the battle. He would not be at ease bringing a girl like Xinyuan Yingying along in the Internal's territory. Crash. After making the necessary arrangements, Li Lingtian tore apart the restriction and dashed out. The moment he came out, he saw three powerful demons. Among the three demons, one was an old man, and the other two were like demonic beasts. Naturally, Li Lingtian understood that these two demonic beasts were indeed a demon, not a demonic beast. Li Lingtian, a ninth heaven martial emperor from the devil tribe, smiled faintly. He flashed and flew toward the elder. At the same time, Longda, Xinyuan Qing, and the others also attacked. They quickly attacked the other two demons who looked like magical beasts. "You're courting death. You're courting death." The old man was furious when he saw Li Lingtian making the first move and completely disregarding him. However, when he noticed the powerhouses around Li Lingtian, he was shocked. He then understood that he had powerful helpers. No wonder he dared to make the first move. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not dare to be careless when he encountered such a powerful demon. They were both martial emperors, but one was a ninth heaven martial emperor, while the other was only a first heaven martial emperor. The difference between the two was too great. Rumble, rumble. Before the two of them collided, two destructive auras had already collided. Li Lingxian's body swayed as the destructive aura collided. He retreated several meters backward. Similarly, the old man retreated several meters backward. The two of them collided and were evenly matched. Bang! Kacha! Longda and the 10 guards were fighting a demon, and Xinyuan Qing was also fighting a demon. On the other hand, Li Lingtian and the old man hovered in the air without any movement, as if they were waiting for the battle below to end. Li Lingtian glared at the old man coldly, while a portion of his divine perception was locked onto Longda and Xinyuan Qing. He wanted to know the situation between the two parties. If things went south, he would have to make the first move. The old man did the same thing. He unleashed a shocking amount of demonic qi and stared at Li Lingxian's divine perception to lock onto the Asmodeans below. "Do it. After I finish you off, I will finish them off." Li Lingtian looked at the battle below and could not determine the victor for the time being. This place wasn't the Azure continent or the Tian'er region, but the demon race's territory, Yuzhou. If he wasted any more time, it would be more disadvantageous to him. After saying that, he circulated all the true essence in his body. Metal will of the great path, the sword roars to the heavens and earth. The will of the great path of metal was displayed, and there was a trace of confidence on his face. The aura of his entire body soared, and the sharp force of the metal element tore through the space. His sword will fill the space. He was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. The pressure of the Tianyu Sword Supreme, Saint Weapon, also appeared, causing the old man to reveal a trace of shock. Demonic sword. The old man dared not be careless when he saw Li Lingtian unleash his Saint Weapon. He had witnessed Li Lingtian killing Maha in the sea area previously, so he dared not be careless. He had brought the other two ninth-layered heavens with the intention of joining forces to kill Li Lingtian. However, he did not expect that Li Lingtian would have ninth-layered heavens by his side, which would tie down his men. This was something he had not expected. Even if he wanted to leave now, it was too late. A terrifying demonic qi appeared and immediately formed a terrifying demonic sword. The demonic sword then slashed down at Li Lingtian. The demonic sword tore the sky and earth apart as the space trembled. It ignored the space and pressed down on Li Lingtian. At the same time, Li Lingtian brandished the Tianyu sword in his hand, and a sword radiance with sword momentum met the attack at an equally fast speed. Book reviews, monthly votes, recommendation votes, the more the better. When a certain number of falling flowers are added. Chapter 507, Xiaobai's Realm 1. A pitch-black demonic sword tore through the air. The sword light of the Tianyu sword carried a supreme sword aura. With a swing of the sword, the space trembled nonstop. Hiss! Crash! There was a slight sound in the air as the two terrifying sword lights finally collided. Updated on B0X0VL. The sound was as if space was torn apart. Following that, A crashing sound was heard, and the two sword lights disappeared. However, just as the two sword rays disappeared, Li Lingtian and the old man disappeared in a flash. The air where the two of them were standing was pierced by a strange aura, and the space was penetrated. Myriad swords returned to the origin. Li Lingtian dodged the attack and kept the Tianyu sword in his hand. The heavenly false sword appeared in his hand. The two holy weapons were identical, but only Li Lingtian could differentiate them. The heavenly false sword continued to spin in front of him. At the same time, a ball of light appeared and exploded. A world of swords was formed within 1,000 meters of Li Lingtian. The sharp swords spun and connected with each other. The sword silks and sword gleams formed a sword net. Li Lingtian guided them with one hand, and 10,000 swords flew together. The earth and sky trembled. The other two battalions stopped as well to observe Li Lingtian's movements. Dark demon lying. The old man was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian's sword formation. He had not seen Li Lingtian kill Maha before he had cast such a sword formation. He had been paying attention to Li Lingtian's moves. He thought that he would be able to kill Li Lingtian if he could master Li Lingtian's moves. He never expected Li Lingtian to have so many heaven-grade divine powers. Immediately, the surging demonic chi from his body surged out and formed tens of thousands of demonic shadows. They rushed toward Li Lingtian in an attempt to corrupt his sword formation. CCCC. The sword formation was filled with countless demonic shadows. Wherever they passed, everything turned into nothingness. Even the powerful demonic shadows disappeared in front of the sword silks. Boom! With an explosion, the 10,000 swords struck the old man's body. The destructive sword silk sword net completely enveloped the old man. The evil demonic chi was constantly torn into pieces by the sword silks. The sword formation was also getting smaller and smaller, and the space for the old man to move was getting smaller and smaller. Sick. Li Lingtian's expression did not change when he saw the old man trapped by the sword array. He waved his hand, and the heavenly false sword that was hovering above the sword array struck down. A peerless saint artifact mercilessly crushed him. The saint artifact turned into a sword beam and rained down on the old man's body. Ah! With a scream, the old man emitted endless demonic chi and sword chi. The sword chi emitted from his body was penetrated by the sword chi, and he fell to the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, the 10,000 swords mercilessly turned the space in front of them into nothingness. Even Almighty would be killed. Sick. The old man was killed. The two demon experts in the distance were also incomparably shocked. They did not expect their strongest companion to be killed in such a manner. While they were shocked, the myriad returning swords came over with a destructive aura. Longda and the other 10 guards moved away from their opponents in a flash. However, the 10 Martial Emperor's guards had also executed their combined attack formation. Boom! Boom! With two shocking explosions, the myriad returning swords struck the 9 Heavens Devil Clan. At the same time, the combined attack formation also struck down. The destructive attack caused the 9th Heaven Martial Emperor Devil race to vanish into thin air. Between heaven and earth, the demonic chi, sword chi, and force wreaked havoc. Li Lingtian guided with one hand, and the myriad swords vanished. A ball of light appeared in his hand, and the heavenly false sword transformed into a stream of light that entered his glabella. Rumble! Rumble! In the distance, Xian Yuanqing was fighting with a 9th Firmament Martial Emperor from the Devil race. Their strength was almost the same, but when the Devil race saw that their two companions were killed one after another, their fighting spirit disappeared. Now, they only wanted to escape. However, Xian Yuanqing was extremely excited when he saw Li Lingtian's domineering attitude. Even though Li Lingtian was the young master of the Xian Yuan family, the powerhouses were still loyal to him. However, they still looked down on Li Lingtian. They never expected Li Lingtian to kill a 9th Heaven Martial Emperor with just a casual strike. His strength was several times stronger than the others. Furthermore, he had only seen a few simple moves from Li Lingtian. There must be countless trump cards that he had yet to unleash. As their fighting spirit decreased, Xin Yuanqing also suppressed his attacks. Empyrean Demon Flame. Li Lingxin's face revealed a sinister expression. With a wave of his hand, a ball of flames appeared in his palm. Instantly, a strange aura appeared in the world. Endless demonic qi was constantly burning, and the flames became stronger and stronger. The smile on Li Lingxin's face widened when he saw how powerful the flames were. It would be best to use the internals' moves against them. Empyrean Demon Flame? The Asmodeans had also noticed that the blazing flames in Li Lingxin's hands were different from the rest. They exclaimed as they thought of something. Just as he was exclaiming in shock, Xin Yuanqing's destructive attack came crashing down. The infernal demonic flame in Li Lingxin's hand vanished as well. When it reappeared, it was already on the infernal tribe. Kacha! With a crack, it was as if an item had been cut open. One of the demon's arms was missing. However, what made the demon suffer was not the disappearance of his arm, but the endless flames on his body. The flames directly destroyed his demonic qi, and his mind, meridians, and everything else were destroyed in an instant. As the scream fell, the demon turned into ashes. The flames spun in the air, absorbing and burning the endless demonic qi in the air. Following Li Lingxin's recruitment, blazing flames disappeared after returning to his hand. 3 powerful 9th-level martial Emperor Realm demons were killed just like that. Xin Yuanqing was shocked by Li Lingxin's methods. To be honest, Li Lingtian was the one who killed the 3 9th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm experts. They had merely held back 2 of the Asmodeans. Let's go to the cold demon city. Li Lingxin's body flashed as he flew into the distance. The 10 guards, Longda and Xin Yuanqing, did not enter the Divine Dragon Ring. After entering Yuzhou Province, this was the world of demons. If he was not careful, he might be killed here. He might be able to deal with a 9th-level martial emperor. However, if there were a few more, or a martial saint, he would really be finished. Cold Demon City was the first city after entering Yuzhou for 30 million miles. It was also the closest city to humans. This was the territory of the demon race, but most of the people here were demon cultivators. In other words, only humans cultivated the demon race's cultivation techniques. Although the demon race did not have a good opinion of demon cultivators, they did not rule out demon cultivators. After all, more demonic cultivators could increase the strength of the demons. At least during a war, the demons could control the cultivation of the demonic cultivators. In the cold demon city, the number of demonic cultivators and demons was almost the same, but the strength here was not simple. It was even stronger than the East River City. Li Lingtian did not attract much attention as he was a human. After all, other than demonic cultivators and demons, there are also many humans who came here to trade. After entering the city, Li Lingtian found an inn to stay in. The inns here were also run by the devil cultivators and the devil clan. They welcomed Li Lingtian and the others with joy upon their arrival. After all, in the eyes of the devil cultivators, the humans who could come here were all extremely powerful existences. The humans were also very generous. The demons were jealous of the human race's resources and had always wanted to unify the divine martial continent. However, the demons had always been suppressed in the remote Yuzhou province. They all wanted to receive human experts. Although humans and demons were irreconcilable, that was a matter between the most powerful higher-ups. There was no hatred between the demons and humans below, only conflict of interests. Unless a great war broke out between the demons and the humans, who would want to fight, no matter when or where. The real war was decided by the ruling class at the top. For the sake of power and benefits, the people below were all in a fiery state. Be careful. It seems that in less than 5 days, the experts of the demon race will catch up to us. Li Lingtian told Longda and the others after he entered the courtyard. At the same time, he summoned the other guards from the Divine Dragon Ring. 30 guards were stationed, including Xin Yuanqing and Longda. Li Lingtian could finally rest in peace. He had come here to lure the Asmodeans here and destroy the demon-sealing god array blueprint in front of countless Asmodeans. This subordinate will obey. Longda and Xianyuan Qing replied respectfully. After Li Lingtian returned to his room, he entered the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness to check the cultivation progress of the demonic beasts. Needless to say, Xiaobai had been cultivating in there for nearly 2 years. Ever since the Lost Forest, Little White had been cultivating in the divine dragon ring. It had been 2 years since then. In just 2 years, Little White's cultivation base had skyrocketed. Even Li Lingtian was shocked by its cultivation speed. Little White was a dragon and the princess of the dragon race. She was the only one who could cultivate a 9-color divine dragon. In the past, she had never cultivated seriously, but when she did, her cultivation speed was naturally incomparable. Coupled with the dragon chi of the 3,000 worlds, her cultivation had now reached level 7. Li Lingtian was rendered speechless by this state. Whitey was already powerful, and its 4th rank was stronger than the other 5th ranks. Now that she was at level 7 of the 7th rank, her cultivation was equivalent to a human at the 7th level of the martial emperor realm. Coupled with the dragon race and her own monstrous strength, she could even crush a demonic beast at the peak of level 9 of the 7th rank. Even a 9th heaven martial monarch realm expert could only flee in front of her. Li Lingshan's face turned numb when he saw this. What's wrong? Do you still want to cultivate? Li Lingtian came before the 3,000 worlds dragon energy and looked at Little White's peerless grace. At this moment, the higher Little White's cultivation base was, the more charming it was. It was no different from Ji. Little White, Ji, and Xianyuan Ying all had the aura of a goddess. Brother, how long have I been cultivating? Li Lingshan's face darkened when he heard Xiaobai's words. Could it be that he had forgotten the time during his cultivation? He immediately understood and laughed. It's only been 2 years. Go out, you little girl. Li Lingshan's face was full of smiles. It turned out that this little girl had lost track of time during her cultivation. Otherwise, this playful little girl would not have cultivated for 2 years straight. However, it was good to continue cultivating like this. He had reached such a realm in 2 years. If he cultivated for a period of time, it should not be a problem for him to reach tier 7 or tier 9. Chapter 508. Thinking Wrong 1. Brother, why didn't you call me? I've been here for 2 years. Forget it. I'm going out to play for a while. Xiaobai was stunned when she heard Li Lingtian say that she had cultivated for 2 years. 2 years had passed just like that. For such a fun girl like her, she was naturally unwilling to cultivate. She regretted cultivating for such a long time all at once. All right, wait a moment. I'll go out first. Updated on B0X0VL. Calmly, Lingtian smiled as he withdrew his divine consciousness from the divine dragon ring. He then summoned Little White. After Little White came out, it was still elegant and otherworldly. The mysterious aura on its body became even stronger. Not only did Little White's cultivation improve, but the other demon beasts also advanced very quickly. It had been a long time since the silver-winged flying dragon had fought, and it had already reached level 3 of the 7th step. The jade-eyed beast was at tier 6, level 9, while the multicolored beast was at tier 6, level 7. Although their cultivation did not meet Li Lingshan's requirements, he was satisfied. After all, he was now a first heaven martial emperor expert with a powerful cultivation base. Under normal circumstances, he would not need to use a few demonic beasts. These demon beasts had all followed him here, and their relationship was very deep. Even if they could not become battle partners, they would still treat them as friends. In the past, they had risked their lives for him. Now that they were no longer of use, he would let them cultivate on their own and continue to grow stronger. Big Brother Ling Tian, Xianyuan Ying was shocked when she saw Whitey. She covered her mouth with her jade-like hand. This was because Little White looked exactly like Li Lingtian. Even her clothes and smile were identical. She was a female version of Li Lingtian. She had never seen such a thing before. Ying, you won't be able to tell the difference in the future. Don't make a mistake when the time comes. Tang Ziming and Shun Mei were amused by Xian Yuan Ying's reaction. They used to be just as surprised, but after getting to know Xiao Bai, they weren't as surprised anymore. Her name is Xiao Bai. She is Xiao Longnu of the Dragon Clan, my younger sister. Li Lingtian looked at Xian Yuan Ying's surprised expression and was extremely satisfied. There must be a time when you're surprised. Then, he introduced Whitey to Xian Yuan Ying. Whitey was also curious about Xian Yuan Ying. After all, Xian Yuan Ying's aura and temperament carried a mysterious charm. Only someone like G.E. could have this kind of temperament. She also had this kind of temperament. I have to be careful. Otherwise, I might mistake big sister Xiao Bai for big brother Ling Tian. Xian Yuan Ying sized up Little White curiously. As she did so, she clicked her tongue in wonder. Little White and Li Lingtian were identical in every other aspect except for their genders. Their charm, smiles, clothes, and faces were all the same. The only difference was that Li Lingtian was a head taller than Xiao Bai. His face was masculine, while Xiao Bai's was gentle. Sister Ying, have you seen enough? Little White felt a little awkward when she saw Xian Yuan Ying sizing her up. She did not expect that there would be such a consequence if she took Li Lingtian's appearance. All right, they'll slowly size you up in the future and see if you're the same as big brother Ling Tian. Xian Yuan Ying stopped, but there was still curiosity in her eyes. You see my brother. You're too bold. Xiao Bai was shocked and looked at Xian Yuan Ying curiously. She thought to herself, when did my brother find such a beautiful wife? Of course. What do you mean? You're thinking the wrong thing. What are you thinking? I've never seen it before. Xian Yuan Ying raised her head and revealed an expression that she should have. However, she felt that something was wrong in her heart. Then, she thought of something and quickly denied it. Her small face was flushed. You two little girls. This is so fun. When Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei saw Xian Yuan Ying's expression, they immediately understood what the two little girls meant. They did not expect Little White to have such thoughts, so they laughed. Xian Yuan Ying wanted to see if there was any difference between Little White and Li Lingtian, but Little White thought that if Xian Yuan Ying were to differentiate them based on their genders, the result would naturally be different since their intentions were different. You guys. Li Lingtian's face darkened as he glared at Xiao Bai and Xian Yuan Ying. He sighed in his heart. Why was it that the yin was strong and the yang was weak? Why were the few peerless beauties like this? How could he endure this? Big brother Ling Tian, don't blame me. Big sister Xiao Bai was thinking the wrong thing. Xian Yuan Ying's face was red as she explained. However, the more she explained, the more shy she became. All right, go back to sleep. Little White too. Go back to sleep. I want to rest. Li Lingtian did not want to argue with him anymore. If they were to withdraw, he did not know what else he would be embarrassed about. He originally thought that as a man, he didn't have to worry about losing face. In this aspect, men were naturally at an advantage. It was a kind of stimulation and temptation to say these words to a few little beauties. But now, he realized that he was the one who was passive in front of them. All right, Xian Yuan Ying ran out, as if she was trying to escape, and settled down in the room opposite Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had set up countless restrictions and formations in the courtyard, as well as a powerful group of guards. Even a ninth firmament martial emperor powerhouse might not be able to break in. As long as he had the slightest reaction, he would be able to deal with everything. Brother, am going back to sleep too? Little White asked when he saw Xian Yuan Ying go back to sleep. Of course you have to go back to sleep. Are you going to watch us make out? Li Lingtian snapped as he flicked Little White's forehead. He, Shun Mei and Tang Ziming were husband and wife, so it was normal for them to be intimate. Even though Little White was an incarnation of the dragon tribe, she was still the dragon tribe's little princess, Xiao Longnu, and a peerless beauty. What's the big deal? Didn't I see you two being intimate in the past? I've seen it many times. Xiao Bai pouted and said aggrievedly. Li Lingtian felt helpless. Little White did not transform into a human before, but now. It had transformed into a peerless beauty. The transformation was completely different and the feeling was different. If Little White were to see their family now, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Tang Ziming and Shun Mei would also feel uncomfortable. Go back to sleep. Li Lingshin's heart was burning when he saw Shun Mei and Tang Ziming's shy expressions. She quickly shouted at Xiaobai. This girl was really getting more and more disobedient as she grew up. So be it. Whitey snorted and made a face before running out. Big brother Ling Tian, they'll go back first. Tang Ziming said when she saw that there were only the three of them in the room. If Shun Mei was not here, she would not be willing to leave. However, with Shun Mei here, even if she wanted to stay and accompany Li Lingtian, she would feel embarrassed. Little sister Meng Meng, you compensate for your husband. He'll go back and rest. Shun Mei spoke up as well. Both of them missed Li Lingtian, but were too embarrassed to fight him, so they could only let him stay. Forget it. You two can stay here. I don't want to run around at night. Li Lingtian grinned wickedly as he chuckled. He could already imagine the scene of Shun Mei, and Tang Ziming serving him together. Such a scene almost drove him crazy. The two of us. Big brother Ling Tian, you're so bad. The two girls exclaimed. They had never thought of such a thing. In the past, Shun Mei and Qing Ling served Li Lingtian together. Even though they were still shy, they could still accept it. It was because serving Li Lingtian together was more exciting. However, Tang Ziming was now a different person. She felt the same as when she first served Li Lingtian with Qingling. Tang Ziming was even worse. She knew that her sister and sister Yin served Li Lingtian together, and she also knew that Shun Mei and Qingling served Li Lingtian together. However, it was her turn. Although she loved Li Lingtian to death, she was still shy when they were alone. Now that Shun Mei was here, she was even more shy. Yes. Li Lingtian nodded as he looked at Shun Mei and Tang Ziming with a faint smile on his face. The two of them blushed and did not dare to raise their heads. It was Li Lingtian who walked forward and put his arm around Tang Ziming and Shun Mei's shoulders before they came to the bedside. All right then. Tang Ziming seemed to have mustered up her courage as she looked up at Li Lingtian with a red face. She reached out to help him undress. Shun Mei was shocked. She did not expect Tang Ziming to have such courage. She then helped Li Lingtian to undress. Both of them removed their outer garments before they quickly returned to bed and covered themselves with the blanket. Li Lingtian smiled and walked inside to sleep between the two women. The three of them did not speak. Li Lingtian could hear the two ladies' heartbeats and was amused. Gradually, the two ladies were relieved to see that Li Lingtian was not moving. She moved her delicate body gently and leaned against Li Lingtian. She hugged Li Lingshin's arm and pressed her proud chest tightly against Li Lingshin's body. The three of them did not make any movements. Gradually, Li Lingtian fell asleep as well. Although he wanted to have sex with the two of them, it was Tang Ziming and Shun Mei's first time together. Naturally, he did not want to force them. It would not be too late to come back when they were used to being together. The night was silent. Although the two girls were shy, they couldn't stand the drowsiness and fell asleep. However, she felt very safe the entire night. Although they were both girls and were eager for that kind of thing, it was a blessing to sleep next to Li Lingtian. The next day, Xin Yuan Yingying blushed when she saw Li Lingtian and the other two in the same room. It was obvious what the three of them were doing together. However, this girl didn't say anything today. She knew that if she opened her mouth, she would still be the one at a disadvantage. Li Lingtian and the others cultivated in peace in the inn while waiting for the arrival of the other demonic tribe powerhouses. Although this was a little dangerous, it was still the best method. As long as they caused a huge commotion and destroyed the demon sealing god array blueprint in front of all the powerful demons, the demons would be in a mess. Chapter 509. The 9 demon venerables. As the days passed, Li Lingtian and the others had been in Cold Demon City for 6 days. Although there was no commotion in the inn, Li Lingtian was certain that a powerhouse had arrived. However, He had no intention of making a move. Young master, there are already 7 ninth-level martial emperor realm powerhouses here. Around the inn, it seems like they are waiting for someone. Longda greeted Li Lingtian respectfully as he walked out of the room. Updated on B0X0VL. They looked at Li Lingtian with an unknown plan. 7 ninth firmament martial emperor powerhouses were still too much for their current abilities. Moreover, the other party had sent a super expert, yet they actually did not make a move. They were definitely waiting for an even more powerful fiend race. There was no news from the 9th Heaven Martial Emperor they had sent previously. They must have known that Li Lingtian was not an easy opponent. Although there were countless 9th Heaven Martial Emperors in the Infernal Tribe, the loss of one meant the loss of one. The important thing was that Li Lingtian had the demon sealing god array blueprint in his hands. He did not want any accidents to happen to this blueprint. Just wait, it should be here soon. Go back to the Divine Dragon Ring later. This place isn't suitable for you anymore. Li Lingtian took a look at Long Da, who was a Tier 7, Level 5 Martial Emperor. Even if he was powerful, he was useless against a Tier 9 Martial Emperor. Instead of being a burden outside, he might as well enter the Divine Dragon Ring. If there was any danger, he could escape alone. Now, he had 3 9th level Martial Emperor Realm Guards by his side. Coupled with his own methods, it was still possible for him to deal with 4 9th level Martial Emperors. However, this time, he did not plan to make a move. Instead, he left after destroying the demon sealing god array blueprint. The other party wanted to wait for a super expert. His heart also thumped. The 9 heavens did not dare to make a move, so the person they were waiting for should be in existence at the Martial Saint level. Even if he wasn't a Martial Saint, he was still in existence at the peak of the 9th heaven. It was also possible that it was a 9th level Martial Emperor with terrifying strength. He was at the 1st level Martial Emperor realm and could control mysterious skills and treasures. Since the devil race was powerful, it was naturally possible that it was the same. Young master, even if it's a 9th heaven Martial Monarch realm expert, I can still withstand it for a while. Longda was shocked when he heard Li Lingtian's words. He knew that the opponent Li Lingtian had provoked was not someone he could help. As a subordinate, if his position in his master's heart could be ignored, it would be a crisis. I don't want to fight them. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he looked up at the sky with a frown. He quickly entered the room, and in a flash, he arrived at Xianyuan, Yingying, and Little White's room. After everything was done, they returned to the courtyard again. Longda and the others also revealed shocked expressions. The 30 guards had already formed 3 joint attack formations. Xianyuan Qing also looked at the sky solemnly, and his heart trembled. The atmosphere in the air was oppressive. Although there were no experts, this feeling made it almost impossible for people to breathe. The demonic aura in the sky became denser and denser, and the originally quiet space gradually became restless. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. 9 figures floated in the air, strangely. 9 9th level Martial Emperor Realm demons emitted a dense and shocking demonic aura. Die! When the 9 9th level Martial Emperors arrived, a cold voice sounded in the air. As soon as the voice fell, a destructive, demonic chi pressure with the power to tear space came crashing down. Instantly, the space seemed to be about to explode. The 30 guards, Longda, and Xianyuan Qing all felt the threat of death and did not have the slightest intention to resist. After the demonic chi pressure, a huge demonic palm slammed down like a small mountain, completely ignoring the countless demons below. Earth Tao intent, heaven flipping seal, metal will of the great path, extremely divine. The will of the Tao of water, ice for 10,000 miles. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw such power. When the demons attacked, they did not have the slightest scruples. They were completely slaughtering. Even if they were of the same kind, they would also kill endlessly. Li Lingtian did not have the slightest bit of confidence in facing such a destructive demonic palm. He channeled all his true essence and unleashed 3 types of Tao wills almost simultaneously. Kacha! Kacha! Boom! Puff. The 3 Tao wills were shattered, and Li Lingshan's body was struck hard. His body was also thrown out with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was even more shocked. He hadn't even seen the person, but he was already mercilessly crushed. This was the first time he had encountered such an attack. The martial monarch realm experts of the guards were also sent flying by the impact. Even Xianyuan Qing was severely injured. Human, you should know why I'm here. He'll give you 3 seconds to hand over the demon sealing god array blueprint, and he'll give you a quick death. In the air, the aura of destruction wreaked havoc, and the entire and within a radius of 200 meters was reduced to ashes. Countless Asmodeans fell under the palm strike. Li Lingshan's body fell to the ground with a look of horror in his eyes. An old man in embroidered clothes appeared in the air. If it weren't for the faint demonic chi on his body, he wouldn't have been associated with an expert. Demon Venerable. 9 Demon Venerable. Li Lingtian cried out in surprise. The last time the Divine Wind Martial Saint mentioned the appearance of the 9 Demon Venerable, the latter was also injured. He did not expect the 9 Demon Venerable to appear now. Furthermore, the aura on his body had completely surpassed that of a martial supreme. Needless to say, this old man's cultivation had long recovered. He was like a martial saint. A martial saint was indeed a martial saint. A martial supreme could not compare to him at all. With his cultivation and strength, coupled with his will of the great path, it would not be a problem for him to protect himself, let alone attack others. However, he did not expect this demon venerable to mercilessly suppress his 3 Tao wills. If it were not for the true dragon body protection and the limitless feather coat, he would have died under this palm. Not bad, not bad. There's actually a human who remembers me. It's already impressive that you're able to withstand a palm strike from me. You can be proud of yourself. The 9 Demon Venerable was indeed him. He did not expect that his destructive attack would not destroy this little human in front of him. The palm strike just now could kill even a devil at the peak of the 9th Heaven Martial Emperor realm, let alone a 1st Heaven human. Rumors had it that this human was very powerful. A 1st Heaven Martial Emperor had killed countless martial emperors of his demon race, and even killed a 9th Heaven Martial Emperor. If it was not for the demon sealing god array blueprint, he would not have ambushed a 1st Heaven Martial Emperor human. It would be too embarrassing. He had never expected that the other party would still survive when he was a martial saint who had ambushed a martial supreme. Proud. Ha! The demon venerable of the devil race is nothing much. He failed to kill me, a 1st Heaven Martial Emperor, even after a sneak attack. How embarrassing. You want the blueprint of the demon sealing god array? All right, I'll give it to you. Li Lingtian stood up with blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. His face was ghastly pale. He could kill a 9th Heaven Martial Monarch realm expert, but he was nothing more than an ant when facing this martial saint. He had seen martial saints before, and they were countless times stronger than this martial saint from the devil race. The 4 Xianyuan saints were super 9th heavenly layer martial saints. However, the 4 saints of Xianyuan had never revealed any aura, so he couldn't sense their power. This 9 demon venerable in front of him was definitely the strongest one he had ever seen. Under this attack, he did not even have the ability to resist at all. Come in. Li Lingtian walked forward step by step. At this moment, all the guards had gathered together and stood in front of Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian did not expect the guards to stop him. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the divine dragon ring was activated and Xianyuan Qing and the rest disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already inside the divine dragon ring. Dozens of guards are injured. Even if I use the combined attack formation, it's impossible for me to threaten the 9 demon venerables. Rather than sending myself to death, I might as well face it alone. The demon sealing god array blueprint appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and the blueprint appeared in front of 9 demon venerable and the others. Hand it over, and I can give you a quick death. The 9 demon venerable's face was filled with excitement and greed as he saw the divine dragon ring in Li Lingshan's hand. It must be a space treasure, since it could take away all the guards. Space treasure. Even if he was the ninth demon venerable of Yuzhou, a martial saint, he did not have a space treasure. He only used some slightly stronger storage bags. Swoosh! Li Lingshan's body flashed as a cruel smile appeared on his face. His entire body was already suspended in the air, on the same level as 9 demon venerable. After he flew up, the 9 ninth heaven martial emperor demons surrounded Li Lingtian. With that, it would be too late for Li Lingtian to escape. Do you want the blueprint? Li Lingtian used his tongue to lick the blood at the corner of his mouth. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face, and he gave off a sinister vibe. His entire Bodis aura also erupted. Dragon energy, shocking dragon energy. However, there was also a shocking sword intent in this dragon chi. The space trembled in front of this strange aura. Lowly human. No. I'm gonna pick, fight, Ben, respect. Demon Venerable 9 said coldly. His entire body emitted demonic chi, and traces of death aura appeared in the air. A martial saint was furious. Everyone below the martial saint realm was an ant. As a powerful martial saint powerhouse, he was almost invincible. It was already a little embarrassing for him to deal with a first-level martial emperor. Moreover, he had brought 9 ninth-level martial emperor subordinates with him. His sneak attack was originally meant to kill the other party in one move. This way, he could also regain some face because he mercilessly crushed a martial artist. As long as he killed him in an instant, no one would be able to see his power. However, he did not expect that his sneak attack would still be blocked by this first-level martial emperor realm human. In his opinion, this was already very embarrassing. As soon as the voice fell, the aura of the space also became strange, completely beyond the imagination of the martial artists. It was as if a demon god had descended into the world, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. P.S. There are 30 monthly votes, 200 reviews, and 200 recommendation votes today. Chapter 510. The Demon Lord's Rage 1. The Demon Venerable's pressure caused the space to tremble. Li Lingshan's face began to contort as he endured the crushing pressure of destruction. However, there was a cruel look on his face and a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. The 9 heavenly stars. Li Lingtian endured the Demon Lord's pressure and activated his Ice Soul Martial Soul. His eyes were cold. Updated on B0X0VL, common 9 ninth level Martial Emperor Realm demons had sealed off Li Lingshan's escape route. In fact, they all knew that a first-level Martial Emperor human would not be able to fight back against the Demon Supreme. However, at that moment, Li Lingshan's eyes flashed as he activated the 5 elements Dao, will at the same time. 99 5-colored spiritual pearls appeared beside him. The 5-colored spiritual pearls formed a strange formation. The moment the 5-colored spiritual pearls appeared, the spiritual chi between heaven and earth rushed over. CC. All the spiritual chi within 100 miles was sucked dry and absorbed into the 5-colored spiritual pearls around Li Lingtian. With a soft shout, the 9 heaven stars was unleashed. Instantly, everything within 1,000 meters of Li Lingtian was sealed. An invisible light shield trapped the 9 ninth level Martial Emperor Realm demons and the Demon Supreme. The 9 demon venerables and the 9 ninth firmament Martial Emperor Realm demons were shocked when they saw Li Lingshan's heaven-defying almighty skill. This almighty skill was beyond their imagination. The appearance of a 9 sky star was too sudden. They did not expect Li Lingtian to retaliate. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. 9 demon venerable unleashed a strange demonic chi and wrapped himself up. Puff. The sound of blood spurting out rang out. The 9 ninth level Martial Emperor Realm demons spurted out blood, and their faces were filled with fear. Die! Li Lingshan's eyes were filled with madness as he circulated his 5 elements will to the extreme. With a single clench of his hand, the light shield of the 9 skies of stars exploded. The 9 ninth-level martial Emperor Realm demons and the 9 demon venerables disappeared as the light shield shattered. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. Forcefully unleashing the 9 skies of stars was undoubtedly courting death, but there was no turning back now. In the sky, 10 figures appeared. 9 of them were martial emperors from the demon clan, and 1 was 9 demon venerables. 9 of the 10 figures gradually faded away and turned into dust. 9 demon venerables spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with anger. Space-time traceless. The smile on Li Lingshan's face grew wider as the stars in the 9 skies vanished. No matter how furious the 9 demon venerable was, he could not care less now. He looked at the 9 demon venerable coldly. When 9 demon venerable saw Li Lingshan smile, a chill ran down his spine. This was the first time he felt threatened by a first firmament martial emperor. In his consciousness, this human had already left a shadow on him. Anger rose in him, but he could not muster up anything else. Another shocking wave of demonic qi came pressing down on Li Lingtian. At the same time, the appearance of the demonic qi caused 9 demon venerable to spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at his abdomen with disbelief. A small bloody wound appeared on his abdomen. His entire body had been penetrated by a strange attack. Bang! The destructive demonic qi bombarded Li Lingshan's body, and he was thrown into the air. Blueprints. Here you go. The moment Li Lingtian threw himself out, an exquisite flying knife appeared in his hand. The flying knife was glowing with a magnificent light and gave off a life-devouring aura. You dare. Human, you will die a horrible death. 9 demon venerable looked at Li Lingtian, who had been sent flying by his attack, with a silent expression. He had been ambushed and suffered 2 consecutive serious injuries. Both injuries had nearly taken his life. From the beginning to the end, he didn't know how the wound on his abdomen came about. No one could hurt his body as a martial saint of the demon race, but he had to suffer the damage of destruction. At that moment, her heart tightened when she saw the blueprint in Li Lingshan's hand. She felt that something bad was about to happen. However, he did not know what was about to happen. Finally, a ball of ice flame appeared in Li Lingshan's hand that was holding the blueprint. The ice flame quickly enveloped the blueprint. Upon seeing the ice flame, the 9 demon venerable knew what Li Lingtian was up to. Li Lingtian wanted to destroy the forbidden demon god formation blueprint so that the Asmodeans would lose their chance. It was too late to stop him. The icy frost flame in Li Lingshan's hand vanished, and the blueprint was scattered in the air. Rumble! There was a thunderous sound in the air as a pair of crystalline wings appeared on Li Lingshan's shoulders. The wings were covered in electric arcs, and with a flap of the wings, Li Lingtian disappeared. Damn it! 9 demon venerable was furious when he saw Li Lingtian trying to escape. If Li Lingtian were to escape from him, he would certainly lose face in the divine martial continent. Furthermore, he was a martial saint. After ambushing a first firmament martial emperor, not only did he fail to kill Li Lingtian, he had even killed 9 of his subordinates. He had also suffered several consecutive serious injuries. After being beaten to such a state by a human first-level martial emperor, he really did not have the face to face anyone. Just as he was about to chase after Li Lingtian, he saw the blueprints on the other side. The blueprints were the most important. In his divine consciousness, Li Lingshan's figure was already 100 miles away. He was shocked to the core. Teleportation was not that exaggerated. With one hand and one body, a ball of demonic qi grabbed the blueprint with the ice flame in his hand. The moment the blueprint came into contact with the demonic qi, it emitted a soft sound. This soft sound was like thunder in 9 demon venerable's ears. He thought that this was not good, but it was already too late. Ice flames appeared on the blueprint. The ice flames collided with the demonic qi, and the blueprint quickly shattered into pieces when the ice flames collided with the demonic qi. Rumble. Boom. Detestable, extremely detestable. The blueprint was shattered into pieces in front of the countless demons in the cold demon city. The 9 demon venerables' eyes darkened, and he almost fainted. He did not expect the blueprint to actually turn into pieces in his hands. How could he withstand such an impact? A few hundred years ago, half of the blueprint was taken away by the divine wind marshal saint. But now, this half was destroyed in his hands. Furious demonic chi soared into the sky. The 9 demon venerable could not hold it in anymore. The demonic chi in his entire body bombarded the heaven and earth. The ground collapsed and space was torn apart. Countless demons disappeared in the face of destruction. Those slightly stronger demons hurriedly fled. In his rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already injured by the 9 Sky Star scheme and Li Lingshan's traceless spacetime. Although he managed to dodge the attack by relying on his senses and was not killed, his abdomen was severely injured. Now that he was enraged, it affected his injuries and made them even more serious. He glared coldly at the direction Li Lingtian had fled in and was about to give chase in a flash. Lord 9 Demon Venerable, the great Demon Venerable has given the order. A faint voice sounded in the air, causing 9 Demon Venerable to stop. He was forced to stop, and his injuries increased. His face was pale and ugly. Speak. The 9th Demon Venerable turned around and looked at the demonic shadow in the sky. The demonic shadow rolled over and arrived in front of 9 Demon Venerable. A series of subtle voices reached 9 Demon Venerable's ears. What? There's a strange sign in the Heaven Ascension Tower? Where are the others? 9 Demon Venerable exclaimed in shock. As a Demon Venerable, he had actually become so shocked. There was definitely nothing simple about it. On the ground in the distance, countless demons looked at the Demon Venerable in the sky with incomparable curiosity. He'll rush to the Heaven Ascension Tower and tell them to hurry. He'll kill this human first. 9 Demon Venerable's body flashed and disappeared in an instant. The demonic shadow in the sky also disappeared. Cold Demon City was left in a mess. All the demons, demonic cultivators, and humans were shocked. A human at the first heaven of the Martial Emperor Realm had actually killed 9 Ninth Heaven Martial Emperor Realm demons, injured the Demon Venerable, and destroyed the blueprint. He had escaped just like that. Such a terrifying method shocked everyone. Although the human was also severely injured, he was definitely a heaven-defying existence to be able to escape from 9 Ninth level Martial Monarch Realm experts and the Martial Saint Demon Venerable. Swoosh! Li Lingtian flapped his thunderclap wings continuously as the vital essence in his body was rapidly consumed. As it flashed, it used the devouring light to recover its true essence. This was the only way to support the consumption of the thunderclap wings. The injuries in his body were already so serious that they were unbearable to look at. He never expected a martial saint like Demon Venerable to come, nor did he expect a martial saint to be so terrifying. Thinking about how terrifying a martial saint was, he still had lingering fear. If he did not want to die, he would not dare to fight a martial saint like the Demon Venerable. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he did not dare to stop because he had used his heaven-defying divine sense to sense that 9th Demon Venerable was following him closely about 2,000 miles behind. Although he could not catch up to him in a short period of time, it would be a piece of cake for the 9 Demon Saint to catch up to him as time passed. Fei Long, come out. Li Lingtian paused for a moment before he activated the Divine Dragon ring the moment he teleported. The silver-winged flying dragon appeared in the air. The silver-winged flying dragon noticed the blood on Li Lingshan's lips and his face. It was obvious that Li Lingtian was severely injured and was being pursued by a powerhouse. Without any hesitation, he brought Li Lingtian through the air. Li Lingshan's divine consciousness was keeping an eye on the back, worried that the 9th Demon Venerable might use some strange secret skill. The silver-winged flying dragon continued to shuttle through the air, not aiming for a single target. With Dao intent, all things revive. Li Lingtian sat on the back of the silver-winged flying dragon and allowed it to fly freely. He observed the situation behind him, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed the wood will of the way. Instantly, 100 miles of pine forest was formed behind him. The will of the earth, desert quicksand. Another will of the great path of earth was displayed. Immediately, a desert with a radius of 100 miles appeared. The fool in the desert emitted a faint aura. Rumble, rumble. After a short while, an explosion sounded behind him. The nine-demon Venerable destroyed the pine forest in front of him and removed the obstruction in front of him. Even though the pine forest was not large, Nine-Demon Venerable did not dare to be careless in case Li Ling Tian sneaked up on him. He was already wary of this human. After passing through the pine forest, Li Ling Tian was now 2,000 miles away from them. If you have recommendation votes, monthly votes, and book reviews, add more. 200 book reviews, 30 monthly votes, 100 recommendation votes. Chapter 511, Demon Suppression, Secretly 1, Rustle, Rustle. 100-mile-wide sea of sand soared into the sky and bombarded Nine-Demon Venerable like a sandstorm. In the sky, dust filled the sky. The dust isolated his divine sense, and his vision was dark. Detestable, extremely detestable. Nine-Demon Venerable did not expect Li Ling Tian to set up obstacles in front of him. These obstacles were hard to guard against. Updated on B0x0VL. Calm these obstacles with a 5 elements Dao intent that Li Ling Tian had forcefully displayed. No matter how powerful the Nine-Demon Venerable was, he would definitely fall for it if he was not paying attention. Although he could not kill the Nine-Demon Venerable, he could block it for a while and delay the Nine-Demon Venerable's speed. This way, he would have more chances to escape. He felt a trace of regret in his heart. He shouldn't have come to Yuzhou to take the risk. This Demon Venerable's power was beyond his imagination. In his calculations, even if the Demon Venerable appeared, he could easily escape or use his guards to kill him. However, he did not expect the Demon Venerable's cultivation to be so terrifying. However, it was too late to regret now. Moreover, regret was not in his personality. It was just that he was afraid of Nine-Demon Venerable's strength just now. He had underestimated the strength of a martial saint. Fei Long, what happened? Li Ling Tian stood atop the silver-winged flying dragon and allowed it to fly freely. He did not even look ahead. Instead, he used the 5 elements Dao intent to create a strange barrier. As time passed, Li Ling Tian gradually felt dizzy. His injuries were very serious, and he had continuously used various skills of the 5 elements Dao intent to restrict the Nine-Demon Venerable's speed. However, the price he had paid was obvious. His primeval essence was completely exhausted, and Nine-Demon Venerable was still 2,000 miles away. However, a distance of 2,000 miles was only a moment's effort for a martial saint powerhouse. Now that he was about to make a move, Li Ling Tian could sense that something was amiss, as he and Fei Long had already entered the thick demonic qi. Young master, we have entered the demon suppression secrets. The silver-winged flying dragon was already at the 7th step, and it was already time for it to transform. However, the silver-winged flying dragon was not used to transforming. Moreover, to the demon race, it was only when it was in its true form that it was the strongest. He was now at level 3 rank 7, which was equivalent to the cultivation of a 3rd heaven martial emperor. With such cultivation and the advantage of being a sky king, his speed was shocking. Otherwise, Nine-Demon Venerable would not have been able to catch up even after using countless secret techniques. Moreover, in terms of endurance, no one could compare to a silver-winged flying dragon. Otherwise, it would be an insult to the title of the king of the sky. Demon Suppression Secrets. Li Ling Tian was shocked and thought to himself that this was not good. He did not have any spirit qi to use in this place. Even if he cast the devouring light, he would only be devouring demonic qi. The Demon Suppression Secrets was the most terrifying place in Yuzhou province. It was no different from the forbidden land of the demon clan. It was full of demonic qi, endless demonic beasts, and unknown dangers. Compared to the previous Devil Canyon, it was on a completely different level. In this place, not to mention martial kings and martial grandmasters, even martial emperors, martial supremes, and even martial sovereigns did not dare to come easily. Young master, in the demon suppression secrets, this subordinate can't tell the direction. What should we do? Why don't we fly around? With my speed, that guy won't be able to catch up in a short time. The silver-winged flying dragon's eyes flashed with shock. After entering this place, its divine sense could not determine the direction. It was completely flying blindly. Naturally, it would not be foolish enough to return a flight, as that would automatically send itself to its death. No need. Just hang in there and fly straight in. It's safer here. If we go out, he'll find me directly. If it doesn't work, they'll just use my devil technique. Li Lingtian muttered to himself for a moment before he spoke to the silver-winged flying dragon. Although there was no spirit chi in this place, it was a place of death for human warriors. However, it was an exception for Li Lingtian as he controlled the Holy Demon Ring. He also used Holy Demon Chi and True Demon Chi in his body. Although he did not deliberately cultivate it, it just so happened that he had the strongest treasures and cultivation techniques of the demon race. If the demon race knew about this, it would be strange if they did not vomit blood. If he was outside, even if he encountered a martial artist, he would also be locked onto by 9 demon venerables' consciousness. However, if he came here, he would definitely encounter many demons, and they would all be experts of the demon race. If he had no other choice, he would change his aura to demonic chi. Understand. Then I will fly at full speed. Young master, you watch. After I shake that guy off, I will hide so that he won't find me. The silver-winged flying dragon was overjoyed when it heard that. It began to flee for its life, forgetting that Li Lingtian was also in control of the Nephilim race's true treasures and ultimate cultivation techniques. The Nephilim race could not have imagined such an exception. If he were to cast his demonic art here, 9th Demon Venerable would never expect Li Lingtian to possess it. By then, he would have to search for Li Lingtian everywhere. However, he understood that Li Lingtian could transform into a demon, but he could not hide his demonic chi. Instead of being a burden to Li Lingtian, it would be better to hide and let 9 Demon Venerable search for him. All right, Li Lingtian only uttered one word. His voice was extremely weak, and he did not even have the strength to speak. The meridians in his body were constantly being damaged, and if he did not suppress his injuries, they would only worsen. After he finished speaking, he sat down powerlessly. His divine sense spread out behind him, staring at 9 Demon Venerable who was flying at high speed. In his divine sense, every time the 9 Demon Venerable flashed, he would cover a distance of dozens of miles. At this speed, 2000 would only need 20 seconds to catch up. Fortunately, he had the speed of the silver-winged flying dragon. Otherwise, even if he was not injured, he would have been killed by the 9 Demon Venerable. In a place like this, the 9 Demon Venerables were completely in control. With an inexhaustible supply of demonic chi, they did not care about the consumption of demonic chi at all. Instead, they were focused on pursuing Li Lingtian. Damn it, is he still at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm? He's so fast. I want to see how long you can last. There will always be a time when your true essence is exhausted. 9 Demon Venerable's divine consciousness was also locked onto Li Lingtian, who was in front of him. He was shocked as well. He did not expect that he would be left behind even after giving chase. However, he knew that Li Lingtian was severely injured. A first firmament martial emperor flying like this was definitely the end of a powerful attack. It would not be long before he could not hold on. Suppressing demons in the dark. Haha, you really don't want to take the path to heaven, but you barged into hell. 9 Demon Venerable's body flashed. He suddenly discovered the dense demonic chi in front of him and the terrain in front of him. His expression immediately became shocked and excited. He understood the hidden dangers of suppressing demons, but a human coming here was courting death. Moreover, The matter that he had to deal with happened to be here. He didn't expect it to be so convenient. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. Not good, what happened? Did he die? Just as they entered the demon suppression secrets, the expression on 9 demon venerable's face changed. In his consciousness, the human who was locked on to suddenly disappeared, escaping from the consciousness lock. Search the world. When 9 demon venerable realized that Li Lingtian was no longer under the surveillance of his divine consciousness, he was shocked. He quickly accelerated his flight and cast a forbidden spell. However, he did not find any trace of Li Lingtian either. His expression changed a few times before a shocking demonic chi soared into the sky. The demon clan's most mysterious tracking technique was unleashed. Instantly, a mysterious aura locked on everything within a radius of 10,000 miles, and they quickly began to search. Within a few seconds, they had searched the area within 10,000 miles. However, they did not find any trace of Li Lingtian. Instead, they did discover the presence of a few humans. Realizing this, 9 Demon Venerable was startled. He quickly flew towards the few people with human auras. Damn it, it's fake. It's still fake. It's fake again, it's still fake, ah. Suppressing Demon let out a blood-curdling scream as 6 to 7 human martial emperor powerhouses were crushed to death. 9 Demon Venerable locked onto a few humans in his divine consciousness, but none of them were Li Lingtian. In his rage, he killed them all. There were countless humans and demons in the demon suppression sect. However, it was impossible for 9 Demon Venerable to kill all the humans. Even if he killed all the humans, he would not be able to find Li Lingtian. By the time he killed the humans, Li Lingtian would have left long ago. When he saw a First Firmament Martial Emperor escaping right under his nose, 9 Demon Venerable was furious. He used his divine sense to the extreme and swept a glance at the humans in every demon suppression sect. Experts had very powerful divine senses, but within a certain range, they could clearly see the other party's appearance and cultivation technique. However, beyond a certain range, they could only determine the aura and could not see the other party's appearance. Even the 9 Demon Saint could only see the other party within 500 miles. He could only roughly tell the other party's aura and cultivation from 1,000 miles away. However, from 3,000 miles away, his divine sense could only see a trace of the other party's aura. He could not even see the other party's cultivation and race. Finding Li Lingtian in a place like this was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Li Lingtian, who had been targeted by the 9 Demon Venerable and had disappeared, was hiding in a bush as he spat out a mouthful of blood. A faint demonic aura was emitted from his body. He was now completely a demon. Although his appearance hadn't changed, his temperament and aura were all characteristics of the demon race. If the 9 Demon Venerable had not seen it in front of him, he would never believe that he was Li Lingtian. After all, Li Lingtian was now a demon among demons. He possessed the most powerful cultivation technique of the demon race, the most mysterious saint demon chi and true demon chi of the demon race, and the supreme treasure of the demon race. Li Lingtian did not dare to be too strong at this moment. His cultivation was only at the first heaven martial emperor realm, and his demonic chi was as pure as a normal demon. If he was too conspicuous, the 9 Demon Venerables might notice him. 9 Demon Venerable definitely did not expect that his opponent would be within 10,000 miles of him, but he had no way to find him because there were not many humans within 10,000 miles. There were only countless demons, and he was one of them. Chapter 512. The True Saint Demon Scripture. What a terrifying martial saint. Li Lingtian thought to himself. His face was pale, and his spirit was extremely weak. Now, he did not have any true essence in his body. He did not even have any demonic chi. Although he did not cultivate the saint demon's true understanding, his demonic chi could be used with his vital essence. The more vital essence he had, the more demonic chi he had. However, he had already exhausted his true essence just now. Moreover, he had also used the heaven-defying pill. In other words, he could not use the heaven-defying pill to recover his cultivation today. Updated on B0X0VL. Similarly, even if he could use it, he did not dare to use it. After all, the heaven-defying pill was used to recover true essence. If he recovered true essence, he would be discovered by the 9-demon venerable. At that time, he would be able to discover his secret. After discovering his secret, the consequences were unimaginable. Do I really have to cultivate the saint-demon quintessence? I can't cultivate the saint-demon quintessence. I already have the holy demon ring, the holy demon quintessence, and the heaven's wand. What's wrong with cultivating a little? What if something happens after cultivating the true saint-demon understanding? If I don't cultivate the saint-demon quintessence, I won't be able to recover my cultivation and injuries. I'll also die here. In Li Lingxin's mind, two consciousnesses were struggling. One of them wanted to cultivate the saint-demon's quintessential understanding, while the other did not. Although he did not rule out the cultivation techniques of the demons, he did not want to take the initiative to cultivate them. At this moment, it was difficult for him to make a decision. All origins come from the same clan. The cultivation techniques of the demons and humans are the same. They are all for the sake of strengthening themselves. I-11, no matter what cultivation technique you use, it's all for the sake of killing. As long as you're strong, no one will dare to criticize you, because you're a powerhouse. Forget it. I've already grasped the holy demon ring and everything about the demons. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. After much consideration, Li Lingtian finally decided to accept the cultivation of the saint-demon quintessence. He already had the saint-demon qi and true demon qi in his body. Although it was very little, it was enough. He had used the heaven wand before. Even if he hadn't cultivated it before, he had the devil qi of the devil race. Now that he was cultivating it, he could only control it and recover his injuries at the same time. After making his decision, Li Lingtian closed his eyes and began to comprehend the holy demon quintessence. He didn't have to worry about this place. There were huge bushes and shrubs everywhere. There were also magic beasts and demons. He hid in a bush and decided not to be discovered. No one would have thought that Li Lingtian, the powerful and heaven-defying martial arts genius and alchemy saint, would be hiding in a bush. The holy demon quintessence left Li Lingtian speechless, as he did not need to comprehend it. It was as if he was born a demon, or he had learned it long ago. The powerful cultivation methods inside shocked him. Even the heaven and earth reincarnation and the true dragon body protection couldn't compare to the Empyrean demon canon in terms of cultivation speed. It was no wonder that the devil race's cultivation speed was so fast. The Saint Devil's true understanding was even faster. Li Lingtian did not want to fret over his easy comprehension of the holy demon's quintessence. Instead, he attributed it to his own knowledge. After all, the cultivation method he cultivated was like a sacred book, and his skills were heaven-tier superpowers. There were even almighty techniques like the 9 heaven stars and the 5 elements Tao in 10. These were all heaven-defying existences. Furthermore, the eye of the divine soul allowed him to think faster. These were the key to understanding the saint demon's quintessence easily. As for whether it was true or not, Li Lingtian did not dwell on it. He briefly understood the matters of the demon race. The demon race was the same as humans, and their cultivation levels were the same. However, the demon race had a very strict hierarchy. In the divine martial continent, it was the world of humans, so the demon race did not have any names. However, those who reached the martial saint level were called demon venerables. Above demon venerables were the powerful demon emperors. Demon venerable, demon emperor, demon lord, demon emperor, demon ancestor, demon god, and the even more powerful great demon god. These titles were only used to address the experts of the demon race. They were not used to address their cultivation realms. Their cultivation realms were the same as humans. After understanding all this, Li Lingtian followed the gaze of the person who came in from the bushes and looked at the sky. It was already dark, and he could cultivate now. The Demon Suppression Secrets was the most mysterious and powerful place in Yuzhou Province. It was also the most terrifying place. It was also regarded as a forbidden place by the demon race. However, this place didn't prohibit humans and demons from coming here. Countless demons and humans came here in search of medicinal herbs and demonic beasts. However, the experts who dared to come here were all martial emperors, martial venerables, and martial emperors. There were even powerful and heaven-defying martial saints. Although martial saints were rare, it was possible for them to appear in this place. In the past, there were not many humans and demons who came here, nor were there many experts. However, in the past few days, top-notch experts of the demons and humans had quietly entered. They could see martial emperor powerhouses and even martial saint powerhouses. Brother Emotion, the opening of the forbidden area this time should be related to the heaven-reaching demon tower, right? That's right. I've received reliable news that the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower has opened. Countless powerhouses have entered this place. There are even quite a number of human powerhouses who have come here. Although the two of us are at the 9th level martial monarch realm, we can't be careless. Of course, 9th firmament martial emperor realm is very powerful outside, but it's nothing in here. I heard that 9 demon venerables and 7 demon venerables are here too. Of course, this place belongs to the devil race. Since the humans have 2 martial saints, we naturally can't underestimate them. From time to time, there would be 1 or 2 demon or human powerhouses at the 8th or 9th level of the martial emperor realm in the demon suppression sect. They were all heading in the same direction, for the mysterious heavenly demon tower. As for what was inside the heaven-reaching demon tower, nobody knew. Even demons didn't know what was inside the heaven-reaching demon tower. Time passed day by day, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Lingtian opened his eyes with a calm expression on his face. His spirit had recovered. The divine soul eye appeared on his forehead. It was shaped like a 3-petaled blood-red lotus flower, making him look extremely demonic. In 10 days, he had already mastered the Saint Demon True Scripture, and the true demon chi in his body was extremely pure. Although he had mastered the Saint Demon True Understanding, he could not use the Saint Demon Chi. He could only use the true demon chi because the Saint Demon Chi was the most mysterious and powerful demonic chi of the demon race. It was even stronger than the true demon chi. True devil chi could only be cultivated by the bloodline of the royal family of the devil race. It was also a unique characteristic of the royal family. If he didn't have the holy demon ring, he wouldn't have known that the demon race still had the holy demon chi. Perhaps only the demon emperor knew about the holy demon chi. However, controlling true devil chi was also a heaven-defying existence. Any demonic chi had to submit in front of true devil chi. Although his cultivation base was at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm, his demonic chi was also at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm. Yes, with a soft shout, the demonic chi on his body disappeared. Except for the 3-petal lotus flower that appeared in the soul eye between his eyebrows, he looked ordinary. It was impossible to tell whether he was a demon or a human. However, her elegant temperament was even more attractive. She was unrestrained, elegant, and otherworldly. Tyrant demonic dragon kill. 9 in heavenly devil finger. True demon god destroying palm. There was a faint smile on Li Lingtian's face. There were 9 skills in the Holy Demon Quintessence. The first 3 were top-notch heaven-rank mystical powers. With his current cultivation base, he could only cultivate the first 3 moves. He could not see the rest of the moves at all. He had to cultivate and improve to know. Although the 3 heaven-grade divine powers were only heaven-grade divine powers in the Saint Demon True record, they were indeed as powerful as taboos in the demon race. Swoosh! His body flashed as he flew forward at high speed. After so many days, Li Lingtian believed that the 9th demon venerable had left. Now, he had to find a way to leave. Otherwise, if he continued to stay in this demon suppression secret, he could only be a demon for the rest of his life. Li Ling Tian did not have to worry about being attacked by the other demons after cultivating the Saint Demon's quintessence. In this place, the demons were naturally united. If he was alone, he would naturally be treated as prey. Boom! A stream of demonic qi soared into the sky and came crashing down on Li Ling Tian. The demonic qi carried a destructive, erosive force that pierced through space and headed straight for Li Lingshan's back. Ignorant. There was a faint sneer on Li Lingshan's face. He hated being ambushed the most. Not to mention the opponent was a demon powerhouse. Without turning around, he slapped his palm behind him. Immediately, a shocking true devil chi turned into a palm print and ruthlessly smashed towards the sneak attack. Rumble. Puff. With a loud explosion, Li Ling Tian turned around and stared coldly at a seventh heaven martial emperor from the infernal tribe. The body of the seventh heaven martial emperor from the demon clan swayed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with fear as he stared at Li Ling Tian in disbelief. True devil chi. How is this possible? How can you have true devil chi? The seventh heaven martial emperor looked at Li Ling Tian in horror. At first, he thought that Li Ling Tian was a human, a first heaven martial emperor. However, he did not expect that not only did he not kill the other party with his sneak attack, but he was also beaten half to death by the other party's casual palm. Moreover, he discovered that this young man was a demon like him, and a demon who controlled the true demon chi. True devil chi was a type of devil chi that could only be cultivated by the royal family of the devil race. Only by cultivating the techniques of the royal family of the devil race could one cultivate true devil chi. In other words, this young man was a member of the royal family of the devil race. Royal family members only existed in the devil realm and the devil race. However, this was the divine martial continent of humans. How could there be members of the devil race's royal family here? Only a small number of martial emperors and demons knew about the chi of true demon, and this seventh heaven martial emperor happened to be one of them. How do you want to die? Li Ling Tian said coldly without any expression on his face. The three exquisite blood-red lotuses on his glabella flickered slightly, making him look extremely demonic. His aura was calm, but it brought a supreme pressure to the seventh-level martial emperor realm demons. Please spare my life. I can be loyal to you and bring you to the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. The seventh heaven martial emperor's heart was ashen. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. Even if he resisted, he was simply looking for trouble in front of the true demon chi. True devil chi and ordinary devil chi were like true chi and true essence of humans. The two were on completely different levels. I recommend a classic fantasy work written by the Ninth Master, The Celestial Devil. It's definitely a divine work and worth reading. In Marquis Jiang's residence, the fourth-generation descendant, Ning Xiaochuan, was killed in a single palm strike while fighting over a beautiful silver metal courtesan in a brothel. When he was sent to the cemetery to be buried, he was resurrected and climbed out of the coffin because of the arrival of a visitor from outer space. Fate changed. A drop of divine water could manifest a world of all races. With a wave of the demonic sword, it cut through the 3,000 prosperous universes. When the gods and devils reached the sky, they would become the supreme beings of the world for 3 days. Chapter 513. Fog C1, Heavenly Devil Tower. Li Lingshan's expression was calm as he stared coldly at the seventh heaven martial emperor. This place was a secret place to suppress demons, but he did not know what the Heavenly Demon Tower was. Could it be the most mysterious, supreme devil tower in Yuzhou province? His heart thumped. These demons should be here for that heaven-reaching demon tower, updated on B0X0VL. That's right. The Heaven Ascension Devil Tower has opened. It's said that the experts of the demon race, human race, and even the demon race are heading to the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. The human race and the demon race want to stop us demons from obtaining the treasures in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. That's why we demons entered the Demon Tower on a large scale. The Seventh Heaven Martial Emperor Devil race did not suspect him. The young man in front of him must be a super expert of the Devil race. He did not know about the Devil Tower and should be cultivating. His tone was extremely polite, and he even set the internals and humans against each other. This way, Li Lingtian would not kill him. I see. You can leave now. Li Lingshan's face revealed an TC expression. With a tap of his hand, a strange finger force that ignored the distance between them pierced through the Seventh Heaven Martial Emperor's chest in an instant. Black blood flowed out of the bloody holes, and the wounds spread in front of the finger force. In the blink of an eye, the Seventh Heaven Martial Emperor from the Demon Clan turned into a stream of demonic chi and disappeared from the world. This was the power of the nine heavenly demonic finger. Li Lingtian glanced at the storage pouch on the ground and grabbed it with one hand. A jade slip appeared in his hand, and his divine sense moved. His face revealed a satisfied expression. His body strangely disappeared from a spot. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away. He did not expect it to be so easy to kill a Seventh Heaven Martial Emperor. However, he finally understood why the Devil race was so powerful. He had dealt with the demons quite a few times, but it was very difficult to kill them each time. It turned out that the demon race's skills and cultivation were countless times more powerful than humans. The true demon god-destroying palm just now had severely injured a 7th-level martial emperor with a casual strike, and the 9 heavenly demon finger had rendered a 7th-level martial emperor powerless. There was dense demonic chi everywhere in the demon suppression sect. There was not a trace of spiritual chi. However, Li Lingtian was like a fish in water here. After flying for half a day, he finally found a relatively safe cave. After entering the cave, he used his spiritual sense, and a few simple restrictions appeared. Demon Sealing Spiritual Array. Li Lingtian stopped as he cast the last spell. The appearance of this array formation could isolate the demonic chi outside, and only fresh air could enter. He wasn't worried about himself, but he had to think about Shun Mei Tang Zimeng, and Xin Yuan Yingying. Little White was a dragon, so it could naturally resist the demonic chi. It was not afraid of the demonic chi. Big Brother Ling Tian. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the divine dragon ring was activated. Xin Yuan Yingying and the other 3 appeared in front of Li Lingtian and greeted him happily when they saw him. During this period of time, Li Lingshan's divine consciousness did not enter the divine dragon ring, and neither did they come out. Now that he was out, he was naturally extremely happy. Husband, didn't you encounter a demon expert? Yeah, you've cultivated a devil race technique? Shun Mei was in a hurry when she entered the divine dragon ring. Li Lingtian must have encountered a powerful demon, or else he would not be in such a hurry. Now that Li Lingtian was safe, he felt slightly relieved. However, he immediately noticed the changes on Li Lingshan's body. The 3-petal blood red lotus flower on his glabella was still there, making him look extremely demonic. Yes, I met 9 9th-level martial emperors and a demon supreme. Li Lingtian then recounted the events of that day, including the cultivation of the Saint Demon's quintessence. Since Shun Mei and the others were his women, there was nothing to hide. Besides, Shun Mei and the others had already known about him. However, he briefly mentioned some dangerous places so that they wouldn't worry. Demon Venerable. I didn't expect you to meet the Demon Venerable. Big Brother Ling Tian. Do you think the Demon Venerable is still in the demon suppressing secrets? Big Brother, are we going to the Heavenly Devil Tower? Xin Yuan Yingying, Xiao Bai, and Tang Zimeng looked at Li Lingtian and asked curiously. Even though they knew how powerful the Demon Supreme was, they were not worried. Even if the Demon Supreme was powerful, he would not be able to do anything to Li Lingtian. Naturally, we have to go to the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. I've cultivated the Saint Demon's quintessence now. As long as I don't reveal my true appearance, even if 9 Demon Venerable is in front of me, he won't be able to recognize me. Li Lingtian nodded. Since he was already here, he would go and take a look. Moreover, it was not easy to get out of this demon suppression sect. Then let's rest here for a few days. You're tired. Shunmei sized up the cave. It wasn't a small cave, and a few of them could live separately. After that, they began to tidy up the cave. The 4 girls each prepared their own residence. It was convenient for Little White and Xinyuan Yingying. They found a small karst cave and tidied it up. On the other hand, Shunmei and Tang Ziming had to tidy themselves up properly. After all, they were not living alone. With Li Lingtian by their side, they had to be prepared. Soon, the 4 ladies were done tidying up. Li Lingtian arrived at the cave that Shunmei and Tang Ziming had tidied up. He sat cross-legged on the blanket and began meditating. After all, he had been chased by the 9 demon venerables after escaping from the cold demon city and was seriously injured. After resting for a while and cultivating the Saint Demon quintessence, he did not rest at all. Now that he had found a slightly safer place, he naturally needed to rest first. Shunmei and Tang Ziming were also meditating on the blanket. After 2 hours, Li Lingtian opened his eyes again. Big brother Lingtian, you should sleep first. Ming Ming and sister Mei will accompany you. When Tang Ziming saw that Li Lingtian had finished his cultivation, she slowly stopped and gently removed his clothes before putting them aside. She removed her outer garment and leaned against Li Lingtian. Shunmei did the same. She removed her light shirt and leaned on Li Lingshan's other side. The 3 of them lay on the blanket to rest. The 2 girls knew that Li Lingtian had been too tired during this period of time. He needed a good night's sleep to regain his energy. She did not pester Li Lingtian, but hugged Li Lingshan's arms to sleep. The night was quiet, and the 3 of them slept soundly. Shunmei and Tang Ziming were easily satisfied. They were happy as long as they were in Li Lingshan's arms. Li Lingtian and the rest spent the next few days in the cave. Although they could not cultivate, they could regulate their breathing. This was because they were in the demon suppression secrets. There was no spirit chi, but only demonic chi. The fresh air in the cave was also provided by Li Lingshan's anti-devil spiritual array. Otherwise, there would not even be fresh air in the cave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. See. Roar, roar, roar. In the dark night of demon suppression, sounds of air being torn apart could be heard from time to time, as well as the roars of demonic beasts. Originally, there were very few experts who set foot in the demon suppression secrets. Now, countless demon and human experts had arrived. After Li Lingtian left the cave, he wore a relaxed expression. With a swipe of his hand, a silver mask covered half of his face, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. He looked elegant, and there was an additional sense of mystery compared to before. After all, under this mask, no one could see his true appearance. In addition, the aura on his body was strange. As long as he did not use any cultivation technique, no one would be able to tell whether he was a human or a demon. In fact, there was no difference between demons and humans. On the contrary, demon men were better looking than humans. It was just that some humans demonized demons. However, there were still countless demons who were no different from magical beasts, tall and mighty. Li Lingshan's body was no longer delicate and pretty, but more devilish. Nothing else had changed. The only thing that made him depressed was the wind-lightning god slaying slash on his back. He could not refine this wind-lightning god slaying slash, nor could he put it into his storage bag. Now, she could only carry it on her back. In fact, there were very few such decorations. Previously, Demon Venerable 9 did not notice the weapon on Li Lingshan's back. Even if he saw Li Lingtian now, he would not know that Li Lingtian was his enemy. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not know that after the 9th Demon Venerable was injured, he had entered the depths of the demon-suppressing secrets and headed straight for the demonic tower. However, the situation was not looking good. After all, he was injured by Li Lingshan's 9 sky stars. It would not be easy for him to recover so quickly. Furthermore, he had been injured by traceless space-time, and his wound had not healed yet. For half a month, Li Lingtian held the jade slip in his hand as he flew in one direction. This jade slip was naturally obtained from the storage bag of the Seventh Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert he had killed. The jade slip contained the secret route to suppress the demons and could directly reach the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. After flying for half a month, they actually arrived at a sea of fog. There was no demonic chi or spiritual chi in this sea of fog. It was like a blank space, but Li Lingtian did not dare to be careless. The fog sea was not a sea area. It was just that the forest and the mountains were covered in thick fog, forming an endless fog sea. In such a place, it was easy to lose one's direction. Even if he had the route in the Jade Slip, it would not be so easy to find the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Moreover, in the fog sea, the hidden demonic beasts and experts could come out at any time to launch a sneak attack. He had planned to call Shun Mei, and the others out, but it seemed impossible now. If they came out, he would have to use all his energy to protect them. Roar at that moment, a loud roar shook the sky. Li Lingshan's eardrums were almost ruptured. The ground was shaking continuously. There were also two demon experts fighting there. It was obvious that two demon eighth-layered heaven experts were surrounding a powerful demonic beast. Li Lingshan's heart skipped a beat. His body flashed, and his aura was submerged in the sea of fog. It was impossible to spot his movements without careful observation. Soon, they arrived at a place not far from a battle. Li Lingtian found a secluded place to hide. 7th rank, 9th grade, blood-eyed magical beast. Li Lingtian looked at the tall demonic beast in the distance and was horrified. A level 7 or 9 demonic beast was as powerful as a 9th-level martial emperor. It was even stronger than a 9th-level martial emperor. I recommend a fantasy masterpiece, Celestial Devil. The 9th manager's product is definitely a high-quality one. In Marquis Jiang's residence, the 4th-generation descendant, Ning Xiaochuan, was killed in a single palm strike while fighting over a beautiful silver metal courtesan in a brothel. When he was sent to the cemetery to be buried, he was resurrected and climbed out of the coffin because of the arrival of a visitor from outer space. Fate changed. A drop of divine water could manifest a world of all races. With a wave of the demonic sword, it cut through the 3,000 prosperous universes. When the gods and devils reached the sky, they would become the supreme beings of the world for 3 days. Chapter 514. True Demon God Destroying Palm. 1. Degree V7. The eyes of the blood-eyed demonic beast were the size of lanterns. Its eyes carried a light that could devour the soul of a powerful being. If a powerful being was not careful, they would sink into the blood-eyed demonic beast's eyes. Li Lingtian watched as the two 8th Heaven Martial Emperor demons surrounded and attacked the blood-eyed demonic beast. He began to calculate in his heart. This blood-eyed demonic beast was of no use to him at all. Fisk, updated on B0X0VL. Calm, just as Li Lingtian was about to leave quietly, his mind flickered and his body flashed. He could no longer hide himself. The blood-eyed demonic beast's eyes emitted a substantial light that bombarded the spot where Li Lingtian was hiding. Li Lingtian had the Eye of the Divine Soul as well. Furthermore, it was many times more powerful than the blood-eyed demonic beast's blood eye. However, he did not expect the blood-eyed demonic beast to see through his hiding place. Li Lingtian managed to dodge the blood-eyed demonic beast's attack, but his figure was exposed. Naturally, the two level 8 Martial Emperor demons had noticed his presence. They did not expect a powerhouse to be hiding beside them all this time. They immediately thought that Li Lingtian was a hunter. You guys continue. I'm leaving. Li Lingtian did not want to continue pestering the two of them when he saw their reaction. He then turned to leave. You want to leave? It's too late now. The slightly fat Mo said coldly. His voice was cold, and his eyes revealed a vicious expression. He had completely given up on the blood-eyed demonic beast. In a flash, he appeared in front of Li Lingtian and blocked his path. Boom! Roar! The blood-eyed demonic beast roared loudly and engaged in a fierce battle with the slimmer MO. One of them was a level 7 or level 9 magical beast, while the other was a devil race at the 8th heaven of the martial monarch realm. Although there was a difference of one realm between the two, there would not be a clear winner for the time being. What's wrong? If I want to leave, you have to stop me? Do you want to die? Li Lingshan's expression darkened when he saw someone trying to block his way. He glared coldly at the slightly plump Asmodean. He actually gave up on a grade 9 magical beast to deal with him. Wasn't he looking at him as a pushover? You're courting death. The slightly plump Asmodean was not afraid when he heard Li Lingshan's words. On the contrary, he even dared to insult him. How could he tolerate such a thing? How could a 1st Heaven Martial Emperor oppose an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor? A punch was thrown out. The fist's shadow was heavy with demonic chi, and the space was torn apart in front of this punch. The force of the fist headed straight for Li Lingtian, and the overwhelming pressure of the demonic chi pressed down on Li Lingtian. Experts were used to suppressing those who were weaker than them with pressure. Experts with lower cultivation were completely passive in front of the pressure of experts with higher cultivation. They could only use a little of their strength and could not even move their fingers. For example, an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor who wanted to attack a 5th Heaven Martial Emperor would be crushed by his pressure. Every realm was a different level. A level 8 martial artist could directly suppress a level 7 martial artist with pressure. In front of pressure, he could completely suppress the other party's aura and confidence. He could even use pressure to suppress the other party. The slightly plump Asmodean did not take Li Lingtian seriously when he saw that he was only a 1st Heaven Martial Emperor. Otherwise, he would not have punched Li Lingtian with such ease. Furthermore, he had used his pressure behind his fist. You're courting death. Li Lingtian was slightly angered. Anyone who dared to underestimate him was courting death. He didn't make any unnecessary movements and also struck out with his palm. True demon god destroying palm. Li Lingtian shouted softly as he met the attack with his palm. The true devil chi enveloped his body, and his expression was cold. Space was eroded by the true devil chi, and wherever it passed, space was pierced through. The slightly fatter Asmodean was initially overjoyed when he saw Li Lingshan's casual palm strike. However, he suddenly realized that something was amiss because Li Lingshan's attack was unparalleled and destructive. Moreover, the purity of that demonic chi was tens of thousands of times higher than his. The two were completely different worlds. Bang! With a dull thud, the slightly plump Asmodean was flung away. By the time his body landed on the ground, Li Lingshan's true demon god-destroying palm had already destroyed the slightly plump Asmodean. The power of true devil chi was incomparable to any fiend race. In addition to the heaven-grade divine power on the Saint Demon Quintessence, its power was comparable to a taboo technique. Even if he was only a 1st Heaven Martial Emperor, the chi of True Demon and the powerful skills in the Saint Demon True Record were enough to wipe out the 8th Heaven Martial Emperor Devil Race. Roar! True Devil Chi. The blood-eyed demonic beast in the distance could sense Li Lingshan's terror as well. Its eyes were filled with fear as it roared indignantly. Although it was a rank 7, rank 9, it could not have been killed so easily when it was fighting an 8th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert. The young man in front of him had easily killed a level 8 expert with a single palm strike. The slimmer Asmodean cried out in alarm. His eyes were filled with despair as he looked fearfully at Li Lingtian and his fallen companion on the ground. Die! Li Lingtian looked at the slimmer Asmodean and uttered one word coldly. True demon god destroying palm. Li Lingtian flipped his hand, and the demonic chi in the air condensed. The demonic chi formed a huge palm print in an instant, and the palm print blasted toward the slightly thinner Asmodean. The true demon god destroying palm was a top-notch heaven-grade divine power. Under this attack, the air trembled and the ground collapsed uneasily. In an instant, the pitch-black palm print pierced through 200 meters of space and arrived in front of the slightly thinner demon. Limitless Demon Dowlight. When the slightly thinner MO saw such terrifying true devil chi and heaven-grade divine arts, they even had the heart to die. However, he was unwilling to give up. He circulated the demonic chi in his body, and a beam of demonic chi shot toward Li Lingtian, hoping to block Li Lingshan's palm print. As long as he could block it, he would have a chance to escape. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, the huge palm print mercilessly crushed down, not giving the slightly thinner demon any chance at all. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to withstand the power of the true demon god Perishing Palm. The true demon god Perishing Palm was a skill on the Saint Demon True record. Ordinary trash, heaven-ranked divine powers would naturally not be recorded. Such a heaven-grade divine power was definitely an existence similar to the forbidden art of the Saint Demon True understanding. Spitting out a mouthful of black blood, the slightly thinner Immo fell down, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. In front of the true devil chi and the true devil god-destroying palm, he could only accept it. Stop. If you want to leave, then be like them. Li Lingshan's expression did not change even after he had killed 2 level 8 martial Emperor Infernals. It was as if he had just eaten a meal. Since the Internal's cultivation method was so powerful, he had already cultivated it himself. Naturally, he could accept the power of the demonic cultivation method. After finishing off the 2 demons, he looked at the blood-eyed magical beast that was about to escape. With a cold shout, he looked at the blood-eyed demonic beast with a cold gaze. During this period of time, bring me to the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. Once we reach the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower, you can leave. After Li Lingtian kept the 2 infernal storage pouches, he walked toward the blood-eyed demonic beast step by step. The blood-eyed demonic beast's massive body was trembling nonstop. Fear could no longer be used to describe this seemingly weak human in front of him. It was a deep fear. The blood-eyed magical beast was also a magical beast of the 7th step and 9th rank. It was very intelligent, but it could not speak. However, it understood how terrifying the young man before it was. 2 level 8 demons were easily killed. He had no hope of reaching level 7 or level 9. Noticing Li Lingshan's arrival, he quickly nodded. In a flash, Li Lingtian leaped up and landed on the blood-eyed demonic beast's body. He then sat on it comfortably. Roar! The blood-eyed magical beast instinctively resisted. It was a magical beast of the 7th step and 9th rank. Within a radius of 000 miles, it was like an overlord. It had never been afraid of anyone. Now that someone was riding on it, it was naturally an insult. Not convinced. If you continue to cause trouble for this lord will make you disappear forever. Li Lingtian said coldly from the blood-eyed demonic beast's body. His voice was as cold as hell. The blood-eyed demonic beast seemed to have entered an icy abyss, and its body began to tremble. He didn't dare to be unconvinced anymore. He only hoped that this powerful pervert would be released after reaching the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Roar! With a roar, the blood-eyed demonic beast did not resist this time. Instead, it quickly dashed out. The blood-eyed demonic beast was the overlord of this place, so it naturally knew the direction of the heaven-reaching demonic tower. It was also extremely familiar with this place, so it naturally wouldn't get lost. Li Lingtian sat on the blood-eyed demonic beast with a faint smile on his face. However, no one could see his smile because he was wearing a mask. One could only see his eyes and the smile on the corner of his mouth. One could feel his calmness and calmness. With a 7th step 9th grade magical beast, ordinary low-level magical beasts and demons would simply retreat. Some of the experts were extremely curious when they saw that there was an expert on the back of the blood-eyed magical beast. They knew how terrifying the blood-eyed magical beast was. If it could use a blood-eyed magical beast of the 7th step and 9th rank as a mount, then it was not something they could provoke. After running for half a month, the blood-eyed demonic beast brought Li Lingtian out of the fog sea and into a forest that looked like a paradise. Li Lingtian had no idea how big the forest was. However, the blood-eyed demonic beast did not stop. It only occasionally hunted low-level demonic beasts for a feast. At other times, it would bring Li Lingtian through the forest. Roar! After another 3 days, the blood-eyed magical beast stopped and growled. It raised its head and looked into the distance, its eyes filled with fear and dread. It was obvious that there was a terrifying existence in front of it, that even it did not dare to go forward with its strength of level 7 and level 9. Have we arrived? Li Lingtian asked when he saw the blood-eyed demonic beast stop. This place was no different from a human's residence. Moreover, the spiritual chi here was rich. Roar! Roar! The blood-eyed demonic beast looked at the sun in the sky and growled twice, continuously gesturing. Li Lingtian left the blood-eyed demonic beast and watched the beast's gestures. 2 days ahead, and well reached the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower, when Li Lingtian thought of the blood-eyed demonic beast's gestures, he took out the jade slip with a look of understanding on his face. Roar! The blood-eyed demonic beast was stunned. It didn't expect the human in front of it to know its gestures so easily. It was instantly shocked. Although it could not speak, it possessed a high level of intelligence. It was worried that Li Lingtian would not understand its gestures. However, he did not expect this young man to understand it so easily. No wonder he was so powerful. This chapter was for updates. It also asked for monthly votes and recommendation votes. More importantly, it asked for book reviews. In the future, Falling Flowers would add updates based on the additional book reviews, monthly votes, and recommendation votes. Chapter 5:15, A Strange Feeling 1, You Go Back. Li Lingtian did not make things difficult for the blood-eyed demonic beast. It had worked hard to bring him here during this period of time, even if it did not contribute much. Since it was something that even the blood-eyed magical beast of the 7th step and 9th rank was afraid of, it would not be of much help even if it went alone. It would be easier for him to go alone. This is a reward for your good fortune. Updated on B0X0VL. Calm after pondering for a moment, he took out a jade bottle and flicked out a pill. The Great Cyclic Pellet was a 7th tier Great Cyclic Pellet. Although it was a medicinal pill for humans, it was also useful for demonic beasts. After all, he was refining a 7th tier Great Cyclic Pellet, not some trash medicinal pill. Roar! The blood-eyed demonic beast grabbed the pill excitedly. Naturally, it did not think that Li Lingtian wanted to harm it. The young man before was extremely terrifying, and it would be a piece of cake for him to kill it. With a low growl, he turned around and ran away. Li Lingtian also looked into the distance. A 2-day journey was equivalent to a distance of tens of millions of miles. This distance was nothing to his cultivation base. Anyway, he had been here for so long, so he was not in a hurry to spend the next 2 days. He would stay here for 2 days, which was a good time to rest. He would leave after he was fully rested. His figure flashed, and he began to look for caves nearby. In such a dangerous place, only caves were safer. This was also an instinctive habit of humans. After half an hour, they finally found a good cave. The cave was on a cliff. The cave on the precipice was 100 meters above the ground. Li Lingtian entered the cave in a flash. The entire cave was a stone cave. It was relatively dry inside and was suitable for cultivation and rest. He activated the divine dragon ring with his soul consciousness, and Shun Mei, and the others appeared in front of him. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Husband, have we left the demon suppression secrets? Shun Mei, asked as soon as she came out of the cave. The spiritual energy in this cave was quite dense, even comparable to the forbidden area of the Xinyuan family. The demon suppression secrets were filled with demonic qi. If there was spiritual qi, it meant that they had already left the demon suppression secrets. No, we have already reached the deepest part of the demon suppression secrets. We will reach the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower in 2 days. Li Lingtian explained the situation of the place before he went to the cave entrance to set up a formation and restriction spell. In just a moment, the cave entrance was blocked. An illusion array had hidden the cave. As long as one did not look carefully, it was impossible to find a cave in this place. Big Brother Ling Tian, you should rest first. We'll clean up. On the other hand, Xinyuan Yingying was well behaved. Li Lingtian was stunned by her behavior and felt a little uncomfortable. Since when was this girl so well behaved? However, he did not say anything. After all, it was a good thing that Xinyuan Yingying was obedient. It was already a blessing for him that she did not cause trouble for him. Yeah, you should rest first. It's definitely very dangerous to go into the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. There won't be any chance to rest inside. Tang Ziming pulled Li Lingtian to a rock and sat down. Following that, she followed Shunmei and the rest to tidy up the cave. It was normal for a warrior to survive in the wild. It was also very easy to tidy up the cave. Soon, the cave was completely new. There were colorful cloth strips everywhere, dividing the cave into a few small rooms. In fact, it was just a disguise. With the cultivation of a martial artist, he could naturally see through this cloth with his divine sense. However, the girls were not afraid of him going to take a look. Besides, Li Lingtian would not go anyway. Instead, he added 2 formations to Xinyuan Yingying and Little White's room. This way, he couldn't use his spiritual awareness to spy on them. Li Lingtian and the others stayed in the cave for a total of 7 days. The group was extremely happy during these 7 days. Although Xinyuan Yingying and Little White could not get too close to Li Lingtian, they were still very intimate. In such a dangerous place, they could only cultivate in the Divine Dragon Ring. After adapting to the outside world for a few days, Li Lingtian returned to the Divine Dragon Ring and headed to the Demonic Tower. Although he did not leave the cave during these few days, he could see a few experts rushing in the direction of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. In his divine consciousness, he discovered that the few powerhouses were all at the 8th or 9th level of the Martial Emperor realm. This was not surprising. After all, those who dare to come to this place must be super powerhouses. Silk! A soft sound was heard as Li Lingtian tore apart the cave's restriction and quickly left the cave. However, he had set up the cave before he left. After all, this cave was not far from the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Perhaps he could come here to rest when the time came. His body flashed, and he was suspended in the air. His body shot into the distance like a sharp arrow. As a martial grandmaster, he could fly in the MAS of First Heaven Martial Emperor. He was no different from a bird. He could fly freely in the air. Even standing in the air was a piece of cake. After all, a Martial Emperor powerhouse's true origin was powerful. It was extremely easy for him to float in the air. A day later, Li Lingshan's face was filled with surprise. Ever since he entered Yuzhou, he had felt a kind of attraction. Although it was not clear, he had a little feeling in his heart. He thought it was because he had cultivated the true saint-demon understanding. However, after passing through the fog sea, this kind of attraction would appear from time to time. Now, he was only a day away from the heaven-reaching demon tower. This feeling was getting stronger and stronger, as if someone or something was summoning him. This feeling was definitely not due to cultivating the true saint-demon record. However, he didn't understand the reason and couldn't say it at all. What exactly happened? Li Lingtian looked confused, but he did not resist the summons at all. Sighing, his figure flashed, and he no longer cared about it. Since it was summoning, at least it was beneficial to him. He also wanted to see what was summoning him. The sound disappeared, and the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower was still as silent as before. The sound disappeared in the silence, as if it had never appeared. P.S. Requires recommendation votes and reviews. See the number of updates. Chapter 516, Heavenly Devil Tower. Chapter 516, Heavenly Devil Tower continue. Li Lingtian exhaled a breath of cold air as his face revealed a shocked expression. He looked at a huge building 10,000 miles away. It was a pitch-black tower-shaped building. The existence of this huge building could be seen from 10,000 miles away. A shocking power was emitted from the Black Tower. The area within 10,000 miles was enveloped by this power. Updated on B0X0VL, Heavenly Devil Tower. Li Lingtian exclaimed as he looked at the Black Tower that towered into the clouds. From a distance, it could be seen that this Heavenly Demon Tower was 100 miles in circumference. It was unknown how tall it was, but it towered into the clouds. The outside was tower-shaped, but there were no windows, giving people a terrifying feeling. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the air, traces of dense demonic chi floated, but this demonic chi never left the 10,000 miles radius. It was circulating within the 10,000 miles radius. Li Lingshin's heart trembled as he looked at the demonic tower. It was a visual and mental shock. It was unknown who had built this demonic tower. It actually had such a powerful pressure. Just this building alone was not something that humans could build. Umph! At this moment, a cold snort sounded. Li Lingtian did not even need to look to see that a powerhouse had arrived. It was a ninth firmament martial emperor human powerhouse. When they saw him at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm, they were naturally extremely disdainful. His figure flashed as he quickly flew towards the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. A distance of 5,000 kilometers was originally only half an hour for a martial emperor powerhouse. If he used teleportation, it would only take a moment. However, Li Lingshin's expression changed drastically after he entered the world of demonic chi. That was because in this demonic chi world, within 10,000 miles of the demonic tower, there was endless pressure. Even with his martial emperor cultivation, it was extremely difficult for him to fly. Furthermore, the deeper they went, the stronger the pressure became. Li Lingtian landed within 5,000 miles. Devil pressure. Li Lingtian let out a low gasp as he circulated his demonic chi and his body flashed. Although he could not fly, he was able to run close to the ground. Although his speed was slower than flying, it was countless times faster than walking. Li Lingshin's face was pale and powerless when he was 1,000 miles away from the demonic tower. With his first firmament martial emperor cultivation base, he could no longer withstand the pressure of the demonic might here. Moreover, there were a few super experts not far in front of him. Although they were both martial monarch realm experts, they were still at the 8th or 9th firmament of the martial monarch realm. It was extremely difficult for them to walk. Only a middle-aged man was walking freely under the pressure of the demonic might, as if he was taking a stroll. Martial Saint, Li Lingtian exclaimed in his heart. He did not expect to see another warrior sage powerhouse. Fortunately, this warrior sage powerhouse was human. True devil chi. Li Lingtian conjured a hand seal with one hand and strengthened the demonic chi around him. He assimilated the boundless demonic might and formed his own power to resist the pressure of the demonic might. After using the true demon chi, his body was much more relaxed. However, compared to a martial saint powerhouse, it was still not enough. Moreover, he could not show off too much at this time to avoid being noticed. An 8th-level martial emperor devil spat out a mouthful of blood under the pressure of the devil power. Facing the pressure of the devil might, every expert's face turned pale. Those who could not withstand the pressure of the devil might could only be ruthlessly crushed. After the expert who was suppressed by the demonic might spat out a mouthful of blood, his body began to transform. In the end, he could not withstand the pressure of the demonic might and was crushed to death. Li Lingtian was shocked. A level 8 martial emperor was crushed to death by the demonic might. The demonic might was indeed powerful. Along the way, Li Lingtian was already 5 kilometers away from the demonic tower. His strength had been elevated to its peak. Moreover, he saw many experts die along the way. They were all directly crushed to death by the demonic might. After using true devil chi 3 times in a row to strengthen it, he finally passed through the area of heavy pressure. Caught off guard, Li Lingtian escaped from the area of heavy pressure and came to a pressure-free space. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He also arrived at the bottom of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower and stopped 500 meters away from the Demon Tower. After getting closer, the size of the demonic tower could not be seen at all. It was like entering a mountain and not being able to see the true face of the mountain. After Li Lingtian had passed through the pressure of the demonic might, many powerhouses noticed Li Lingtian's presence and were shocked. He did not expect that a young man at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm could actually pass through the pressure of the demonic might. There were a total of 21 people present. There were 11 supreme powerhouses at the peak of the 9th heaven martial emperor realm, and one person whom Li Lingtian knew, 9 demon venerable. There were 9 human powerhouses. 8 of them were at the peak of the 9th firmament martial emperor realm, and one of them was a martial saint powerhouse. He was also the middle-aged man whom Li Lingtian had seen earlier. Everyone present was at the peak of 9th heaven martial emperor realm, and there were 2 martial saints among them. However, Li Lingtian was a first heaven martial emperor. Moreover, no one could see clearly whether this silver-masked youth was a human or a demon. More importantly, the place where this silver-masked youth stood was very strange. It was neither on the side of the demons nor the side of the humans. Instead, it stood alone. Immediately, it formed a 3-legged situation. However, this 3-legged confrontation was a little strange. On one side, the humans were not as powerful as the demons. On the other side, there was a first heaven martial emperor whose power could be ignored. On the other side were powerful demon powerhouses. Li Lingtian groaned inwardly because anyone here had the ability to kill him. Most of the other 8th or 9th firmament martial emperors had fallen under the pressure of the demonic might. Those who could come here were all peak powerhouses. On the other hand, he was at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm. Moreover, he was at the ordinary first heaven of the martial emperor realm. He had not reached the peak. Yunhao, are there only these 2 of you? The 9 demon venerable looked at the human tribe's strength with a mocking expression. He had been infuriated by Li Lingtian recently. Although he knew that the human tribe's powerhouses might come again, he decided to vent his anger first. I've long heard of the 9 demon venerable's great name. 400 years ago, I fought the divine wind battle with the 10 great martial saints. I didn't expect that it would appear again. I'm still famous. A while ago, the 9 demon venerable's reputation was like the sun at noon. He actually fought with a human junior. I admire the 9 demon venerable's strength. Martial Saint Yunhao, a hermit expert of the Azure continent, had also come here to stop the devil experts from obtaining the treasures of the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. However, before he came back, he heard about the incident in the Cold Demon City. It was a shock. A human at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm was surrounded and killed by 9 demon venerable and 9 ninth heaven martial emperor realm demons. 9 martial emperors were instantly killed by that human at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm, and even 9 demon venerable was injured. After destroying the demon sealing god Array blueprint, 9 demon venerable chased after that first heaven martial emperor, and there was no news of him after that. However, what happened that day had shocked countless experts of the Serenity Plains and the Azure Continent. The people from both sides did not come for long. When they saw that 9 demon venerable had arrived, Martial Saint Yunhao was curious. Was that martial emperor killed by 9 demon venerable, or did he escape? When he heard 9 demon venerable mocking the human race, he was instantly furious. He thought of 9 demon venerable's matter and said it loudly. He looked like he was flattering him, but in 9 demon venerable's ears, it was like a loud slap to his face. What Martial Saint Yunhao said was something he was ashamed of. He had been beaten half to death 0 years ago, and this time he had just come out and was injured by a martial monarch realm expert. He had even killed 9 of his subordinates. Just thinking about it was infuriating. If I catch him, he'll definitely extract his soul and refine it. Why don't we have a big battle now, so that we don't have to waste our time? 9 demon venerable's face was filled with rage. The shocking demonic chi around his body soared into the sky. It instantly matched the demonic chi around the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, causing his cultivation to become even stronger. At this moment, he had the right time, the right place, and the right people. It was the best time to kill Yunhao. The other 9th-level Martial Emperor Realm powerhouses of the Devil race also unleashed their demonic chi. A battle was about to break out. For a moment, the entire atmosphere was extremely strange and oppressive. The human experts also circulated their true essence, and the pressure continued to collide out, causing the air to tremble. Ha ha, I see. I didn't expect that little fellow to be so good. He was actually able to escape from the hands of the famous 9-demon venerable. This is his glory, haha. Marshal Saint Yunha's expression changed. If they really fought, the human race would definitely die here. Even if he could escape, he would be seriously injured. However, when he thought about the arrival of the human race's powerhouses, he was not afraid at all. The battle between Martial Emperor and Martial Saint was not something that could be decided in a short period of time. It was naturally not a problem to stall for time. Judging from 9-demon venerable's words, he could tell that the first Heaven Martial Emperor had escaped. It was not easy for him to escape from the furious 9-demon venerable while being seriously injured. God refining demon array. 9-demon venerable was extremely furious. He could not hold it in any longer. In terms of intelligence, demons had never been a match for humans. The main reason was that demons were easily angered and lost their rationality in anger. He did not expect to be mocked by the other party again. With a wave of his hand, 11 9th-level Martial Emperor Realm demons flashed and formed a formation. Although the experts were not together, it was still very easy for them to use a simple joint formation. Demon-slaying Heavenly God formation. Yunho saw that the other party was about to attack and did not dare to be careless. He also understood that the other party wanted to take advantage of the weakness of the human race to kill the human race. He did not dare to be careless. He also had the people around him cast the array formation. This way, even if they were not the other party's match, they could at least buy some time. In an instant, 2 huge formations were formed. A powerful and shocking pressure formed a halo, and the halo quickly became stronger in the air. Yunhao and 9-demon venerable also floated up, looking at each other coldly. They completely ignored Li Lingtian, who was below. A first firmament Martial Emperor must have used some kind of treasure to be able to enter. So what if he could enter? He would just be courting death. Moreover, both sides were focused on each other, so it was normal for them to ignore Li Lingtian. Chapter 517, Intimidation 1. Chapter 517, Intimidation 1. Humph. A cold snort sounded from the 2 formation clusters. The sound was extremely disharmonious. The originally oppressive atmosphere was instantly broken. Everyone looked at the person who made the sound, their faces filled with confusion. It was Li Lingtian who snorted. His eyes were cold as he stared at the human and infernal tribes formation. No one could see the expression on his face as he was wearing a mask. Updated on B0X, 0VL, calm. You're courting death. 9-demon venerable was slightly angry. Originally, the aura of the demons had already reached its limit, and a great battle was about to break out. However, he did not expect that this balance would be instantly broken by a cold snort. Although he was curious about the silver-masked powerhouse in front of him, he did not take a first-level Martial Emperor seriously. With a wave of his hand, a huge wave of black devil chi blasted toward Li Lingtian. The space trembled, and a powerful, destructive pressure followed. This was the usual move of the strong against the weak. Martial Saint Yunhao and the others were also confused, but they were more delighted. However, whether it was the first heaven or the 9th heaven, those who could pass through the pressure of the demonic might and come to the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower were not simple. At the very least, this first heaven youth was not an enemy for the time being, because the demons attacking him could, firstly, exhaust the strength of the demons. Secondly, they wanted to see the ability of this silver-masked youth. Thirdly, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. If he was not a friend, he would not immediately become an opponent. Humph! Li Ling Tian snorted again with disdain. As he watched the terrifying Black Devil's aura approach, Li Ling Tian flipped his hand and struck out with his palm. Marshal Saint Yunhao and the others were stunned by this palm strike. This was because the silver-masked young man had also unleashed his demonic chi. The terrifying demonic chi formed a palm print that slapped towards the black demonic chi. Boom! With a dull thud, the black demon chi was dispersed by Li Lingshan's casual, true demon god-slaying palm. The terrifying true demon chi was directed at the 9 demon venerables. Seeing his attack being defeated, 9 demon venerable was extremely shocked. Although he did not use his full strength, with the power of the pressure, this attack would even injure a 5th Heaven Martial Emperor. He had never expected that not only would the other party receive it, but he would also break his attack first. The destructive attack was now smashing towards him. A light shield appeared and covered his entire body. Dang, dang, dang. The black light shield trembled, and 9 demon venerable could not help but take 3 steps back. His expression was extremely ugly. Although he had only taken 3 steps back, it was no different from failure. He had attacked first, and the other party had only counterattacked. It had also been a casual attack, but he had been defeated with a casual palm. How could he not be shocked? He was not the only one. Marshal Saint Yunhao and the others, as well as the 9th level Martial Emperor realm of the demon race, were all shocked. Chill. They all exhaled a breath of cold air. They did not expect a 1st level Martial Emperor, Tian, to be as insignificant as an ant in front of them. He had actually defeated the 9 demon venerable so easily. Behave yourself, Li Ling Tian said coldly. After striking out with his palm, he did not show any intention of attacking. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back, and the god-destroying Tempest Slash was already in Long Da's hands. Long Da was hiding in the distance, so he did not need Li Ling Tian at all. It seemed like an easy attack, but he knew that he was not a match for this 9 demon venerable. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. He knew he should stop while he was ahead. The other party did not dare to make a move rashly and suppress the other party with one move. The expression on Marshal Saint Yunhao's face changed several times. Although Li Ling Tian and the 9 demon venerables seemed to be at odds, Li Ling Tian had unleashed his demonic technique. Without a doubt, Li Ling Tian was a formidable opponent as well. After all, he was a powerful demon. Humph! 9 demon venerable was startled. He wanted to attack, but his expression changed drastically. He had just discovered that the demonic chi that this silver-masked young man was using was extremely pure. It was a terrifying true demonic chi. True devil chi. Even he did not dare to act rashly. If he was not careful, he would be destroyed in front of true devil chi. The true devil chi was undoubtedly a supreme existence in the devil race. It was like the demonic power of a small demonic beast against the dragon chi of a dragon. The true devil chi was something only members of the royal family of the devil race could possess. The mysterious young man in front of them had a mysterious identity and was unfathomable. For a moment, they did not dare to act rashly. At the very least, this young man in front of him was a demon expert. He could not have internal strife now. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the 11 9th Heaven Martial Emperor demons dispersed. At this moment, it was impossible for him to kill Marshal Saint Yunhao and the other humans. After all, he had just done something stupid. He should not have provoked this 1st Heaven Martial Emperor. He was also extremely depressed in his heart. In just over a month, he had encountered 2 such experts. He had suffered a loss. Could it be that the world had really gone crazy? He also felt unlucky for himself. He had encountered the 1st Heaven twice. The first time, he was injured and lost face. This time, he suffered a loss and lost face. 9 Demon Venerable is really amazing. Marshal Saint Yunhao saw that the demon race's formation had been removed and ordered the human experts behind him to remove the formation as well. She revealed a playful smile as she looked at 9 Demon Venerable's bitter face. although he did not say it out loud. Everyone knew that the nine-demon venerable had been defeated by a first heaven martial emperor twice. It was really depressing and pitiful for the nine-demon venerable. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not care about the dogfight. Although the human tribe needed to unite at this time, he did not have the need to do so. There were no good people in the human tribe either. When it came to killing and snatching treasures, humans were even more shameful than the internals. He closed his eyes slightly and rested in front of the 20 or so super experts. This made everyone furious, but they didn't dare to show it. Li Lingtian could sense the summoning from the demonic tower, but it would only open after a certain period of time. It was obvious that it was not the time to do so, and it would take some time. Swoosh! The sound of air being torn apart rang out as a human ninth heaven martial emperor arrived at the bottom of the heaven ascension demon tower. After observing the situation before him, he stood behind Marshal Saint Yunhao and looked at Li Lingtian curiously. However, he did not say anything. Swoosh! Another sound was heard. Marshal Saint Yunhao, who was smiling, had a change in expression. It was a ninth heaven martial emperor from the demon race. Previously, the human race had gained a ninth heaven martial emperor, which had shortened the gap between them and the demons. However, now that the demons had one more, the gap was back to the beginning. As time passed, the demonic chi emitted by the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower became denser and denser. The purity of this demonic chi almost made Nine-Demon Venerable exclaim in surprise, because this demonic chi was almost the same as true demonic chi. Although it could not compare to true demonic chi, it was not much weaker. It seemed that the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower was about to open. Marshal Saint Yunhao and Nine-Demon Venerable looked expectant as they looked into the distance. They were obviously waiting for their experts to arrive. The more experts they had, the more confident they would be. Ninth brother, you're really fast. A loud and clear voice rang out. The voice was like thunder rolling over. As soon as the voice was heard, a tall old man descended in front of the demonic tower. The old man was covered in terrifying demonic chi, and he carried an explosively linked Tian with him. He gave off a domineering aura that was unmatched. Seven Demon Venerable Yinfeng. Marshal Saint Yunhao's calm expression changed when he saw the old man. He didn't expect that his people wouldn't come, but a demon venerable. If the other party attacked now, all of his people would die. Even he wouldn't be able to escape. The ninth heaven martial emperors behind him were also extremely shocked. They did not need to think to know what it meant for the other party to have an additional martial saint powerhouse. Yunhao, let's settle the score from 100 years ago. The seven demon venerables, Yinfeng looked at Marshal Saint Yunhao coldly. The demonic energy in his body soared into the sky, and he looked like he was about to launch an attack. However, his eyes were fixed on the silver-masked youth who was standing alone. This youth was neither on the demon race's side nor the human race's side. It was really hard to tell if he was an enemy or a friend. Seventh brother, don't do anything now. We have important matters to attend to. Nine Demon Venerable was stunned when he saw Seven Demon Venerable Yinfeng looking at Li Lingtian. If they were outside, he would not have stopped them. He would have been more than happy for Yinfeng to teach this young man a lesson. However, they had more important matters to attend to now. If this young man was too powerful and became their opponent, the gains would not make up for the losses. Ninth brother, what's wrong? When the seven demon venerables heard the nine demon venerables' words, they were stunned. According to their cultivation, the nine demon venerables would not dare to provoke him even if they were beaten to death. The two of them were both demons, but their strength was far apart. The nine demon venerables were only at the first sky of the martial saint realm, but the seven demon venerables were at the great circle of the first sky of the martial saint realm. They were only one step away from the second sky of the martial saint realm. Although their realms were the same, their abilities were not on the same level. Now, Nine Demon Venerable was obviously reminding him not to touch this young man. He was even more curious. What was a young first heaven martial emperor? Was there something scary about him? Following that, the two of them kept moving their mouths, but there was no sound at all. It was obvious that they were transmitting their voices. Although the experts present couldn't hear them, they understood what they were talking about. They were most likely talking about the silver-masked young man. Looks like I'm not late. At this moment, a loud laughter was heard. At the same time, a figure strangely landed not far from Marshal St. Yunhao. Li Lingtian was shocked. He did not know what secret technique this powerhouse had used to ignore the pressure and arrive in an instant. Brother Ming Luo, long time no see. Marshal St. Yunhao greeted the middle-aged man in front of him with a happy expression on his face. His side had one more Marshal Saint, but he could now compete with the other party in terms of Marshal Saint. Similarly, Marshal Saint Ming Luo was also at the peak of the first Heaven Marshal Saint realm. She was not much different from the 7 demon venerables. I came from Xinzhou, much further than you, but fortunately am not late. Marshal Saint Ming Luo chuckled as she sized up the situation before her. She had an idea of what was going on, but she was extremely curious when she saw Li Lingtian. He turned to Marshal St. Yunhao with a questioning look. Chapter 518, Demonic Towers Opening. Chapter 518. Demonic Towers Opening. Li Lingtian's presence was feared by both the Asmodean and human powerhouses. Although both sides had 2 Marshal Saints and a few 9th Heaven Marshal Emperors, Li Lingtian's strength was not to be underestimated. It was better to have a friend than an enemy. Even if they weren't friends, they didn't want to be a threat at this time. Both sides were hoping that Li Lingtian would stand on their side. That way, their chances of winning would be much higher. Marshal St. Yunhao and Marshal St. Ming Luo used secret voice sending as they looked at Li Lingtian from time to time, before looking into the distance, as if they were waiting for their companions. Haha, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. A loud laughter rang out and reached Li Lingtian and the others' ears from afar. Marshal St. Ming Luo and the 7 demon venerables were shocked when they heard the laughter. The expressions on their faces kept changing, and no one knew what they were thinking. Li Lingtian noticed the change in their expressions and wondered who it was that could make the infernal and human martial saints so fearful. Sky Demon Monarch, long time no see. Marshal St. Ming Luo reacted the fastest. She greeted him loudly, and her expression was calm, just like an old friend whom he had not seen for a long time. Li Lingtian's smile was thick. Li Lingtian looked at Marshal St. Ming Luo and was astonished. What kind of person was this 1,000 Demon King? Even someone like Marshal St. Ming Luo had a fawn over him. Sky Demon King, I didn't expect you to come. You seem to be very free. The 7 demon venerables' expressions were also very calm. Their tone was neither fawning nor resisting. They greeted him indifferently. Swoosh! A loud sound was heard as a hole was torn open in the demonic might's pressure. A burly man appeared before Li Lingtian and the others. It was then that Li Lingtian finally saw the figure that both the Asmodeans and the humans were afraid of. It was a 3-meter-tall, burly man who was filled with explosive power. He looked to be in his 40s and held a huge hammer in his hand. The hammer emitted a shocking demonic power pressure. Saint Artifact, high-quality Saint Artifact. Li Lingtian exclaimed in his heart. This superior Saint weapon was nothing much to begin with. He had a few Supreme Saint weapons and even Divine weapons. However, the Saint Artifact in front of him was indeed a true Saint Artifact of the demon race. It was a treasure forged by the demon race, just like the dragon race's roaring dragon battle halberd. With the explosive power, his body, and the iron hammer, the burly man was like a god of war. His cultivation had also reached the peak first sky of the martial saint realm. Ming Luo, 7 demon venerables, the 2 of you didn't fight this time. The first thing the Heaven Demon King said was that he was curious about the 2 experts not fighting. In his eyes, the 7 demon venerables and Marshal Saint Ming Luo of the human race should be fighting each other the moment they met. It had been like this in the past, but it was in such a perfect place. It would be strange if they didn't fight. His gaze swept across the crowd, and shifted from the demon martial saint to the human martial saint before finally landing on Li Lingtian. He was shocked when he saw Li Lingshan's silver mask and elegant figure. Even he couldn't tell if the masked youth was human or demon. Furthermore, the youth occupied a special seat, which immediately piqued his curiosity. Could it be that in the heavenly demon king's heart, both of us are injured? The 7 demon venerables said loudly. Although their tone was calm, they were somewhat dissatisfied. The arrival of the heaven demon king had indeed exceeded their expectations. Humans and demons were more or less on the same side. They were also opponents of the demons. Now that the heavenly demon monarch had appeared, even if he couldn't help the humans, he wouldn't become a comrade of the demons. Interesting. This time, it's really interesting. The heavenly demon king ignored the 7 demon venerables and stared at Li Lingtian before looking at the internals and humans. He then burst into laughter. However, Li Lingtian did not move at all. He stood there like a statue. This time I'm here to play too. How can I miss out on such a good thing? The atmosphere in the sky was strange. The weather that was originally in June instantly turned gloomy. The cold aura made the martial emperor powerhouses tremble involuntarily. The 7 demon venerables and 9 demon venerables of the demon race, Martial Saint Ming Luo of the human race, and heavenly demon monarch of the demon race were all shocked. Their expressions changed continuously. He looked into the distance with a puzzled look. He saw a gray aura rolling over from afar. As the aura arrived, a dark cloud appeared. In the blink of an eye, the dark cloud turned into 2 figures. Initially, Li Lingtian was only shocked and fearful of the few martial saint powerhouses. However, when he saw the newcomers, his heart could not help but tremble. "Yin Yang Ghost Emperor!" the few martial saints exclaimed. Everyone's voice was more or less filled with fear. It was obvious that they were afraid of these 2 figures. Li Lingtian was equally afraid because the 2 figures were one person. They looked like 2 people, but they were actually one person. The Yin Yang Ghost Emperors looked exactly the same. Their eyes and auras were exactly the same. They were completely replicas. That's right, there are still people who can recognize me. Should I feel honored? The Yin Yang Ghost Thearch's voice rang out, but it was impossible to tell which person it came from. Even Li Lingshan's powerful divine consciousness could not tell which of the Yin Yang Ghost Thearch's 2 figures was the real one. After disappearing for a few hundred years, you're still alive. Heaven Demon Monarch looked at Yin Yang Ghost Monarch coldly. He could tell that there was hatred between the 2 of them. However, in the current situation, no one wanted to make a move at this place because it was not wise for anyone to make a move. As long as they were injured, they would be killed by the other martial saints. The Yin Yang Ghost Emperor controls the mysterious and powerful Nether Chi. Li Lingshan's mind spun quickly as he searched for all the information on the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor. Although the information was not complete, he had gained some basic understanding of the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor. The Nether Chi, Immortal Chi, True Devil Chi, and True Dragon Chi were known as the most powerful auras in the world. They were the most mysterious existences of every race. If a real war broke out, the Demon Clan and Monster Clan wouldn't be able to gain any advantage with the same cultivation base and strength. After all, the cultivation method of the Dark Clan's experts was too strange. Even your heavenly Demon King isn't dead. If I die like this, wouldn't it be a big joke? The Yin Yang Ghost Emperor chuckled. His voice was cold, and he didn't seem to be laughing at all. The 2 figures crossed each other, and the aura of the entire space suddenly became suppressed. The temperature between heaven and earth plummeted, and everyone felt as if they had entered a world of glaciers. The peak of the first sky of the Martial Saint realm actually had such an aura. Moreover, the auras of the 2 figures were exactly the same, and their movements were the same. More than a dozen 9th-level Martial Emperor realm powerhouses cast their protective shields in this cold air and circulated their cultivation techniques to prevent themselves from being injured by the cold air. There were only a few Martial Saint powerhouses who had a calm expression on their faces. There was no movement from their bodies. They were not affected by the aura. The same was true for Li Lingtian, who was wearing a silver mask. Everyone turned to look at Li Lingtian. He was like a statue, completely oblivious to what was happening outside. Even in the face of the cold air, it did not move at all. It completely ignored the cold air. At that moment, the humans stood on one side, the internals on the other, the heavenly monster king and the yin-yang ghost monarch on one side, and Li Lingtian in the center. Those who were unaware of the situation would think that all the powerhouses were trying to kill Li Lingtian. Moreover, Li Lingtian, who was in the middle, had the lowest cultivation base in this place, but was also the most mysterious one. "Are you done?" Li Lingtian said coldly. The change in his expression behind the mask was not visible. Instantly, everyone was shocked. They did not expect this first-level martial emperor young man to be so arrogant. The lowest cultivation base of the people standing here was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial emperor realm. There were also a few super martial saint powerhouses. He was only at the first level of the martial emperor realm, yet he dared to speak like this. Humph! The yin-yang ghost monarch and the heavenly demon king snorted at the same time. The pressure of a martial saint surged, and their expressions were cold as they glared at Li Lingtian. No matter how domineering a First Heaven Martial Emperor was, he was still a First Heaven Martial Emperor. Even if he increased his realm and became a First Heaven Martial Saint, there was still a huge gap between him and them. In such a realm gap, no one could escape the rules of the realm. Even a First Heaven Martial Emperor dared to be so arrogant. Did he not know how powerful a Martial Saint was? In an instant, the two super martial saints unleashed their terrifying pressure. The faces of the 12 Ninth Heaven Martial Emperors from the Devil race and the 9 Ninth Heaven Martial Emperors from the human race turned pale. The power of a martial saint was indeed terrifying. These two abnormal experts were much stronger than the 7 demon venerables and martial Saint Ming Luo, especially the yin-yang ghost emperor, whose body emitted an ethereal pressure that filled the entire space. Wisps of cold air corroded the bodies of all the experts. No one noticed the change in Li Lingtian's expression. However, Li Lingtian had unleashed a strange aura. The appearance of this aura caused the cold yin qi and demonic power to swirl continuously. Boom! In the sky, at this moment, an explosion sounded. Shocking demonic chi swooped down from the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, enveloping the entire world. Heaven Demon King and Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch were shocked as they restrained their auras. Everyone looked at the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. This demonic might was as terrifying as his body. It pressed down fiercely as if it wanted to crush everything in the world into pieces. However, at this moment, an arc of light appeared in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. As the arc of light appeared, a pitch-black door slowly opened. The Heaven Ascension Demon Tower opened, and demonic pressure appeared in front of the door, like an invisible barrier blocking the door. Chapter 519, Identity Exposed. Chapter 519, Identity Exposed. Boom! With a loud explosion, the earth-shattering demonic might finally descended and ruthlessly pressed onto the ground. The ground trembled. The faces of the dozen Ninth Heaven Martial Emperor powerhouses turned pale as they spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Lingtian's expression was equally ugly. There was also a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but he was much better off than the other Martial Emperor powerhouses. In front of the Devil Might, although he could resist, he had to use the true Devil Chi or even the supreme treasures of the Devil race. He did not want to use it in front of these few powerhouses. After all, any one of the 6 Martial Saint powerhouses present could crush him to death. If he used a powerful treasure and was targeted by a few experts, he would be courting death. Silence. There was not a single sound below the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. They all looked at the pitch-black door in front of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower in a daze, not knowing what was inside. The 9 demon venerables, 7 demon venerables, and the 12 ninth heaven martial emperor demons walked toward the heaven ascension demon tower. Marshal Saint Ming Luo glanced at Marshal Saint Yunhao. The two of them exchanged a look and followed along with the 9 martial emperors. They were here to stop the devil race from getting the treasure, so they naturally wouldn't let the devil race take the lead. Heavenly Demon King pondered for a moment before following Marshal Saint Ming Luo. After all, they were cooperating with the humans this time, and their common enemy was the demons. Naturally, they did not want the treasures of the demons to fall into the hands of the demons. Otherwise, the entire divine martial continent's humans and demons would be trampled by the demons. The 12 ninth firmament martial emperor realm demons cast a mysterious array formation and prepared to pass through the demonic might with their light shields. However, they were mercilessly crushed by the demonic might. The expressions of the 12 demons were extremely ugly. Ming Luo, aren't you going to make a move? Marshal Saint Ming Luo. 9 demon venerable shouted as he looked at Marshal Saint Ming Luo with extreme displeasure. Their people had broken through this demonic might, while the human experts were watching from the side. They were naturally unhappy. Haha, Your Excellency 9 demon venerable, you must be stupid. It doesn't matter if we go in or not. It's better if we don't go in. If you want to go in, think of a way yourself. Don't tell me that we humans are going to help you demons activate the array formation so that you can obtain treasures to deal with us humans? Are you stupid, or do you think we are fools? Marshal Saint Ming Luo laughed loudly. The other party's martial emperor was injured. If they were to fight the devil race now, the devil race might not necessarily win. Moreover, the human powerhouses were only trying to stop the demons from obtaining the treasures. They had no intention of fighting over the treasures. If demons couldn't even enter the gate of this heaven-reaching demon tower, it would be in line with the wishes of humans. Of course, they wouldn't help to open the formation of the heaven-reaching demon tower. If the fiend race really had the ability to activate this array formation, they would also have to pay a price. At that time, it would be easier to deal with them. Good, very good. Yin Yang Ghost Monarch, Heaven Demon King. Don't you want the treasures inside? If possible, we can discuss how to divide the treasures we obtain. How about it? The 9 demon venerable was stunned by Marshal Saint Ming Luo's words and was furious. However, the other party was right. The other party was here to stop the devil race from obtaining the treasure. If he asked them to activate the array, wouldn't it be boring if he did it himself? However, he didn't do anything at this moment. Instead, he shifted his focus to the Heaven Demon Monarch and the Yin Yang Ghost Monarch. Originally, these two people were the most dangerous, but there was no other way now. If he could exhaust them a little, it would be a good thing. 9 demon venerable, do it yourself. The demon race and the monster race are irreconcilable enemies. Even if it's for the sake of treasures, I want to help you activate the array. Heavenly Demon Monarch was straightforward and rejected him directly. He stood beside the humans. It was obvious that the two races had joined forces. Since you're all sitting and waiting, do you think I'm a fool? The Yin Yang Ghost Emperor said sinisterly. Although he didn't dare to say that he could defeat everyone here, no one here could threaten him. He was an old monster that had been around for hundreds of years. He naturally wouldn't do anything that was thankless. Very good, I can't count on you guys. The 7 demon venerable spoke. He had long understood that it was impossible for the demons to call these people to activate the array formation to resist the demonic might. After saying that, his body flashed and flew forward. At the same time, 9 demon venerable also flew forward. The two of them arrived in front of the demonic might with extremely serious expressions. Everyone smiled when they saw the 2 demon venerables personally activate the array. They naturally understood that the demons had a way to open the array formation. If they wanted their help, it would only consume their cultivation. However, just as the powerhouses thought that the 2 demon venerables were about to activate the demonic might formation, the 7 demon venerables turned around and glared at Li Ling Tian coldly. In this place, they did not dare to provoke anyone. At the very least, he could not provoke him before he obtained the treasure. However, He would not put this first-level martial emperor young man in his eyes. No matter how powerful he was still a first heaven martial emperor. It was impossible for him to cause any trouble in front of a martial saint. Sir, could it be that you also want to watch the show and let the queen take advantage of it? The 7 demon venerables said indifferently. His tone was calm, but there was a domineering feeling. Instantly, everyone looked curiously at the silver-masked young powerhouse, Li Lingtian. He was a first firmament martial emperor who had appeared in this place. They couldn't tell which camp the masked youth belonged to. Heaven Demon Monarch and Yin Yang Ghost Monarch didn't know at all. Even the 7 demon venerables and martial Saint Ming Luo could only be informed by their own people. Did I say I wanted to watch the show? You're the ones who are messing around. Li Lingshan's voice came from behind the mask, but his expression could not be seen. However, after Li Lingtian finished speaking, he walked toward the pitch-black door step by step. He walked past the demon race martial emperors on both sides, and his figure was naturally elegant. He did not care that he had offended the 7 demon venerables at all. His answer stunned all the experts present. Could it be that this young man had some way to activate the array? They had not expected this young man to agree so easily. It had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. The 7 demon venerables were stunned and did not even have a chance to get angry. It was a disgrace to be called a fool by a first-level martial emperor. However, now that Li Lingtian had made his move, there was no way he could stand up to Li Lingtian if he were to get angry. He could only bear with it. His heart was filled with agony, as if he had been punched by his opponent and could not retaliate. Li Lingtian had been observing the demonic might all this while. The demonic might was blocking the pitch-black door. In other words, the door was a decoy, and the real key was the demonic might. As long as he broke through the demonic might, he would be able to enter. As for what was inside the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, he no longer cared. What he cared about was that the summoning was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, after the black door opened, the pull of the summoning almost made him fly away without caring about anything. Fortunately, the appearance of the demonic might slightly isolated the pull. However, although it had decreased a little, the attraction was still very strong. He had to go in. He was only 10 meters away from the demonic might of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. However, at this distance, the terrifying demonic might was already tearing him apart. If he took another step forward, he did not dare to imagine what the outcome would be. The ignorant are truly fearless. I want to see what kind of ability he has. First-level martial emperor realm. The heavenly monster king, the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor, and the others looked at Li Lingtian with disdain as he stood before the demonic might. If he acted tough, he would be struck by lightning. A first heaven martial monarch realm expert was really courting death. However, if someone came forward to die, they would not stop them. The experts who came here were all enemies. It was better if one died. But then, everyone was stunned. They subconsciously rubbed their eyes, unable to believe that everything in front of them was real. It was as if it was an illusion. Li Lingtian pointed with one hand, and a pitch-black halo appeared. The halo carried a mysterious aura, but no one could tell what it was. After the halo appeared, Li Lingtian walked toward the devils, might step by step. The halo hovered above Li Lingshan's head. The demonic might in front of him had completely evaded it and vanished automatically. It appeared that Li Lingtian was advancing step by step, but in the blink of an eye, his figure had already disappeared into the pitch-black door. In other words, Li Lingtian had entered the demonic tower. Everyone present was stunned by the scene. He did not expect this young man to have such a mysterious ability. He completely ignored the devil might and directly walked in. This was too heaven-defying. How strange. Who is this person? He's wearing a mask. He shouldn't look like someone who saw him. Looks like someone here knows him. The few martial saints started to discuss. Although they did not talk to anyone else, they expressed their opinions and surprise to themselves. Could it be him? 9 demon venerable and martial Saint Yunhao's hearts shook as they thought of a person. The actions of the two people quickly overlapped in their hearts. The two powerful existences finally became one person. Ninth brother, do you know him? The 7 demon venerables looked at the 9 demon venerables and asked. This young man could easily enter the demonic might and ignore it. He was definitely not simple. Li Ling Tian. It's that bastard Li Ling Tian. 9 demon venerable was certain that the silver-masked young man was Li Ling Tian. Otherwise, there would not be such a coincidence in this world that he was ambushed twice by a first firmament martial emperor. He was a dignified martial saint powerhouse, but he had been ambushed twice by a first-level martial emperor in just over a month. It was already a miracle to have such a heaven-defying figure. If another one were to appear, he would be speechless. Other than Li Ling Tian, he could not think of anyone else who was this silver-masked youth. The thought of Li Ling Tian infuriated him. The blueprint was destroyed, and he was injured. Chapter 520. Entering the Heavenly Demon Tower. Chapter 520. Entering the Heavenly Demon Tower. It really is him. Your Excellency 9 Demon Venerable, you guys are really interesting. I didn't expect to meet an opponent in this place. Marshal Saint Yunhao burst into laughter after he finished speaking. If this person was really Li Ling Tian, the human tribe would have one more powerhouse. No matter what was going on with the demonic chi that Li Ling Tian had just unleashed, it was fine as long as Li Ling Tian was a human. It was also very normal for human experts to cultivate demonic techniques. The strong were respected. Who cared what cultivation technique they cultivated? As long as they could kill their opponents, they were powerful cultivation techniques. Moreover, Li Lingshan's reputation was so great that even the average warrior sage powerhouse could not compare to him. Marshal Saint Yunhao was delighted to see 9 demon venerable's expression. He had been defeated by a first heaven martial emperor twice, and it was the same person. Yunhao, are we going to fight now? At this moment, 9 demon venerable was burning whoever he met. As he spoke, he glared at Marshal Saint Yunhao. All right, we can have a big battle now, so that we don't have to go in and fight for any treasures. We're not interested in competing with you for any treasures. It seems that this devil might restriction will close in at most 2 hours. This is even better. Let's do it. Marshal Saint Ming Luo smiled. He had naturally heard of Li Ling Tian. No matter how powerful the experts of the demon race were, they would not dare to make a move at this time. He would not give up on something that could benefit him. If he could not fight, it would be good to anger the other party. At the same time, when they spoke, they intentionally or unintentionally looked at the changes in the demonic aura. Although the demonic aura was weakening, they understood that as long as the demonic aura disappeared, this pitch-black door would close. As soon as he finished speaking, the shocking, genuine vitality in his body circulated. A powerful aura was displayed, and the space shook. This was the power of the peak first sky of the Martial Saint realm. Marshal Saint Yunhao also unleashed his aura. The other 9 martial sovereigns also formed the demon-slaying sky formation. They were all old foxes. It would be a waste not to do such a thing. In any case, the other party did not dare to make a move. Haha, this is fun. Sky Demon King laughed loudly. This was the first time the demon race had encountered such a thing. The demon race was extremely powerful. Furthermore, they had an even greater advantage in their territory. Unfortunately, the entire fiend race was no longer human. They were completely passive and could not step down. Humph! 9 Demon Venerable calmed down. He knew that he was too impulsive. After a cold snort, he turned his head away and completely ignored Marshal Saint Ming Luo. Marshal Saint Ming Luo didn't have any intention of making a move, but this time she had the upper hand. Do it! 9 Demon Venerable looked at the 12 ninth level Martial Emperor demons and shouted. After he finished speaking, he circulated the demonic chi in his body and prepared to activate the array to resist the demonic might. If they waited any longer and the demonic might disappeared, they would never be able to enter the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower again. However, He was not worried that Li Lingtian would take the lead. Li Lingtian was a human. Even if he cultivated demonic qi to conceal his identity, he was still an ant when he encountered a truly powerful demon. Li Lingtian's ability aside, it would not be easy to find a treasure even if he wanted to. Even if he found it, he would not be able to get it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than 10 shocking demonic qi appeared in the air. The 9 demon venerables formed the array core. The 7 demon venerables waved their hands, and a pitch-black compass appeared in their hands. The compass continuously emitted demonic qi. However, this demonic qi, together with the demonic qi of more than 10 experts, immediately formed a shocking demonic might. Even if this demonic might was not as powerful as the previous demonic might, there was not much difference between the two. As time passed by, the demonic might on the compass continued to strengthen. However, the 9th Heaven Martial Emperor Demon Clan's complexion did not look so good. The devil qi was being sucked away continuously, and the 12 martial emperors from the devil clan were on the verge of death. Kacha! The demonic might on the compass shook. Following the activation of the 7 demon venerable spells, the demonic might met the demonic might of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Immediately, there was a soft sound, and a tiny hole appeared in the demonic might on the opposite side. Rustle, rustle. See. The gap was getting bigger and bigger. The 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables moved forward step by step. They naturally did not want to be taken by others. 10 meters away from the demonic aura, the 2 of them looked at each other and nodded. Their bodies strangely disappeared, and at the same time, the hole in the demonic aura could be quickly closed. However, the moment the wound closed, all the experts present disappeared. Although it only took him 3 seconds to completely enter the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, it was more than enough time for a powerhouse at the 9th level of the Martial Emperor realm and above. After Li Lingtian entered the demonic tower, his face was filled with astonishment. Although the demonic qi was dense inside, it was completely a paradise. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. Green grass and greenery were everywhere, and mountains rose one after another. The demonic qi was fixed and could not be scattered. Moreover, the air inside was extremely fresh. If it were not for the existence of demonic qi, no one would be able to treat this place as a heavenly demon tower. He didn't have the mood to appreciate all of this because when he entered the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower, the attraction was even stronger. Li Lingtian flew quickly based on his instincts. After flying around and sizing up the place, he gained a certain understanding of the demonic tower. It was a completely independent space and not a tower at all. He didn't know how big it was, but since the feeling was very strong, he would follow it. Even if the path was different, the direction wouldn't be wrong. For the entire day, Li Lingtian flew in the direction he sensed. He finally encountered a powerful demonic beast. However, even a powerful demonic beast would tremble in front of his true demonic qi. By the time the demonic beasts had finished trembling, Li Lingtian had already flown away or killed them. Demons and magical beasts were like ants in front of the Saint Demon Qi and the Heavenly Devil Staff. Finally, Li Lingtian found a cave that was suitable for resting. After entering the cave, he quickly cast a restriction to block the cave. He could rest in there so that he could feel more at ease. Moreover, he didn't want to rush to the front this time because even if he was at the front, the devil race and a few super martial saints behind him would arrive in a short time. If he obtained the treasure, he would definitely be the target of death. Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief after he was done. Although they were not tired after flying for a day, they were worried about the martial saint experts behind them and the demonic beasts here. The powerful demonic beasts were sometimes not much weaker than martial saints. Li Lingtian encountered a Tier 8 magical beast that day. However, this magical beast was a fire-type one. Fire-type magical beasts were useless against Li Lingtian. He had the flaming sacred body and the sacred devil flame. Naturally, he would not be afraid of fire-type magical beasts. Now, he understood a benefit, and that was the power of the 5 elements. When he encountered demonic beasts and demonic beasts with attributes, he would have a heaven-defying advantage. Even if he couldn't restrain the 5-element martial souls and demonic beasts, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of him. He had the will of the 5 elements, so he could fight against any kind of attribute martial soul. Moreover, the other party had to be restrained by his other martial souls. For example, if the opponent was of the water element, Li Lingtian would use the same water element. However, if he found an opportunity, the fire element would definitely take care of the water element. Big Brother Ling Tian. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the divine dragon ring was activated. Xianyuan Yingying and the others came out and stood beside Li Lingtian in an adorable manner. Let's take a rest first. This place is the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. There are a few Martial Saint powerhouses and 9th-level Martial Emperor powerhouses who have also entered. Therefore, let's take a rest first and see what happens. Li Lingtian briefly explained the situation before he meditated and rested at the side. As for other matters, he naturally did not care about them. Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng would handle them. Xianyuan Yingying, Shun Mei Tang Zimeng, and Little White watched Li Lingtian leave. They could see that Li Lingtian was a little tired, so they did not disturb him at all and spoke softly. The cave was soon tidied up. The cave that Li Lingtian chose was a safe and spacious place. It didn't matter if he was alone. He just needed to find a cave to rest as long as it was safe. However, he had a few peerless beauties beside him. All of them were delicate. Naturally, he couldn't be casual. Husband, go to bed and rest for a while before you cultivate. After waiting for half an hour, Shun Mei calculated the time. By now, Li Lingtian should have completed 1 major circulation. Otherwise, he would not have disturbed her so easily. As expected, Li Lingtian opened his eyes as she spoke. With a faint smile in his eyes, he stood up and hugged Shun Mei. Brother, are there any difficulties this time? Even though Little White knew that Li Lingtian needed to rest, she was already close to Li Lingtian. Naturally, she did not mind. She casually followed Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei into the room, followed by Xianyuan Yingying. Originally, the cave was large enough to accommodate 7 to 8 rooms. However, they had all run to the room that Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng had prepared because Li Lingtian was there. Besides, it wasn't nighttime and they didn't need to sleep. There was nothing wrong with being together. Yes, it's really difficult this time. I can only run for my life if it's just the 9-demon venerable alone. Moreover, there are a few martial saints who are much stronger than the 9-demon venerable. Any one of them can easily crush me. However, as long as I'm willing, it won't be easy for them to deal with me. I'm just going to see what kind of treasure there is and what the thing that is attracting me is. Li Lingtian said with a smile. At first, his expression was bitter, but later on, his expression became relaxed, and he even smiled. Martial Saint powerhouses were heaven-defying existences. He could not deal with them. However, in this place, as long as they did not obtain any treasures, the other party would not easily make a move. He naturally did not know that the 9-demon venerable had already recognized him. If the 9-demon venerable were to meet him, he would really want to tear him apart. Chapter 521, Situation 1. Chapter 521, Situation 1. There are a few martial saints here. Brother Ling Tian, you have to be careful. Tang Zimeng and the others heard Li Lingtian's words. If it was a martial saint powerhouse, Li Lingtian could still escape and even fight a battle. However, no matter how powerful Li Lingtian was, he would not be able to escape if he were to encounter 2 martial saint powerhouses. Of course, I hope we don't meet them. At the very least, we can't meet 2 martial saints at the same time. Li Lingtian's expression was relaxed. Even if he were to encounter a martial saint powerhouse, as long as he did not act recklessly, the other party would not attack him easily. After all, they did not want to fight in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, in case they were accidentally killed. Although the few martial saints were powerful, they knew that Li Lingtian was not to be trifled with. However, there was one exception. That would be the Nine-Demon Venerable. The Nine-Demon Venerable was infuriated by Li Lingtian's plot. He wished he could tear Li Lingtian apart the moment he saw him. "All right, brother, you said that there's something inside that's summoning you. What does it feel like?" Xiaobai looked at Li Lingtian seriously. She and Li Lingtian were connected by heart and soul and had formed a friendly contract. There were basically no secrets between the two of them. However, this time, she could not sense the same summoning as Li Lingtian. She was extremely curious. I've experienced this feeling before. 1. It was on Hidden Dragon Island that I met Saint Lord Zhiyang's soul. No matter how far away it is, I can sense it as long as I reach that place. It's a feeling of being connected by flesh and blood, or a feeling that can only be felt by loved ones. It's the same this time. Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone. If he did not have such a summoning, he would not have entered the demonic tower in front of a few martial saint powerhouses. He wanted to know what he knew about the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. He didn't want to have any regrets. Reincarnation was like losing one's memory. It was a memory that one did not want to lose. Without memories, even if the person you loved was in front of you, you wouldn't remember them. This would hurt many people and make many beautiful memories disappear. To humans, losing one's memory was a form of pain. After reincarnation, even a mighty figure could not retain all his memories. At most, he could only know a trace of his memories, and it was the incomplete kind. If these things were in his previous life, or even this life, he would not believe them at all. However, he had experienced these magical and unrealistic things. Reincarnation, rebirth, transmigration, everything. Naturally, he also believed that the summoning in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower was very important to him. It was important for him to go to any expert. However, Li Lingtian naturally did not explain the matter of reincarnation. He only said that the Saint Lord of Nine Yang's soul had strengthened his soul, which was how he became stronger. Otherwise, Tang Zimun and the others would be unfamiliar with him. More importantly, they would be worried about their parents. Only then would they accept it. Big Brother Ling Tian is the same person as the Nine Yang Saint Lord, and he's also the reincarnation of the Nine Yang Saint Lord. That kind of summoning is naturally very normal. But this time, it definitely won't be a reincarnation. It should be a very important person in the past. Xin Yuan Yingying was extremely curious about Li Lingtian's situation. With her intelligence, she quickly analyzed the situation and made sense. The few of them nodded. Although it was dangerous, it was worth it to take the risk once. Following that, the group rested in peace while Li Lingtian meditated at the entrance of the cave and paid attention to any movements outside. He was able to enter first because of his powerful Saint Devil Chi and a powerful technique of the demon race. No one in the demon race knew about this secret technique. It could ignore all the restrictions and formations of the demons, as well as all the pressure of the demons. This was one of the most powerful functions of the Holy Ring. However, Li Lingtian could only control a little bit of it at the moment. However, he understood that the demons would definitely have a way to open the demonic power restriction in front of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Initially, the 9 Demon Venerables and the 7 Demon Venerables had intended to activate the restriction. However, they were making things difficult for Li Lingtian when they discovered his presence. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be able to enter so easily. If he came here, the demons and experts behind him would definitely rush over. It would be great if the place he was going to was not the same place as them. In that case, there would be no conflict. However, he was disappointed. He had been meditating at the entrance of the cave for less than 2 hours when he heard a faint sound of air being torn apart. Swoosh, swoosh. Several air-piercing sounds could be heard 3,000 miles away. Although they were 3,000 miles away, Li Lingshan's divine consciousness was as powerful as a martial saint powerhouse. Even a first firmament martial saint powerhouse could not compare to him in terms of divine consciousness. With a powerful divine sense, one could sense an existence 3,000 miles away. He couldn't tell what kind of aura it was. He didn't know if it was from the demon clan, human clan, monster clan, or the dark clan. However, in general, the other people's destination was the same as his. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen a direction in the vast demon tower. Shoo! Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief as the expression on his face changed. He began to calculate in his heart. The other party only had a group of experts coming. They were either humans or demons. The other experts didn't come over, probably because they didn't know the direction. Only the demons would have a better understanding of what was going on inside and know where the target was. Husband, what did you find? Shun Mei noticed the change in Li Lingshan's expression and knew that he had discovered something. Furthermore, the discovery would affect him greatly. I just discovered a group of experts flying over 3,000 miles away. This time, there are 10 humans, 12 demons, 1 monster, and 1 dark clan. The ones I found should be the experts of the demon race. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where the real target is. Li Lingtian nodded and explained everything that had happened outside. He did not need to analyze the situation to figure out the other party's identity. Then, Big Brother Lingtian, which side do you think has the greatest chance of winning this time? Tang Ziming pondered for a moment and asked. If one person couldn't think of something, perhaps more people would think of it and analyze some things. That way, it would be easier to deal with. They were all intelligent people. Even though their cultivation base was not as high as Li Lingshan's, their intelligence was not far behind Li Lingshan's. It's hard to say. The 9 demon venerables of the devil race are the first sky of the martial saint realm, while the 7 demon venerables are at the peak of the first sky. The 2 martial saints of the human race are the same as the demons. They're just missing 3 9th level martial emperors. However, it looks like the heavenly demon monarch is on the human race's side. There's also the yin-yang ghost emperor. Everyone is afraid of him. He's standing alone. It seems like he wants to fight for the treasure. However, such a matter cannot be as simple as it seems. The realm of a martial saint not only depends on cultivation and strength, but also requires planning. On the surface, the heavenly demon king is on the side of the humans. However, if there are any tricks up his sleeves, nothing is certain. Take me, for example. They don't know if I'm a demon or a human. However, the demons will most likely treat me as a demon. If the humans treat me as a demon, they will naturally be enemies. No one can find the changes inside. Unless it's someone with a conspiracy, no one knows who the real enemy is. Often, there will be traitors. Li Lingtian analyzed the situation once again. Even with his intelligence, he could not determine who was stronger. After all, there was not much difference between the few forces. In front of martial saint powerhouse, a martial emperor was not a threat at all. He had directly ignored a martial emperor. In his previous life, there were many people who appeared to be comrades, but they were spies and spies. When the time came, they would turn around and attack, changing the situation. He didn't dare to come to a conclusion now. He could only wait and see. He wouldn't get involved. Brother is right. The strength of these forces are almost the same. Even if the yin-yang ghost emperor is powerful, it is impossible to win. Moreover, there are other people eyeing them covetously. If a real battle breaks out, the human's partner, the heavenly demon monarch, might side with the yin-yang ghost monarch or even the demons. Little White nodded. Having been with Li Lingtian for a long time, it naturally had some experience. Its words were clear and logical. Husband, do you have any influence among the forces? Shun Mei thought of something as she looked at Li Lingtian. What did the other factions think of Li Lingtian? Did they see him as a martial emperor or a potential opponent? It should be said that as long as I don't fight for the treasure, they won't provoke me easily. After all, 9 Demon Venerable was knocked back by me with 1 palm strike. I'm worried about Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch and Heaven Demon King. Although they noticed that something was wrong, they don't know my strength. When the time comes, I really have to take action to intimidate them. It's best if my identity isn't exposed. Otherwise, the 9 demon venerables will definitely attack me without caring about anything. At that time, there will be a problem. Li Ling Tian spoke slowly as he recounted everything that happened in front of the demonic tower in detail. In front of the sky-reaching devil tower, he wanted to attract the attention of the few super-martial saints so that they wouldn't dare to attack. This way, he would be less threatening. Otherwise, with his temperament and scheming, he would not easily expose his strength. If that's the case, then we'll be slightly better off. Big brother Ling Tian can decide for himself. Even if he encounters a treasure, he can give it up. As long as we know of their existence, we will find a super treasure. Once they leave the heaven-connecting devil tower, we will think of a way to deal with them. One person can't deal with them. If we work together, it will naturally be much easier. Xianyuan Yingying was relieved. If the matter could not be resolved in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, it could be easily resolved outside with the strength of the Xianyuan clan. They could secretly send a few protectors. Chapter 522. The Second Level of the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. Chapter 522. The second level of the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. It's unknown if there are any treasures in the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower this time. I don't care what treasure it is. I just want to know a little bit about it. Although I don't object to the treasures of the demon race, I won't risk my life to fight for them. I'm really not interested. Li Lingshan's face cracked into a smile. He was not interested in the infernal tribe's treasures at all. He already had the supreme treasure of the demon race in his hands, so he naturally wouldn't want any other treasures. Moreover, he didn't like the treasures of the demon race either. Otherwise, he would have cultivated the holy demon ring and the holy demon quintessence long ago. Besides, he had not only the demon clan's treasures, but also the dark clan's supreme treasures. He currently had 3 rings in his hand. One was the divine dragon ring, one was the holy demon ring, and the last was the underworld ring. These 3 space treasures were the supreme treasures of the dragon clan, devil clan, and dark clan. Naturally, no one knew about it until now. Otherwise, all the experts of the divine martial continent would have come to hunt him down. Yes, husband is right to think like this. We don't lack any treasures. My husband also has saint artifacts and divine artifacts, so we naturally don't need the devil race's treasures. Shunmeier smiled sweetly as she felt much more comforted. Li Lingshan's wealth was incomparable to anyone else's. Naturally, he did not need to search for the infernal tribe's treasures. That would be insatiable greed. We'll go out after they pass. Even if we don't fight for any treasures, we can still find some medicinal herbs along the way. It's said that the medicinal herbs in Yuzhou are very precious. They could be used to refine some pills that are suitable for humans to improve their cultivation. Xianyuan Yingying pouted. She had been cultivating in the divine dragon ring every day and was getting a little frustrated. However, she did not dare to suggest going out to play. After all, the martial saints and martial emperors here were too powerful. If she were to come out, she might encounter a super powerhouse and become a burden to Li Lingtian. That's not bad. Let's wait for a while. When it's a little safer here, we'll go. Li Lingtian nodded. Even though it was dangerous to stay in the demonic tower, it was safer to call out his guards to keep watch within 1,000 miles. Even if there were other super experts, he would still have time to call Shunmei, and the others into the divine dragon ring. He also understood Xianyuan Yingying's words. Some of the medicinal herbs in the forbidden area of the devil race could not be found outside, because these medicinal herbs could only be cultivated by devil qi. Although demonic qi was a resource for the fiend race's cultivation, the medicinal herbs that grew in demonic qi were very precious. No matter what kind of medicinal herbs, as long as they were refined by an alchemist, they could become high-quality medicinal pills. Even if the medicinal herbs were poisonous, not only would the refined medicinal pills not be poisonous, but they would also become extremely powerful medicinal effects that could increase a martial artist's cultivation. Then let's cultivate first. After Little White and Xianyuan Yingying were done talking, they quickly left. After all, this was where Li Lingtian, Shun Mei, and Tang Zimin were resting. The three of them were naturally in love. They were girls who had never experienced anything before. Even though they were used to being with Li Lingtian, they were still embarrassed. As she watched Little White and Xianyuan Yingying leave, a faint smile appeared on Shun Meier's face. She looked at Li Lingtian with her seductive eyes as she snuggled into his embrace. Tang Zimin was the same. The three of them were used to it and did not feel embarrassed at all. It was natural for them to be shy. Looking at the two peerless beauties in his arms, Li Lingtian could not hold it in any longer. His hands began to move around the two ladies. After a night of making love, Tang Zimin and Shun Mei were brought to the clouds countless times. Finally, they fell asleep in satisfaction. Naturally, Li Lingtian's physique was not a problem. For the two beauties, although they were tired after a few rounds, they recovered quickly. 3 days had passed. Within these 3 days, Li Lingtian had discovered 3 groups of powerhouses passing by the cave entrance. Counting them, the 4 batches before and after happened to be those super experts outside the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. In other words, their goal might be the same as his. Since the powerhouses in front had left, Li Lingtian was almost done resting. He led Shun Mei, and the others out of the cave. At the same time, he called out Xianyuan Qing's group of 3 and 20 guards. All the guards spread out and monitored the area within a radius of 5,000 miles. This range had already exceeded the range of a first or second firmament martial saint's divine consciousness. As long as the guards did not cause any trouble, they would send a message to any powerhouses they encountered. In this way, no one would be able to launch a sneak attack on Li Lingtian. The 30 guard were monitoring the area within 5,000 miles. Xianyuan Qing and the other 2 9th-level martial emperors formed a triangular formation within 100 miles of Li Lingtian and the others. In this way, Li Lingtian and the others could move forward. With such a large formation, if the aura encountered an expert, it would be completely useless. This was because those who entered were all 9th Firmament Martial Monarch Realm existences and a few Martial Saint powerhouses. Moreover, the 9th Firmament Martial Emperor Realm would not be separated. They would be with the Martial Saint. Wherever the 9th Firmament Martial Emperor Realm appeared, the Martial Saint Realm would also appear. With the arrival of a Martial Saint, 30 guards were useless. The formation was only a defense for Li Lingtian. At the very least, it could alert Li Lingtian and the others to the presence of powerhouses. As long as Li Lingtian was able to obtain a hint of information, he would be able to react accordingly. Moreover, Xianyuan, Qjianji, and the other 2 were all at the 9th level of the Martial Emperor Realm. Even if they could not resist a Martial Saint powerhouse, they could at least restrain a Martial Saint for a few seconds. A few seconds would not be of much use to an ordinary martial artist, but to a powerhouse, a few seconds would be enough to kill their opponent countless times. Li Lingtian led Xianyuan Yingying and the rest as they flew at a moderate pace. They collected all the good herbs they came across. In the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, it had not been opened for countless years. The medicinal herbs inside were also extremely precious. There were even medicinal herbs that were 100,000 years old. He was extremely happy with these medicinal herbs. To a powerful and heaven-defying saint alchemist, medicinal herbs were their favorite things. Big Brother Lingtian, what medicinal ingredient do you think this is? Husband, do you think this is a 50,000-year-old purple jade grass? Big Brother, there's black dragon fruit here. Big Brother Lingtian, can this devil fruit be eaten? The heaven-reaching demonic tower was extremely vast. Li Lingtian could hear laughter and laughter from time to time. He did not treat this place as a dangerous place, but a paradise. Li Lingtian had also collected the precious herbs, but he kept them in the Holy Ring. In order to prevent any changes from happening in the herb garden of the Divine Dragon Ring, it was obviously unwise to put herbs with rich spiritual qi and herbs with rich demonic qi together. For days passed in a flash. Li Lingtian had been following the direction of the attraction force for 4 days. On this day, Li Lingtian and the others arrived before a huge array altar. All the guards had surrounded the array altar. Young master, this array altar has already been activated. I believe they have already entered the second level. A martial emperor guard came before Li Lingtian and bowed respectfully. Yes, let me take a look. Li Lingtian walked toward the array altar step by step until he was in front of it. After sizing it up, the array altar was only 10 meters in radius. The array runes and array formations on it had already been activated, and there was a faint aura on it. Clearly, someone had entered not long ago. Watch carefully. I'll give it a try. With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian cast a spell. Immediately, the array runes flashed, and the array altar was activated once again. The array altar was emitting waves of demonic chi. However, the demonic QJ was not corrosive at all. Instead, it had a supportive effect. Li Lingtian was relieved to see such a situation. Come in. Li Lingtian shouted at Xianyuan Yingying and the rest. He activated the divine dragon ring and summoned Xianyuan Yingying and the rest into it. Following that, he called all the guards in. After everything was done, he entered the center of the array altar in a flash. The array altar swayed, and Li Lingtian entered the space-time tunnel. In less than 3 seconds, Li Lingtian reappeared in an empty world. However, the demonic chi here was much denser than the one he had seen before. Heaven Ascension Devil Tower, second level. After Li Lingtian appeared, he saw a huge array altar in front of him. At the edge of the array altar was a huge stone tablet with 6 glaring blood-red words written on it. The first thing they did when they appeared was to look around or to see if there was any danger around them. Fortunately, they did not encounter any experts after coming out. Those experts should have already driven them away. There was no use in leaving this place behind. Swoosh! With a flash, he quickly left the array altar and flew away. Li Lingtian only took a detour after he was 100 miles away from the array altar. He then flew toward the direction of the summoning induction. After confirming that there was no danger, Li Lingtian called out the 30 guards once again. Xianyuan Qing and the other 2 appeared before Li Lingtian. Without Li Lingtian's order, all the guards dispersed and formed an encirclement. Tang Zimun and the others also came out after they surrounded the area within 5,000 miles. Let's hurry along while searching for medicinal herbs. This is the second floor of the heaven-reaching Devil Tower. The devil chi inside is much denser than the first floor, and the medicinal herbs should be much better. However, you have to be careful. If your Jun Yuan is exhausted, you have to return to the Divine Dragon Ring to avoid being corroded by the Devil Chi. Li Lingtian said to Shun Mei and the other 2 girls. They could not afford to be careless in this place. If they were not careful, they would be safe again. All right, the few of them nodded. They all knew that this place was not a good place. Following that, the group of people began to search for medicinal herbs on a large scale, just like they did on the first level. Li Lingtian sensed the direction of the summons so that he would not lose his way. He slowed down his search for the herbs so that he would not run into the warrior sage powerhouse in front of him. Moreover, destroying the array altar was very taxing. He could not be bothered to participate in such matters. Chapter 523 Magic Bead 1. Chapter 523 Magic Bead 1. The third level of the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. The fourth level of the Heavenly Devil Tower. This is already the 95th level of the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. Li Lingtian looked at the huge stone tablet and said calmly. After some time, Li Lingtian led all the guards forward and finally arrived at the 95th floor of the demonic tower. The higher up the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, the smaller the area. When he was down there, the heaven-reaching demon tower seemed endless. However, when he was up there, he could fly all over the heaven-reaching demon tower in less than 2 hours. However, The higher he went, the denser the demonic chi became. The sky-reaching demonic tower was surrounded by mysterious black rocks. Even Li Lingshan's most powerful holy demon aura could not shake the black rocks. He also knew that the black rock was the wall of the Devil Tower. If he, a martial emperor, could destroy the heaven-reaching Devil Tower, it would no longer be a forbidden area of the Devil race. Young Master, if we follow them now, we will definitely have to face the other experts. Xin Yuanqing stood beside Li Lingtian and bowed respectfully. The other guards could not survive in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower for a long time. They could only last for 10 minutes at most before their true essence was exhausted. Only Xin Yuanqing and the other two Ninth Heaven Martial Emperors could last longer. Shunmei and the others had entered the Divine Dragon Ring long ago. Otherwise, they would not have been able to survive in the face of this devilish chi with their martial royal realm cultivation base. It's fine. They just entered. It's impossible for them to meet each other. Besides, I don't want to consume my true essence or get injured without seeing any treasures. Li Lingtian analyzed the situation seriously. He was now on the 95th floor, and he had no idea how many floors there were in the demonic tower. Some of the powerhouses who entered were all at the 9th level of the Martial Emperor realm. There were even a few Martial Saint powerhouses. The strength on his side was the lowest and could almost be ignored. However, he understood that these experts would not easily make a move unless they encountered a treasure. This subordinate understands. Xin Yuanqing nodded. Li Lingshan's analysis was not bad. He was aware of it, but he did not have Li Lingshan's courage. Following that, Li Lingshan's group of 4 flew at high speed and headed toward the general area. However, not long after they flew, an earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the entire ground trembled. Boom! The ground shook continuously as Li Lingshan's face revealed a look of shock. Such a commotion was definitely a battle between martial saints. To be able to fight in this place, they should have encountered some super treasure. Realizing this, he quickly hid his aura. Those who dare to fight in this place should be martial saints. There were only 6 martial saints here. Could it be a war between the demons and humans? You guys enter the Divine Dragon Ring first. Li Lingtian instructed Xin Yuanqing beside him that it was safer for him to move alone. At the very least, he would not be easily discovered by the other party. Without any hesitation, Xin Yuanqing and the other 2 nodded in agreement. They were well aware of Li Lingshan's capabilities, and it would be a bad thing if the 3 of them were to remain outside. The Divine Dragon Ring was opened. Xin Yuanqing and the other 2 disappeared and entered the Divine Dragon Ring. After he was done, Li Lingshan's body moved slowly. It was as if his entire body had merged into the air and he did not move at all. If you want to obtain this magic bead, then it will depend on your abilities. 9 Demon Venerable looked at a light barrier not far away. There were 3 fist-sized, pitch-black pearls that were enveloped by the light barrier. Although he could not tell what grade they were, he could recognize that they were mysterious and powerful demonic pearls. Obtaining a magic bead could increase one's cultivation by a large margin. However, the opponent in front of him was incomparably powerful. It was not that easy to obtain at all. You're right. It won't be easy to get the magic bead. I don't need the magic bead, but I can destroy it. Martial Saint Ming Luo's face revealed a fearful expression. The other party's 2 demon venerables were together, but he was the only one here. There was not even a single martial emperor powerhouse. On the other side, there was the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. However, they were here to prevent the demon race from obtaining the treasures. Naturally, they could not let the demon race obtain these 3 demon pearls. Otherwise, the demon race would have 3 heaven-defying super experts. After he finished speaking, he circulated the true origin in his body to the extreme. The true origin unleashed by a peak first sky martial saint directly tore the space apart. The true essence in his hand formed a ball of light. Anyone could see that as long as this ball of light was used, it would definitely destroy the world. You dare. The expressions on the 7 demon venerables' faces kept changing. They had 3/9 firmament martial emperors and 2 martial saints. It was a good opportunity to kill the human race's martial saint powerhouses. However, the demon pearl was beside them. They could not take it away now. It was because it would not be easy to break through the light barrier. Killing Martial Saint Ming Luo now was absolutely easy, but it was not so easy to preserve the demonic bead. Why wouldn't I dare? Ha! Martial Saint Ming Luo's face was filled with madness. It was impossible to wait for Martial Saint Yun how to arrive. Every time they passed by the array altar, they would be teleported randomly. It was impossible for them to be together. They could only rely on luck to be together. However, Martial Saint Yunhao and the other martial sovereigns didn't meet each other this time. He didn't know when they would arrive. If this continued, if the other party made a move, he would definitely die. Instead of that, it would be better to destroy this demonic bead. Swoosh! The ball of light in his hand became even more powerful. With a wave of his hand, the ball of light bombarded the light barrier in the distance. You're courting death. The 7 demon venerables cursed angrily. They unleashed all the demonic chi in their bodies and sent a ball of demonic chi towards the ball of light. They had to use demonic chi to block the ball of light, or else the demonic bead would be destroyed. At the same time, 9 demon venerables' fish shadow that was filled with demonic chi attacked Martial Saint Ming Luo fiercely. The other 3/9 level Martial Emperor Realm demons also attacked Martial Saint Ming Luo. Boom! Puff! With a shocking explosion, the ball of light and the demonic chi collided. The demonic chi disappeared, and the ball of light fiercely bombarded the light barrier. However, at this time, the ball of light was already at the end of its attack. The light shield trembled but did not shatter. However, Martial Saint Ming Luo's body was hit by 4 destructive attacks. She was thrown out and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had an unwilling expression on his face. He did not expect the 9 demon venerables to attack him instead of blocking his ball of light. The 9 demon venerables were first heaven martial saints, and he was also a first heaven martial saint. Although he was at the peak of the great perfection, he could not withstand an attack from the 9 demon venerables. Die! The 9 demon venerable and the 7 demon venerable heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the light shield was intact. However, the 9 demon venerable was also shocked when he saw that Martial Saint Ming Luo had survived his attack. His full-strength punch carried demonic chi, but the other party did not use any defense and was not killed. How could he not be shocked? He threw another punch at Martial Saint Ming Luo. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill Martial Saint Ming Luo. Even if he couldn't kill Martial Saint Ming Luo, the human race wouldn't be able to affect the devil race. Martial Saint Ming Luo was shocked. She couldn't even raise her true essence. It was impossible for her to resist. When 9 demon venerable and the others saw Martial Saint Ming Luo's appearance, they revealed a strange smile. After killing Martial Saint Ming Luo, they would have one less competitor. Just as the destructive fish shadow was about to hit Martial Saint Ming Luo, a strange force came and collided with the fish shadow. Bang! There was no explosion as expected, only a strange muffled sound. The destructive and domineering fist shadow actually quickly disintegrated in front of that aura. Yin Yang Ghost Emperor, are you going to go against the demons? The Yin Yang Ghost Emperor, who had been silent all this while, had appeared in front of Martial Saint Ming Luo and blocked the 9 demon venerables' attack with one move. When 9 demon venerable saw this, his face immediately turned furious. Martial Saint Ming Luo was also puzzled because he didn't have any interactions with the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor. The human race and the dark race didn't have any relationship. He was puzzled because the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor saved him. Hee, I can do whatever I want. If you kill him now, it'll be next. The Yin Yang Ghost Emperor had an evil smile on his face as he looked at the 9 demon venerable with a sinister gaze. From afar, Li Lingtian witnessed the scene and was extremely curious. However, His gaze fell on the light shield. Under the light shield was a strange array altar that looked like an altar. The array altar was 2 meters in diameter. In the center was a 10-meter wide light shield. The light shield was light black, but it was extremely sturdy. Moreover, it carried a mysterious aura. Li Lingtian was shocked by the aura. It was similar to the holy demon's chi. Although it was not as pure as the holy demon's chi, it was not much different. 3 pitch-black pearls were suspended in the light barrier, and waves of powerful demonic chi were emitted from them. Moreover, the aura of the light barrier was also coming from the demonic pearls. Magic bead. Could it be a magic bead? Li Lingtian was shocked. The Saint Demon's True record recorded that the demon pearl was the most mysterious pearl among the demon pearls. No one knew the exact power of this pearl, but it had one benefit, which was that it could directly increase the cultivation of the demon tribe. Li Lingtian was moved when he saw the magic orb. It would be a good thing if he could get his hands on it. However, he quickly shifted his gaze to the few experts in front of him. As long as you don't get involved in our matters, I definitely won't have any bad intentions towards you. At that time, I will remember your favor. How about it? The 7 demon venerables looked at the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor with extremely ugly expressions. This was the time to kill Marshal Saint Ming Luo, but now that the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor had stepped out, it was indeed not a good thing. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was so powerful that even he didn't have the slightest confidence in winning. If the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor kept going against the devil race, it wouldn't be so easy to get the demonic orb. Chapter 524, Divine Heaven. The 9-yin heavenly demonic finger was completely invisible and soundless, completely ignoring the existence of space. However, an expert like the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor could sense the threat and dodge by force. By the time Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor sensed it, it was already too late because the 9-yin heavenly demon finger had already arrived in front of him. Ha ha ha! Sir Ming Luo, you were too careless. Li Lingtian completely ignored the 3 martial saint powerhouses as he walked toward Marshal Saint Ming Luo step by step with the divine heaven-splitting shield in hand. He looked coldly at the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch in the distance. A tiny bloody hole had appeared on the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch's chest, and blood kept flowing out of the bloody hole. There was also a mysterious Yin devil chi around the hole, causing the wound to never heal. So it's Sir Lingtian. I've embarrassed myself in front of Sir Lingtian. Marshal Saint Ming Luo's expression was one of extreme pain. However, when she saw Li Lingtian, she smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter. Do you trust me, Ming Luo? Li Lingtian approached Marshal Saint Ming Luo with a faint smile on his face. He looked at the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor in the distance and was extremely shocked. The 9-yin heavenly demon finger was indeed powerful and abnormal. Not to mention the attack power, just this effect was enough to shock him. It could even penetrate the body of a martial saint expert. Moreover, this 9-yin heavenly demon finger was still corroding the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's vital essence and blood essence. Of course, I have no reason not to believe you. It's a pity that I don't have the strength to fight back anymore. Marshal Saint Ming Luo still had a bitter smile on his face. His expression was twisted as he endured the erosion of the Yin-Yang Qi. His current situation was exactly the same as the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. That's fine. Li Lingtian handed the divine heaven-splitting shield to Marshal Saint Ming Luo before he looked at the 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables with a wry smile. The 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables revealed a gaze that seemed as if they wanted to eat someone alive. What could be more infuriating than having his plans ruined? In 9 demon venerable's heart, he wanted to kill Li Lingtian as soon as possible. Swoosh! Upon realizing this, Li Lingtian quickly grabbed with one hand, and his body flashed before disappearing mysteriously. Marshal Saint Ming Luo also disappeared from the ground, leaving behind a weak aura in the air. The aura disappeared and diluted with the air. Damn it! The nine-demon venerable was enraged. He was about to kill Li Lingtian, but he did not expect Li Lingtian to leave just like that. He did not even have the time to react. Old Gio, don't chase after him. He will come back. When the 7 demon venerables saw that 9 demon venerable was about to chase after them, they immediately stopped him. Even though Li Lingtian had ruined their plans, they had to get down to business before they were lured away by Li Lingtian. That's right. If he doesn't come back, there's no need to recruit allies. 9 demon venerable thought for a moment and understood what the 7 demon venerables meant. As long as he returned, he would be able to kill Li Lingtian. After all, it was uncertain whether Marshal Saint Ming Luo would survive or not. Furthermore, the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch was injured by him. At that time, the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor would naturally stand on their side and not cooperate temporarily. Don't worry, that old Ghost Ming Luo won't have a chance to live. Even a martial god would suffer a great loss if he was injured by my Yin-Yang Qi. He's only a first sky martial saint. He doesn't have the ability to come into contact with Yin-Yang Qi unless he's an almighty expert of my clan. The Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch had been meditating on the ground to resist the 9 Yin demonic Qi. By the time he finished his cultivation, Li Lingtian had already left. Li Lingtian's departure made him feel relieved. Now that he stood up, his expression was still extremely ugly. The wound on his chest was still there, and there was no way to recover it all. Blood kept flowing out. However, there was a confident look in his eyes. In front of his Yin-Yang Qi, the injured martial artist would definitely be in danger. Sir, your injuries? 9 demon venerable looked at Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's wound, his face filled with shock. This was because the wound on the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's chest contained a mysterious and terrifying Yin Devil Qi. The Yin Devil Qi was mysterious and terrifying, and few Asmodeans knew about it. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be able to control such a mysterious Asmodean almighty. The situation of the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor shocked the 7 demon venerables as well. Such a thing was completely beyond his imagination. She was extremely curious about Li Lingtian's identity. A human powerhouse had cultivated the Devil Tribe's cultivation method, and it was the most mysterious Devil Qi of the Devil Tribe. Chapter 525, 9 Yin Heavenly Demon Finger. Chapter 525, 9 Yin Heavenly Demon Finger. I wonder what kind of attack this is. It's actually invisible and soundless. This is the first time I've encountered such an attack. If it wasn't for my many years of sensing, I would have been finished. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's heart trembled when he thought of that finger force. A young man at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm had actually used such a domineering finger force that ignored the physique and reaction of a martial saint powerhouse. Could it be the legendary 9 Yin Heavenly Devil Finger? The 7 demon venerables pondered for a moment, and their expressions changed drastically. They immediately thought of the legendary 9 Yin Heavenly Demon Finger in the demon canon. Only such an overbearing finger force could injure a first heaven martial emperor. Moreover, this aura was Yin Demon Qi. 9 Yin Heavenly Demon Finger. The 9 demon venerable exclaimed. When he heard the words of the 7 demon venerables, he instantly felt a chill. This 9 Yin Heavenly Demon Finger was an existence that was like a forbidden technique of the demon race. This 9 Yin Heavenly Demon Finger was not lost, but it was a technique that no one had ever seen before. It was a powerful technique that only appeared in legends. It was definitely one of the most powerful techniques among the demons. Thinking of this, he felt afraid. If he were to suffer this attack, even if he was a demon and cultivated demonic techniques, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Is it really that terrifying? Not good. The Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch was also confused when he saw the 2 demon venerables' expressions change. Although he was injured and the Yin Demon QJ was constantly corroding his true Yuan and blood essence, it was not as terrifying as the two demon venerables said. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a bad feeling and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed drastically, and the Yin devil chi in his body started to stir. As long as there was true yuan, the Yin devil chi would attack. Even with his first sky of the martial saint realm cultivation base, he couldn't get rid of the Yin demon chi that had entered his body. Sir, you should heal your injuries first. Hehe, let's take out this magic bead first. The 7 demon venerables were elated when they saw the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was originally the biggest threat this time, but they did not expect it to turn out like this. Moreover, Martial Saint Ming Luo seemed to be immortal. 2 of the most powerful threats were gone. It seemed like the heavens wanted the devil race to become stronger. After saying that, his body flashed and arrived in front of the light barrier. He carefully examined the magic bead inside the light barrier. Humph! The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor saw the 7 demon venerables gloating and snorted coldly. He then sat down to rest and used his true yuan to suppress the Yin demon chi. Their temporary cooperation had not only failed to obtain the divine heaven-splitting shield, but it had also sent him into it. Li Lingtian flew quickly with Martial Saint Ming Luo and finally arrived at a hidden valley. He placed Martial Saint Ming Luo in the valley and continued to cast a powerful defense array. In the end, he cast a few hidden illusionary formations outside the defensive formation. After doing everything, he felt a little more at ease. Then, 30 guards appeared in front of him, including Xin Yuanqing and the other 2. Martial Saint Ming Luo was shocked to see so many martial emperors around Li Lingtian. Thank you for saving me, Sir Lingtian. Martial Saint Ming Luo came to her senses and thanked Li Lingtian. Even though she had been tricked and saved, she was ambushed. However, he was not worried at the moment. After all, Li Lingtian was a human being. Naturally, he knew about Li Lingxian's situation. He would not be as despicable as the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. You don't have to be so polite, Ming Luo. We're both humans, so I naturally want to stand by and watch. Li Lingtian waved his hand. Naturally, he would not save Martial Saint Ming Luo so casually. However, in this place, he would not be able to stand on his own if he did not have an ally. Sir Lingtian's identity has been exposed. I'm afraid he'll be in danger. My body has been corroded by the Yin-Yang Qi. It's impossible to remove the Yin-Yang Qi. Martial Saint Ming Luo naturally understood that Li Lingtian had saved him to gain an ally. This ally could be an honorable one, unlike the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's sinister and despicable ways. However, he understood his own injuries now. It was impossible for him to recover from the attack of the Yin-Yang Qi when he was unprepared. This is not difficult for me. It's just that you have to endure some hardships. Otherwise, I can't do anything about it. Li Lingxian's face was filled with confidence as he waved his hands. Immediately, the heaven and earth reincarnation technique circulated, and the will of the 5 elements appeared. The 5 elements of heaven and earth were balanced, forming an independent world. I see. Martial Saint Ming Luo was taken aback by Li Lingxian's confidence. However, when she saw Li Lingxian's cultivation technique and the 5 elements Tao intent, she immediately understood. The Yin-Yang Qi was nothing. In front of the 5 elements' perfection, the entire heaven and earth reincarnation was within it. However, he did not dare to be careless. Seeing Li Lingxian's serious expression, he quickly focused his energy to protect himself in case he lost control of his mind. The Yin-Yang Qi was one of the auras that a warrior was most afraid of. Even he, who was at the peak of the first sky of the martial saint realm, could not do anything about the erosion of the Yin-Yang Qi. Now that Li Lingtian had a solution for him, it was naturally something that could only be found by luck. Miserable screams sounded, and Martial Saint Ming Luo was on the verge of collapse. If he did not trust Li Lingxian's character, he would have thought that Li Lingtian was torturing him. Li Lingtian formed an independent world after unleashing the 5 elements Tao intent. He then unleashed his ice and fire martial souls, and the two ultimate martial souls entered martial Saint Ming Luo's body. The extreme attributes continuously formed ice and fire qi, quickly entangling with the yin and yang qi. Although the yin-yang qi was powerful, it couldn't be compared to the ice and fire martial spirits. Furthermore, the yin-yang energy was only a small attack unleashed by the yin-yang ghost emperor. Without its master, it was no match for Li Lingxian's frost flame energy. She was worried about Marshal Saint Yinhao. Although he knew that Li Lingtian wanted to obtain the infernal tribe's treasure, he did not resist at all. After all, Li Lingtian was a human, and there was no harm in a human cultivating the infernal arts. In the divine martial continent, the strong were respected. No matter what kind of cultivation technique one used, they would be able to kill their opponents. However, they didn't want to leave such treasures and cultivation techniques to the devil race. After all, the devil race and the human race were natural enemies. If the devil race obtained such treasures and cultivation techniques, it would be the same as exterminating the existence of the human race. If the human race obtained such treasures and cultivation techniques, it would only strengthen themselves. Li Lingtian released his divine mindfulness and activated the divine dragon ring to store the 30 guards inside. Even Xin Yuanqing was called in. After all, a 9th-level martial emperor was useless in this place. If they were to really fight, he and Marshal Saint Ming Luo would join forces. Under their attacks, the other martial emperor powerhouses would be like ants. Although Marshal Saint Ming Luo was curious, she didn't ask anything. After all, these are the secrets of martial artists. The divine martial continent's greatest taboo was to inquire about other people's secrets. P.S. Rushing the rankings for recommendations and monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.